We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize. Daddy Lance, stop this skylarking. When I'm fighting like dogs out barking. I'm up below the cell phone, start recording. Then he said they get to start parting. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't show. Triangle, you're on the sewer. Breathe it out. The same energy that you take to use to fight. Same energy you could talk it out. You could say the wrong reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even. Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with the body. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now. שמי אלמר אדוארדס בן ישראל, חי ונולד בדימונה, משרת בצבא ההגנה לישראל, חיל אוויר, אני בן 21, אני זמר, אוהב את החיים שלי. I'm serving in the Air Force. I've been in the Air Force now for about 2 years and 3 months. Right now I'm serving as a mechanic. We go out on different assignments out in the field. I normally drive Army truck, just carry equipment, or even if it's a Jeep. That's it, basically. That's my daily Army life.
She having a circle sleeve that comes like really big. My name is Matsila, and it means causing great joy and jubilation. I cut my sleeves different. I ain't got no, I'm not actually cutting in a sleeve. I'm just doing the circle that I always tell you. Right now, I'm supposed to be making a wedding dress for the sister that's getting married next week. She asked me to make her wedding dress, and I had my mother come down earlier to help me cut it. It don't need to swing too much because then it will interfere with the in the front with the whole look. I was born in 1990 and raised here all my life. Well, I can't say I was the typical kind of teenager. I liked being at home, and I liked learning all my virtues, because being a mother someday and being a wife is very important, being a good wife and a good mother. So you have to learn all those values.
I was born in Elberton, Georgia, in the year of 1940. We grew up on the farm, farming. I lived with my father and mother, and I was raised in Georgia until I was 8 years old. And then my mother moved to Chicago.
I was born in Bolton, Mississippi. My mother and father worked very hard. I remember us leaving home early in the morning and returning home in the evening at dark. One day, my mother and my sister, we was going someplace into town. We took off running to get some water. I was drinking at one and my sister was at the other. My mother snatched me real hard and she said, "Don't you ever, ever, ever drink from this water fountain again." She showed me and my sister, she showed us that the two fountains each had signs. One said colored and one said white.
Growing up as a teenager, you have lots of friends. I had, we were all in our neighborhood. Everybody was friends. We just all grew up. But when I went in the Army and come out, some of them was dead, moved away, all kinds, and it was kind of hard for me to get adjusted to dead from what? Some of them had perished on drugs, and some was in jail, and et cetera, and et cetera. I had to make an adjustment to how fast things had changed.
It was on the south side of Chicago, 39th Street. At that time, you didn't play. When the sun went down, you had to be in the house. Every day, there was someone that had got abused, or someone that had gotten beaten up, or someone that was killed. And we walked through that neighborhood every day. And in that area, Blackstone Rangers is all around that place.
I may be poor, but I am somebody. I may be on welfare, but I am somebody. I may be in jail, but I am somebody. I may be uneducated, but I am somebody. I am black, beautiful, proud. I must be respected.
in 1967, when a friend of ours came to my door. He had a beard. It was unkept. He had a homemade book bag on his shoulder.
A fellow that to me at that time looked strange because he had a big beard and he had a turban on his head.
So he wrote out some scriptures. He said, I want you to read this. When I read them, they were so interesting to me. And I said, I read the Bible 3 times from front to back, but I never recall seeing the things that I had read. I knew that this was what I was looking for because it touched my soul. It's like it did something to me that I'd never felt before. I mean, something happened to me. And hearing those words and reading those scriptures, something happened to me.
And all from the time that I was growing up, going to church, searching for whatever, it began to make sense.
My family is thinking I'm crazy. They wanted to have me committed because they said that those people is feeding you something. They've done something to you. So I had to begin to stay away from my family.
But what those people don't know that they are the descendants of the biblical Hebrew Israelites.
My husband, he wasn't interested in it, so he wanted me to discontinue the classes. Second time I went, I had a dress made, and I put this dress on. When he saw me with this dress, he looked at me, and he looked at me like he'd never seen me before. He looked at me real strange, and he said, "Take that off." I said, "But I can't." And he said, "But if you don't take that off," he said that I'll leave and you'll never see me again. All I know is that I heard truth. All I know is it was something that I had been looking for all my life. And when I heard it, I could not turn around.
Growing up being called Negroes, but we knew that Negroes had no land, had no identity like that. So now, all of a sudden, we have a land, language, and a culture. As a Hebrew, there is a land, language, and a culture that gave us another sense of pride, another sense. I mean, it was a joy. You understand what I'm saying? To know that you are really somebody that really had a place where if you want to leave today and go back to, that there was a place that you came from.
Hallelujah. 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 I get finished around 5 in the evening. That's the privilege. I can go home every day.
School's back in session now. I'm going over Elmar's suggested computer order. Hours, study hours, etc. Okay? And who had Nicki Minaj on the computer today?
Talk to Elizai about that.
He said he didn't.
He was on the computer. I tell you,
Elizai did have Nicki Minaj on the computer. I walked in there and he was...
Elizai, you in there? Okay, that's forbidden. So there'll be no Nicki Minaj, okay?
Play some other one. Everyone in Israel is obligated to go. I didn't want to be honest. I wanted to push my music. You live in Israel, you're gonna go to the IDF, you're gonna defend Israel.
When I went into the military, basic training, everybody in my unit never heard of me. They wanted to know, where was this black girl from and why was she speaking English and Hebrew mixed? They couldn't understand it. So the first time they told me I had to go and fire a gun. Oh my God, you don't even have play guns around here. We don't use any kind of weapons, The guy told me This weapon is nothing but a piece of metal. And what makes it dangerous is the person that holds it. So I said, exactly, it's a piece of metal. And I have to do what I have to do.
My name is Ahmadi El Ben Yehuda. I'm Elamar's father. Was born and raised in Washington, D.C., and I came to Israel in the year 1978 and have lived here, made this my home ever since. Our being part of the state of Israel carries certain obligations, rights, and privileges, of course. Naturally, our first 20 years were very, very difficult here. But since the time of the reconciliation between the community and the state and our being recognized as permanent residents and even citizens at this particular point, they come with obligations. And one of the obligations is to defend this land. We firmly believe in the sovereignty of Israel and Israel being that sovereign voice and authority over this land. However, there would have to be one law for all people on this land, but Israel is mandated prophetically to be the holder of that right.
It was in 1966 that the great riots began throughout the United States, and the cities were burning, and the blood of my people was being shed and spilled in the streets. The moment of decision was when I became old enough to realize the predicament that I and my people were in. I petitioned the Creator from the depths of my soul that if there was a solution to the problems that were confronting my people, would He please show it to me?
I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land.
Dr. King, in his statement, he said, I have been to the mountaintop. He saw what was taking place, even though we never met. Ben-Ami never talked to him. But now he also said that I might not get there with you, but we as a people shall get to the promised land.
Under the smoke screen of the great riots, we would set off on the Exodus, the journey back to the promised land, to establish the long-awaited kingdom of God. Judaism is simply a religion. It is not a nationality. And those that adhere or believe in the tenets of Judaism, they are referred to as Jews. I'm a Hebrew. That is my nationality, a descendant of the biblical Israelites.
As far as being adherents to the religion of Judaism, that we are not. We prescribe that we have to follow the laws of the ancient Israelites, the Torah. It's those kind of principles that govern our lives.
According to the prophecies, we were supposed to return to the land in the same manner in which we had come out. We wandered all through Africa until we got to the west coast of Africa, where we were taken away as slaves. And from there, we were taken to the four corners of the earth.
Ben-Ami had the plan and the idea and the concept because he was one of our major teachers.
Liberia was set up in 1822 for any American slave that wanted to return to Africa, and they were able to purchase land and have received citizenship as any other citizen there.
So when we arrived here, approximately 400 of us had left the U.S. On the initial sojourn, but 3 out of every 4, they could not survive the trek in the wilderness, and they returned to the U.S.
With my first wife, we were teenage lovers. We went to school together, and when we had children, we as a family we went to Liberia together. everybody's just not qualified to carry those burdens. She did great, sleeping in a tent, taking care of 3 or 4 beds. Matter of fact, we had a son born in Liberia. So, I mean, I sit and I feel for it, but she just went as far as she could go.
Our initial return to Liberia in 1967 was viewed by many as a back to Africa movement. And in some ways, for us, it was certainly that. It was back to Africa. It was back to our roots. But we always knew that Israel was northeastern Africa, and therefore the route, the ultimate objective and the ultimate destination of our return. But more so than just return to the land had to be a return back to the culture and a return back unto God, unto the ways of Yah.
I am the anointed spiritual leader. What that actually means is that in the days of our fathers, when Moses stood before our people and the voice from heaven would come unto him, and our people would confirm that the Creator, in fact, he does speak to man, that the message would always come by way of a messenger, someone anointed.
When we left America in '67 and went to Liberia, our dreams was not to live in Liberia, but to prepare ourselves to get rid of all of the bad habits and the stigmas and iniquitudes and all of that. In 1968, Ben Ami picked me to go to Israel. On the 1st of May, Ben Ami and I got off the plane at Ben Gurion. This is it. This settlement is called the Victory Settlement. And when the first group 39 arrived in Israel, this is where the absorption center placed them. And we were given the apartments here, there on the first floor, and over there on the second floor. All of these apartments here, we were given all of these. Anytime we turned the corner, whatever vehicle, if you was in a bus, if you were in a cab, whatever, when you turned that corner, coming into that parking lot right there, it was home. It was in the 80s that we received the permission to move from here down to the village where we are now.
There was an absorption center. They had built it for foreign workers to come, and they would have a place to live and everything. And initially it had everything in it, but that never worked out. So what ended up happening was the place was vandalized. People began to come in and took all the doors, all the light fixtures, everything. The places were really, the only thing there was a structure. The mayor of Dimona at the time, Jack Amir, he said that if we could do something with it, that we could have it. Children were so excited. Each child would go and choose a house for their family, you know. And what the brothers did, they all came together and they worked on each house. Everybody worked on each house. And a family would move in there, then everybody would move and work on another house. So that's how we arrived at the village of peace. after we came into the Village of Peace, that was just so much nicer. First of all, we were all together, and we was able to use certain structures for different facilities that were suitable for our way of life. You know, so it made it seem like home. My name is Takia about Israel. I'm one of the Brown sisters in the community. I came into the kingdom in 1967, and I've been here ever since.
I'm Princess Kiahu. I was one of the first, as a matter of fact, I was the first to come to the land. And I am one of the elders that helped to oversee our children and to keep as a reminder of the ideas and the principles that we originally started from. We have always felt that music was our way of expressing our love and our belief in the Almighty God.
From the center of the world, from the land of lands, in Northeast Africa, there's a special path. Travel by.
Being a member of the Soul Messengers, it has allowed us to express to the world a lot of the things that we feel and that we want them to know about. When we get on stage, we can put it in song. I don't know any better way than that to get our message out and across and how to serve and praise Yah, but by song and music.
מוזיקה שלנו זה חלק מחיינו. אנחנו משתמשים מוזיקה כמו שהרופא משתמש תרופות.
We have what you call songs of deliverance. This is what we produce here. We do our best to put out music that describes us as a people.
When I was young, we sang songs that connected to a condition, to life, to a land. We sang those songs. Today, youngsters sing songs that don't have no connection to nothing. I really learned to tap dance from my father. And when I was about 5 years old, he used to do a dance in the country, which I don't know, they didn't call it tap dance then, they called it the black bottom or the stomp or something. It was just a way that Africans used to use when they didn't have access to drums. They used to either beat on their body or on their chest or somewhere, or use their feet to make the same sound and beat out the rhythm. See, our objective is to learn how to talk and praise with our hand and our feet. That is the whole objective. Everything is to give praises back unto the Creator. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. hallelujah. Now when he began to feel this, hallelujah, he will begin to move. Well, I feel that it's most important that the younger generation, they learn to love the arts and crafts. You see, it's one thing to perform for pay, but it's another thing is when you do something because you love it. With the younger children, we teach them, it's what we call traditions passed on. When I wake up, the first thing I do is I say my prayers, and then I have a small exercise procedure because physical fitness is part of our daily activity.
Holy concern is a workout plan or sport activity, a jog. You need to work out, you need to be in shape. When you keep your holy concern, you're keeping up to the body that you have. Because when you get older, you don't want to be like, oh, I can't do that, my back hurt, oh, this, oh, that.
Game point. Everybody is required to exercise at least 3 times a week. You can do more, but the requirement is 3 times a week.
It's always hard for some people to change. Like, for instance, if you're a smoker, it can be hard for a person that smokes cigarettes to stop smoking for a day. So everything has its challenges, and it was a challenge for us. But if you want to live, you're going to make the change. And so we just individually, collectively, we just made the change.
My name is Rofe Yehoshua Ben Yehuda, and I am currently the director of the Ministry of Divine Health. Well, we found in the book of Genesis that there was a diet given to the family of beings that were created, and that was the diet that said, behold, I have given you every herb-bearing seed, which is upon all the face of the earth, and every tree which yields a seed and yields a fruit, to you I have given it for food. And that was a clear-cut explanation of our dietary parameters.
The solar cooking is environmentally sound. First, you're utilizing the sun to bring out the enzymes in the foods. Not only environmentally sound, they're economically sound too.
See, it's almost done.
The lifestyle that we were on before was degenerative because everything that we was eating, it was a diet made for the dead.
The actual soup, peas, now the vegetables is in it. It's just cooking up.
Fruits and vegetables are living. Meat and everything, that comes from something that's already dead. There's no life within a dead cow.
So that means when you eat it, that process continues where? Inside your body. And after a while, the body began to break down because of what you put into the body. As opposed to if you eat an apple and the apple is still living, you sit there and you eating living cells to replace dead cells, which just make common good sense.
The food tastes different because you're allowing the food to go through its natural processes. The sun is cooking it. What happens when you plant your foods? The sun enhances the food. So it's the same concept if you're solar cooking. You know, the panels and even the pots that we use, this cast iron. So iron is added to your foods. We use very little water in cooking food. Let it go through its natural processes, basically.
In Genesis 2:7, it said that the Lord Yah formed man from the dust of the ground. Now in Hebrew, the word that was translated into dust in English, afar, it means minerals. So then you understand that verse to mean that he created us from the minerals of the ground.
Trying to pull up these plants so that we can plant new plants is very difficult because we don't have the machines. So it's a lot of, the work is very hard, you know, but it's so beneficial when you eat it.
And so when we look at the soil, we find calcium, we find potassium, we find magnesium, we find copper, you know, iodine, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then we peer into our flesh, we find potassium, we find magnesium, we find copper, you know. And so that was validation for us that if that's where we were created, and those same elements and those same minerals that are in the soil are in the plant life, then we need to consume the Genesis 1:29 diet.
3 days out of the week, we don't eat salt. 2 days of the week are live days, and we eat food that has not been cooked, just live food. Our sisters and the brothers have been very creative, and they have come up with some fantastic dishes. So we're not missing anything.
Imai, have you put any of these out on the solar yet?
Oh, yeah, they're very delicious out there.
Wherever we go, we have to have some place where we'll be able to grow some food. It might not be a large plot, but it's got to be something organic.
One thing about growing food, it really makes you realize there's no way in the world that people are supposed to be starving. When you just look at one of these bunches here of seeds, can't even count them. That's just one head of seeds, and it's thousands.
All of these are seeds.
When you get a pot and open it up, there's no way in the world that people are supposed to be starving.
If you are eating wrong and it's your back hurting, your feet hurting, and I said, but you need to change your diet. Has nothing to do with what you believe or your religious belief. It's that you need to change your diet.
It may be true that man can consume flesh, but you can put kerosene in an automobile for it, and it may run for a while, but it's not the ultimate fuel that will allow for the optimum, efficiency of that vehicle.
You have one idea that says we are about health and life. And then you have another idea that allows the manufacturing of cigarettes that kills over 400,000 Americans every year. We were taught that government's primary focus is the protection of the health and welfare of its people. So you would allow an industry, just one industry, to create and market a product that will kill 400,000 people of your people annually with your knowledge, and that is okay?
Everything we do is geared toward life, the pursuit of life, nurturing, forgiving life, maintaining life, sustaining life.
Aramin kaya wakidilitani velose machta oi vaili. Aramin kaya wakidilitani velose machta.
Wow, who would believe the report? Oh, here's a big one. I love the land and the land loves me. Okay, go on. In the Western world, we were taught from the youth, you have to have your own man, and that's just the way it was. I met this brother, and I began to see him, and everywhere I would go, he would appear there. So one day I asked him, "Are you married?" And he says, "I'm married to God." I said, "You know what I mean. Do you have a wife?" And he said, "I'm separated." I didn't know he had a wife, and the separation was because she was in Liberia. It was a learning process. There was jealousy. Of course there was jealousy. There was misunderstandings. Of course there was misunderstandings. Remember that bag that you gave Nasik? You know, that we would always put his food in?
Yeah.
That was so nice, and we don't know where it is. We got to get another one.
I have some.
You got something?
First of all, when I got married, it was idealistic, not really founded on strong principles. I was young, 21, really my frontal lobe still being developed. And so there were a lot of things that I didn't perceive. In the kingdom of Yah, you don't just get married because I love him and I want to get married. It's a process of learning, going to classes. Do you really gel? What are the differences? To consider the things that we think about after the fact so that you can have an opportunity to have a long-lasting and eternal relationship with someone that you love and to grow in that relationship.
Oh, they're sweet. Where they come from? Hey.
Anyone that does any research on the community will often run across the idea that we're vegan polygamists. We understand that the vast majority of social systems on the earth are polygynous. Polygynous simply meaning that there are more than one wife, more than one woman involved in the marriage or family relationship.
In this day and time, not knowing who your man is with from one night to the next can kill you, literally so. So we know from night to night who our husband is keeping company with, who he's spending time with. And we know the lifestyle that we each maintain, the beliefs that we share, the culture that we all embrace. We embrace that together. So there's security, there's safety, there's holistic healthiness.
We find it quite hypocritical, to say the least, that many people will condemn us for being responsible for the disparity in numbers. There are many, many more women than men in the African American society. And of course, we being a microcosm coming out of that reality. What do we do if we want to build strong families wherein we don't want divorce, we don't want promiscuity, we don't want whoredom? What do? We simply looked at biblical culture and African culture, which in our view is all one and the same. We're in Africa. The ancient Hebrews were an African culture. And we found that it was a common practice and would be a means of restoring the kind of balance and the kind of sanity to family relationships.
What's happening with the pants here?
For what? I'll tell you too long.
Pull them up. Pull them up. No. Yeah, pull the top up. Pull the top. Pull them up. Pull them up. All the way up.
Ain't about that. It's the bottom.
No.
The bottom is, I done folded them and had to put it up.
The seat pants can come up.
It wasn't based on a lust of flesh because the majority of the men have more than one wife anyway. But they just don't own up to them, take care of them. We just make a legal practice that if you have two women that you want to take care of your children, marry them.
Everybody is equal in the eyes of the Father. And women can aspire to anything that they want to be, except to be a man.
The Bible calls her a helpmate. If you call your wife a helpmate, you might get beat up. Sometimes you want to be the head of the house as opposed to being the helpmate and called the helpmate. The woman that takes care of me, irons my clothes, fix my food. So what am I going to do? Bite the hand that feeds me? Nothing taken away from her. She can be as powerful as she want to be, but she's still a helpmate to man.
Nothing can happen without the permission of the first wife or the second wife. If you want to have another wife and bring her in the family, you have to negotiate. Honey, today I was walking and I seen this wonderful sister that I think she's nice. She would be like, okay, honey, tell me more about her, understanding. If she see her, she would try to connect with her. If she connects with her, then okay, maybe come to the house sometimes, come by dinner and get to know the kids. Someone that want to get in a family, they don't get to know the father, only the father. You have to pursue the whole family. If it doesn't work out and you really like that person, you're not going to just marry her because you're going to tear down the family. And you're not going to do that because family is everything.
When I get married and my husband comes to me and he tells me that he wants to have another wife, good. I don't want to have that many children. So when my husband do decide to have another wife, you can come into my family. I don't have no problem with that.
And two, I've had some health challenges, and who took care of me? I mean, literally took care of me. They helped me walk again. They helped me talk again. They fed me. They washed my clothes. They just walked me through the whole thing. And so I wouldn't trade these. I wouldn't trade these.
You all right?
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm doing great. You see, I picked me some okra.
For a sister to open up her arms to receive another sister in her home, and another sister, and another sister. This takes unselfishness. It takes another and a higher level of consciousness, of wanting peace. The whole world talks about peace. We talk about love. But does everybody really know what true love is?
And we are always laughing and we have so much fun. And we share so much together. These are really my best friends.
Hallelujah, let us warmly receive the holy wedding entourage. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
There's nothing called a small private wedding. You don't have that. You can't give invitations because you know everybody. This is your family.
The holy wedding entourage of Uriel and a coat Abaya. Kulam nanode hallelujah. 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 Yo chai. Yo chai. Yo chai.
As we walk this glorious path, hand in hand, together as one, to fulfill the will of Yahweh. We humbly pray this prayer for all the family of the kingdom of Yah, the one family that is the one standard of the commandments, statutes, and ordinances of Yah. Selah. Strong, mighty warrior, son of Yah, an eternal, dedicated brother in the Jerusalem Brotherhood.
Ani, me'asher, et, andarim, ha'elu. Mila! Hallelujah. Attend to you, ki ish, ve'isha. Hallelujah!
You got a look of confidence on your face, like you done this before in another life, huh?
The objective of the circumcision on the 8th day is simply following the instructions given to us by Yah Yisrael, to the Holy One of Israel, that it was part of the eternal covenant between man and him to show a life of dedication unto him. And the circumcision was that physical covenant.
Shalom, Kha. Yeah, you about to get elevated now.
The process is that it is performed by a member of the prophetic priesthood. And on the 8th day, they come in and they place the Beit Chaim, the house of life, is sanctified. And the usual members, of course, are the immediate family. And then on occasion, it's other members of the community because we are a family.
Thou shalt keep my covenant, therefore, thou and thy seed after thee and their generation. This is my covenant, which ye shall keep between me and you and thy seed after thee.
Beginning, during, and afterwards, there's prayer involved. There are only herbs used, of course, during the process of circumcision. And it's a very immaculate procedure that is accomplished.
Every male child among you shall be circumcised, and ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and you.
This will be over in a minute, man. This could be over in a minute, believe me. Yochai.
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 Yochai. That is a little warrior there.
Oh, yours.
Yeah, you shy, yeah. You shy.
Like school. That's the honest to God truth. I didn't like school. It was two different educations that you were getting. You had the normal school system, and you had our kind of education. And I think we were more excited about our education and our history.
זה שתיים, אם זה ביחד עם וואי, זה כפול, נכון? שתיים כפול, וואי מינוס פשוט 4 שווה מסרב 8.
It was difficult for us to receive schooling, so we had to make do with what we had. Since we weren't allowed at first to enroll our children in school, we simply sat down and said, but our kids must be educated, and we had teachers that were qualified to teach them, so we began to teach them ourselves.
In 1993, we received the Beit Sefer Akva, the school where our children attend now. Once they received Beit Sefer Akva, a third of the teachers was from the community, a third of the teachers was from the Israeli populace, and a third of the teachers was from the Moatza, was from Russians.
Most of the time, you go to school for the breaks. Out there with your friends, playing ball.
I remember we'll be in history class, history or geography, and you go head to head with the teacher. They'll tell you Israel was part of Asia and stuff, all that kind of stuff. So you pretty much waited for your history classes with your teachers from the community.
I had the same people that was in my class when we was in kindergarten, same people I got out of school with.
All of my family was in school. You never felt like you was alone, or, you can see sometimes, on movies or even reality shows, children who have hard time in school, people picking on them and stuff like that because they don't have nobody, but you never had that.
It was quite challenging for them in the beginning, but now they're doing so much better. The matriculation exams, they've all come in, and our school has the highest scores with all the schools here in Dimona. Not only that, we have the highest scores in any school here in the Negev.
Mom ring. Mom ring. Me on ring. That's the car. יש נחיבה, מועמי להגיע פה. לפי המערכת שלכם. יש כמורים משכילים פה. מה זה משכיל?
Our children are already in the colleges. They're in the universities. They're pursuing higher education at this moment.
Hit the studio sometimes, like, don't even change my Army uniform. Just go straight to the studio and get to work until 9 in the evening, sometimes even later. We have to make some room for my poster in a minute, you know.
Elamar is a very, very focused individual. He has his own ideas about, the things he wants to do and how he wants to represent the kingdom. And naturally, music is one of them. And he's somehow managed to parlay his musical career and fold it into and back out of the IDF. And he's done a magnificent job of that. And of course, this gives Elamar and it gives all of our children a greater exposure that they would not normally have to the larger Israeli society.
In love with you, girl. All right. I'm recording it in Hebrew. The Holy Tongue. When we do prayers and things of that nature. If you have the ability to speak Hebrew, then you best do it in Hebrew. Our way of praying at home, we do prayer before we close out the Shabbat, before we open the Shabbat. And my portion of closing the Shabbat is basically that prayer.
We jokingly say sometimes that if all Africans in America were to come to Israel, that we'd have to find somewhere else to go. And that's simply because they would bring with them that lifestyle that is certainly a death style, a culture that allows the denigration of women, that has cultivated violence, etc. When you talk about race, we're not racially exclusive. We're very inclusive. In fact, race for us is a false construct. It's a social construct, but it is not a biological construct. On the surface, we're all pretty much the same. The criteria would be that they would have to live according to the guidelines that have been established to make this what it is. No racism, no gangs or gang warfare, no guns, no ghetto or ghetto mentality, no child abuse, no drugs or drug dealers. No prostitution, no women beating, no homelessness, no hunger, no alarm systems, no locked doors, no burglaries, no gambling, no smoking, no profane music, no alcoholism, no chemicals in the foods, no eating of dairy products, no synthetic clothing, no jails or prisons, no lying politicians, no democracy, no freedom of religion. No looking at the U.S. as a land of opportunity. You have to always remain focused on what it is that we came here to do and what it is that we must remain locked in on in order to give humanity a chance. It's all about lifestyle. It's all about who adheres to these principles, which we know give us life. And we're saying this is the formula.
I do have children. I have 12 children, ages 7 through 47.
Show our appreciation and thanks to Yah Israel for this great victory, because surely we know that his hand was in this.
I feel that we have been able to maintain the vision and keep the youth focused on the vision, at least a majority of them. But truthfully, we have lost some of our youth to the external influences.
Our greatest challenge in recent years and for the future is to remain aligned with our purpose. And our purpose, again, is to be a light unto the nations. That was the prophetic role of the children of Israel, to be that light, to be that source of intellect and inspiration to other nations that are looking for a way out of the gloom and darkness.
Every society has its generational changes. And within the kingdom, I'd say prophetically, some of those children will be lost.
How do I pass on to my children how I felt growing up? What do I want them to feel now?
You have a lot of temptations. Everything that's thrown in your face to seem so beautiful and shiny and perfect in that world is something that you automatically attached yourself to. You like it, so you're trying to see where could you get more and how good does it get.
Because growing in community is something you only know. You don't know nothing else.
It's a lot of things that people can teach you. It's a lot of things that your parents can teach you. And once you get of age, it's your choice.
We chose this. We were there. We chose this. The majority of our children have been born here. So it's almost like an automatic thing.
So you have those that want to go and see. So they go and they see.
Children can be daring, but they find out through their life experiences, as we did, the right way.
And the reality is that over the years, sure, we've had people to leave. We've had people to get disillusioned. But at the same time, we're gaining new adherents globally who are at the point of realizing that, hey, we need a new direction for our people.
I feel that our motivation, is our strong point. We're motivated by the love factor. Our love for our people, our love for the planet, our love for the fowl of the heaven, our fish of the sea, our love for the ozone, the air, the rivers, the lakes. And I feel that that is our great motivation that causes us to continue on and to keep them focused on the reality of what they must do in order to restore a paradise on this earth.
Being in the Village of Peace doesn't mean that there's a complete absence of conflict, but there's an ability to deal with it. And peace for us is built on the idea of integrity, built on the idea of being whole and one and truthful with one another. And when you have those elements intact, you get to peace.
When I go and I see the family members and go outside and see my sisters and my brothers, I mean, what more could you ask for?
I just love the idea that he allowed us to come back and walk once again in the Holy Land.
Do I consider myself being African American? I do not. African Hebrew? Absolutely.
I'm gonna give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, if you pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand them on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Bayesian Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BayesianVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BayesianVibesRadio.com. Click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BayesianVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BayesianVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BayesianVibesRadio.com.
Don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Bayesian Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BayesianVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious Vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
It's easy to think that Europe was so successful in taking over the world because they had like better ships or guns or whatever. But when you actually look at the whole story, you see that it was actually just a perfect storm of technology and timing and ideology and religion, of a few key inventions. And what I want to show you in this video is that one of the biggest reasons that Europe was able to take over the world is because of the invention of the modern corporation. A collection of people who don't know each other, but who pool their money together for the same goal. Extracting resources from faraway places. So this is part 2 of how Europe stole the world. Hey, before we dive into this story fully, I need to tell you about the sponsor of today's video who made this video possible, which is Policy Genius. Policy Genius helps you get life insurance. Kind of a topic that none of us want to talk about, but it's a topic we should talk about because life insurance is very important. True story, I was doing a Policy Genius sponsorship last year and in the middle of the sponsorship realized, wait, I need life insurance. And I literally went to my own link and signed up for life insurance for me and my wife. It's a true story. Getting life insurance used to be kind of hard, but Policy Genius has modernized this process by making it easy to browse lots of different plans from lots of different insurance companies. They have no incentive to recommend one more than the other. They literally just take your information, make it super easy for you to see the plans available to you. Like seriously, this was a really easy process. I didn't have to go into some doctor's office. I didn't have to do anything. I literally filled out a bunch of stuff, talked to someone on the phone, and before you know it, I'm seeing the different plans and I'm being explained how they work. The thing that convinced me the most, I think, was that life insurance is way cheaper when you're young. And so now is kind of the time to do it, to like lock yourself into a good policy at a good price. With Policy Genius, you can find life insurance policies that start at $17 a month, and that's for like $500,000 of coverage. There's no weird fees, and they're not like gonna go sell your information. I mean, there's a reason why they literally have thousands of 5-star reviews on Trustpilot and Google. No one wants to talk about needing to use life insurance, but your loved ones deserve a financial safety net, and you deserve a smarter way to find and buy it. To start comparing quotes and simplify insurance buying, go to policygenius.com/Johnny Harris. Link is also in the description. Thank you, Policy Genius, for supporting this video. Let's dive back into how Europe stole the world. Okay, quick catch up on where we are in the story. In part 1, we talked about how Spain and Portugal went out to get in on trade and accidentally ran into a bunch of land they decided was unclaimed, and it turned into a big race to see who could take over as much land as possible. After about a century of this, other Europeans start to take notice of this model of expansion. And they realize that it's a great way to enrich your country. Some of these countries have been dabbling in imperialism, but in the early 1600s, it was time to get serious. The first to follow suit were the Dutch, who were becoming really good at navigating water and making maps and doing business. They decided to follow Portugal's lead and go around the bottom of Africa, stopping right here at the very tip in what today is known as Cape Town, South Africa. They established a permanent colony of white settlers whose descendants would go on to become a major part of South Africa's history. The Dutch used their prime position in Cape Town to restock on their way to Southeast Asia, where they were trading for spices with local empires and claiming serious amounts of land in what is today Indonesia. Around the same time, at the start of the 1600s, we see the next kingdoms trying their hand at large-scale imperialism. Meet the two rookies on the block, England and France, who would go on to actually cause a lot of trouble on the world map, but for now they're just getting started. They, for the most part, followed Spain's lead, going west for the Americas, though England sent ships east at this time as well. Anyway, here in the Americas, they showed up and, like colonizers before them, found lots of land and lots of people living on that land. Kind of inconvenient. These aren't real people, right? They don't actually own this land, you can hear the English people like sort of saying to themselves. So they came up with a new, very useful tool. It was a mental tool. In addition to guns and smallpox and alliances with local tribes that helped them divide and conquer the locals, Europeans also developed a complex set of legal philosophies to convince themselves that these people were not, in fact, capable to claim any land. After all, they were foragers. They didn't farm. They couldn't own this land because they didn't use it for productive means. They were subhuman, or at least non-civilized, so they do not deserve to own property. Very clever, very effective. And so now you see the next layer of ideological thinking that was required for these Europeans to justify their land theft. It was the need to dehumanize the people living on these lands. Here's a letter from a British settler who describes North America as a wilderness, quote, where none inhabit but hellish fiends and brutish men. This dehumanizing paired really well with another ideology that was very popular at the time, Christianity. A religion that told its followers to go out and preach to everyone so that they can be saved. Perfect. We have these unrefined, brutish, fiendish men, and we have Christians who have the power to save them. Anything is possible now. So by the late 1600s, the colonizing project is fully underway. A lot of Europeans are getting in on this, but here are the major players. You've got Spain and Portugal, the OGs, and then you've got the Netherlands, France, and England. We need to make one thing clear, that the major reason why these European empires were so successful so quickly was because they were really the first to start trading by sea in the Western Hemisphere. So while Jesus and saving and whatever was a big part of the justification of Europeans going out and feeling entitled to take land, he became less and less of a part of the picture, especially for the Dutch, who basically were just like, who cares about Jesus? We want profit. And this is the next phase of the story of how Europe took over the world. We'll call this chapter Private Empire. And frankly, it's one of the most important things to know about this history. Remember that European imperialism started as a desire for trade, to trade with big empires in the East. Then, surprise, we found all this land, we'll call it unclaimed, and we'll start claiming it while dehumanizing the natives in the process, remember, okay? A lot of that was funded by governments, like kings and stuff. But eventually, the citizens themselves of these places realized that they could make a business out of this. And again, this is where the Dutch wrote the blueprint. So now, instead of asking the ruler for support, they could just get together a bunch of people and form a corporation, like the first corporation ever, the Dutch East India Company, which would fund private voyages. And you, a random Dutch person in the 1600s, could buy this share, a little portion of that company, to get in on a little bit of the profits. But if the profits are big enough, then everyone wins. Welcome to the era of corporations. So now you have the Dutch with their new Kickstarter campaign, crowdfunding their private empire, totally exceeding their goal. And these Dutch corporate sailors set out on the tried and true routes that they already knew, arriving to Indonesia, where they showed up not to convert people to Jesus necessarily, but to harvest cloves and peppers as efficiently as possible, and to come home and to sell them for a profit and fatten the pockets of the shareholders who funded the whole journey. This isn't like a surprising novel model to us today, because this is how the world runs. But at this point, this was a new invention. Oh, and the government secretly loved this. They could give the company some military power, kind of ignore the details of exactly how it was all going down, and still ensure that their country got in on the world's riches. And these corporations leveled up really quickly and became basically little private empires with the ability to take over land, build bases, and establish relationships with locals, not for the prestige of like a king, but so that they could make more money for their shareholders. It was the private investors who helped them get really big, really fast, all through this invention of the publicly traded company. And again, it all started with the Dutch East India Company. And just like any startup, they were more nimble than the clunky old government. They had good funding, they were private, they were fast, they had an ability to undercut competition. All of this allowed them to dominate this region when it came to taking over land, harvesting stuff, and bringing it back to Europe. And because they were the best operators, they eventually became the kingpins of all spice trade in Europe. Things like black pepper, nutmeg, cloves. All of this because of the countless trips that they were taking between the East Indies and Amsterdam. Okay, but it wasn't just the Dutch. The British also got in on this private empire idea. Let's see here. This map. It's the map of all of the British private companies and their spheres of influence. The government doesn't own these places. This is like government supported, but by and large, private companies. Profit-seeking businessmen looking for stuff that they couldn't get in their own country, going out and finding places where they could. Over here in North America, you have the Virginia Company, who's like going hardcore on tobacco, and then its sister company, the Plymouth Company. One was funded by a bunch of Londoners, and the other, the Plymouth Company, funded by a bunch of rich dudes in Plymouth, England. Their job was to colonize land and to build a business in the New World. And then, if you look over here in the East, you see the British East India Company, who got really good at taking over giant amounts of land in India. The French were doing the same thing. They had their own West India Company that was colonizing the Caribbean to grow and sell sugar, and many, many more. Private empire was such a powerful accelerant to imperialism because it got all of these private empires to compete with each other and to get better and more efficient and to practice their conquest. Repetition, fueled by profit-seeking people. They developed amazing skills and they drew maps. A lot of beautiful, beautiful maps. As a map nerd, this is where I start to like perk up. I notice around this time, like sort of late 1600s and then the 1700s, European maps start to fill out with more detail, with more accuracy. Because after all, the more you can depict on paper, the better blueprint you have to conquer land and exploit it. So by the 1700s, Europe is now a different world than what you saw in the 1400s. You start to see kings living in insane excess. Tea and coffee and chocolate and tobacco and sugar. They have access to so much stuff. And perhaps most significantly, it wasn't just for the ultra-rich, it was a new middle class, the mercantile class of merchants who were getting rich off of all of this new commerce. There was suddenly abundance. And with abundance comes time. Time to sit around and think about art and science, all while sipping on coffee harvested from faraway lands, stimulating these European brains to invent new ways of measuring things, to observe the world, the stars, to manipulate nature to make life better. And the competition between these private empires just grew. And like with any profit-seeking competition, these companies needed to keep leveling up how much wealth they could extract from these places, how much land they could take over to meet demand back home. Until eventually they turned full on to the most horrific version of profit-seeking imperialism. Stealing millions of people from, most notably here in West Africa, taking them to their new colonies and forcing them to work. Stealing and trading humans and forcing them to work was not anything new to this continent. Islamic and African slave traders have been doing this for a very long time. But it was here in the 1700s, in this context of private empire, that things really start to pick up. As these European empires, mostly England, Portugal, and France, took it to a new level to fuel their highly optimized, shareholder-fueled private empires. So optimized that the slave trade itself was outsourced to a private company, at least in the case of England. It was imperial profit-seeking efficiency at its finest, and most horrifying. You can almost hear the glee and greed in the voice of one English slave trader who wrote, quote, "What a glorious and advantageous trade this is. It is the hinge on which all the trade of this globe moves." But Europeans are starting to become really enlightened at this point, right? Like they're starting to think through like human rights and like equality and starting to lay the groundwork for like democracy. Yes, but remember that these Europeans had ideas in their minds that were planted hundreds of years earlier. Ideas that allowed them to invent things like the New World and unclaimed land that actually belonged to them. They applied a lot of those same ideas to the slave trade. A lack of Jesus, a lack of white European culture and technology, making these people inferior, in need of saviors to make use of their land, their resources, and their bodies. Okay, but let's just be clear about what's happening here. Yes, this is about profit. Yes, this is about ideology. But this part is so damn important to me because this is the foundation upon which our modern world is built. In this moment, these empires were actually building structures in our minds. Structures that define who has power, who is worth something, who gets resources, who is permitted to lead, to exploit, to benefit. These structures were defined by force, by profit, by greed, and they totally worked. They put Europeans on top, giving them the prosperity and resources to fuel scientific, cultural, and political revolutions that allowed them to keep holding on to that power, to keep exerting domination over others. Okay, yeah, I get it. Half of you just had like a conniption because of this like woke sermon that you just got from me. That's not what this is, okay? I'm trying to look at the history and tie it to today. How all of us live in a world that was built off of what happened during this time, the ideas, the movement of people that happened because of this private empire. That's not the woke mob, that's just like, what happened? Sorry. Even after the British people here on the east coast of North America wanted to break away from England and start their own country where, quote, all men are created equal, they still couldn't throw off the thirst for profits that slavery brought them. These structures were way too firm, so they kept doing it. The momentum of private empire was too great to slow down, at least not without a bloody war that almost ripped this young nation apart. So that's private empire, a huge part of Europe's ability to take over land on the map and reshape the world. In part 3 of this series, which is going to be the final part, I'm going to tell you what happens next when these powers reach every part of the globe, establishing an order that they control. How we talk, how we do our politics, how we trade, including some really good positive things that have made the world better. It's an order that was shaped by these forces of European imperialism, and it's an order that still shapes all of us today.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Go school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college, I'm a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize. Daddy land, stop this skylarking. When the fighting like dogs that barking. I'm up below the cell phone, start recording. They heat that they get to start parting. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Breathe it out. The same energy that you take to use the fight, same energy you could talk it out. You could say the word reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even. Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with the body. Be vegan. Violence sounds nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I gonna give you a thing called feel up your breasts. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com. Click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com.
Don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
Tune in in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean, and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Greetings and welcome back to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio, 246 Live. This is the morning show, the Global Independent Square, coming to you live from Bridgetown in Barbados. And I am your host, Philip Catlin Springer. And as we get this day started, the 8th day of December 2023, I look forward to hearing from a number of you today. We have today's GGRU Day, of course, as you know, the Global Grassroots University. And we will have our special guest, Dr. Anthony Richards, and of course, our usual moderators, Dr. Wayne Charles Summerall and Dr. Professor Clyde Phillips. We'll also be joined by Her Excellency, the one and only Charlene Ayers Bennett. And we thank you for your participation in our discussions, and feel free to reach out to us at area code 246-287-5211. I repeat, our WhatsApp number here in the station is area code 246-287-5211. And if that's international that you'll be calling us on, just add +1 in front of the area code 246-287-5211. And we haven't said it quick enough, and it's already giving me notifications. That's good. We want to thank you, each and every one of you, for getting up early with us this morning. We hope that you can get some good breakfast together and prepare your day as you get ready for whatever events you have planned for this day, whether it's work, school, or just leisure. We wish you a pleasant day full of health, and we wish you nothing more than just Godspeed and blessings in your life and that of your family. Today we'll be speaking primarily about agriculture, especially food for medicine, food for the things that will make you healthier. As not, let's say medicine, I'm not talking about, oh, you're sick, eat this here, it'll make you feel better. Yes, that too, but it's also about what you eat before you're sick. It's about how you balance your diet, what you consist your diet of. What is it that you eat on a daily basis, and how and when you should, the climate you live in, as in, i.e., what part of the world you live, because there's different foods that do different jobs, and depending on your geographical location, your foods might have to be slightly different. For instance, I lived in the Great White North for 40-something years of my life, and the foods I ate there, even though I still love them dearly, I find that here, you need a different type of diet to to keep you going. And as a result, when I came, I did not adjust my diet so much. Ended up with diabetes, which I'm now controlling through a combination of things, mostly diet, how you eat, exercise, how you play, and also some medication. I still take insulin from time to time, depending on how my blood sugar is functioning. But that has gotten a lot better, only because I think that I didn't quite know how to manage it in the earlier days, and I would just kind of do it, but not understanding that I had to eat according. I don't lack anything. I don't deny myself anything except if it is not prescribed through my biblical or religious understanding of things. So I pretty much consume whatever is consumable, but it's how you do it. Like, for instance, I've adopted a 1 meal a day policy. Usually around between 1 2 o'clock, I get pretty hungry. I've been up now since 1 o'clock this morning, 1:10, I think it was. No, 12:50, 10 to 1. I rose to go to the bathroom and went and laid back down and decided I couldn't sleep anymore. I'd had enough sleep for one night, and I started to do some stuff on my little contraptions that I have, and da-da-da. And then before you know it, it was 3 o'clock. Get the computer started up, get all the videos lined up and stuff. And then, of course, Sugar was able to reach out to me by just after 4 and says, Philly, let's go live. So I just hooked up and on and ran some videos until now. And we will run some more videos because we do have another 2 hours. Well, not necessarily. I keep forgetting time zones here. Some of our guests will be piling in here any minute now. Host Dr. Wayne, at least by 7, and Dr. Professor Clyde, and certainly Charlene will be chiming in anytime now. Well, that's not true either because it's 5:15 on her end, 5:16, so probably within the next hour. So it's just me. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna roll up some video here, man, and we're gonna watch a video. Probably some of you have already seen some of these. I don't think I put. Let me see if I have any new ones on here. Not necessarily, but they are fitting. And let me do something rather cheeky. We'll come back to that later. We'll go here.
What's up, family? This is your man, not your boy, Go Black to Africa. I want to show a video with you all how Europe is starting to bring out the sellers, the paintings back in the 1500s 1600s, and how they were depicted of people. Jesus, Mary.
Russian Icons by Father Vladimir Ivanov. I hope I didn't butcher that name, but this is a book that is highly coveted by different circles because it has the black icons. It has the history of black people in places like Russia, in Italy, in places all over Europe. This book can range from $1,300 to $3,000, so it's not an easy book to get. I actually borrowed this book from a friend, you know. But this book has a lot of interesting depictions in it. A lot of them pertaining to the Bible. Like right here, this is the Transfiguration of Christ, and you see it's black people in caves, I believe, what it looks like. It's black people in the whole picture, but this is knowledge that escapes black people here in America. It's definitely something that we would never see or never hear about in the educational system. Now, I'm pretty sure there's people that are black history college students majoring in black history or world history, and they never seen nothing like this before. At least not from the standpoint of Europe, you know. This is the crucifixion of Christ, and in it we see angels, black angels. The people surrounding him are black. It's very interesting because the images that we see are contrary to what we have known our whole lives, or what we have been taught our whole lives. You know, like I'll say it again, like these type of images of antiquity escape black people here in America, and I can say all people, for in general, just people in general don't know. I'm pretty sure there's plenty of Caucasian people and people of all nationalities that don't know the extent that black people covered the earth. And in many cases, like here, like what you see, were in rulership positions. Like this looks like a king This is George the Dragon Slayer right here.
Most of the icons of the museum here, and the ones that we've been discussing so far, are very old, part of the ancient tradition of Russian iconography. Anyone who knows anything about icons will immediately recognize this image as the Trinity, or otherwise known as the Hospitality of Abraham of Andrei Rublev. This is not the original. The original is in Moscow in Russia, of course, but this is a wonderful replica that was commissioned by the museum to hang here in Clinton. What we're looking at is three angels who visited, three strangers visited Abraham, and he showed them great hospitality, and they are seen as representing the three persons of the Trinity. And in this representation, we see Christ in the center. This band on his arm shows that he is a priest. And something to note, that even though faintly reproduced here, because this is as they appear in the original, which is in Moscow, we have the tree and the mountain bowing down to their creator. And this reflects the hierarchy. And also, if we look at the two figures, they're each looking at God the Father, because Andrei Rublev was a Russian, and we believe that the Spirit and the Son both proceed from the Father. Now, if I just show you another replica, we have here an icon, or a replica of an icon by another very famous iconographer. The Rublev dates from 1411, the original. This is by a Russian iconographer about 100 years later called Dionysius. And the thing to notice about this, and once again the original is in Moscow, is the stylization is very distinctive. And it's based upon line with very little modeling. And it's almost as if he's just colored in an outline. And that's very distinctive of the style of Dionysius. This is Christ in Majesty, one of the traditional images in the iconographic tradition. This particular one was painted in the 16th century. And first of all, just look at the size of it. This will have been in a very large church, high up, and people will have seen this from a distance. And it must have been very striking in its original position. We have the four faces of the cherubim, which are described in the vision of Ezekiel. And we have an eagle, an angel, a bull or an ox, here's the bull and the ox, and here's a lion. And as we know, these have come to represent the four evangelists, and the reason historically that the church chose to have four gospels was that each one corresponded to the four evangelists carrying the word of God out to the four corners of the world. And of course that is our hope, to be in heaven with Christ and participating in the beatific vision. And so when we see Christ, we will know him, and everything is revealed, everything is sharply defined. Within the halo itself, what we see are the letters that are equivalent to, in whatever language is used, of I am who I am. In Greek it might be the letters, which I think this is, of he who is, which of course is the same as Yahweh. Always in the icon of Christ, the halo has the cross within it. So if you're ever uncertain as to who the figure is, you shouldn't be really, but if ever you are, and you see that cross in the halo, then you know that you're looking at the figure of Christ.
Mi ha detto che si chiama la Madonna dell'Umiltà. E mi permetta di dire una cosa, ho pensato a lei, tanto umile durante il suo pontificato.
Grazie,
ci ha dato tanto esempio di umiltà, davvero, di tenerezza.
Non dimentichiamo. Grazie.
Ho pensato a lei.
E comunque, grazie.
Io non conoscevo questa la vocazione della Madonna.
Anche io.
Think about it, 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 think about it.
Caribbeans, we're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Go school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize. Daddy Lance, stop this guy larking. When the fighting like dogs out barking. I'm up below the cell phone, start recording. Then he said they get to start parting. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the sewer. Breathe it out. The same energy that you take to use the fight. Same energy you could talk it out. You could say the wrong reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even. Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with the body. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I gonna give you a thing called feel up your breasts. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. how to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com. Click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked. We got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com.
Don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious Vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Refer to myself that much. I think the way I consider myself, and the same way that I consider everybody upon this planet, we are an expression of a thought of God. We are an expression of the thought of God. I'm more interested in sharing with the general public what I do instead of what I am. Because what I am is a artwork in the making. Since I'm an expression of God and I have a certain understanding of the concept of life, and I consider that life is God sharing himself with me. So I am that expression of the thought of God with all the potentials that God's presence in my life make available to me. That's where I position myself. Where I'm born, where I'm from, for me is not important. It's what I'm doing now that is important. So I will honestly answer that I am an artwork in the making. But I have a purpose. I'm in this life to glorify God and to be a blessing to mankind. That's who I am. I'm here to glorify God and to be a blessing to mankind. So that's what I choose to be. That's what I choose to do. So I study medicine, I study psychology, I study nutrition. And I realized that it was important for me to combine them and not to approach medicine like everybody does. You see, what is important? Every doctor, when you're graduated and you get your diploma, I can tell you that there are universities that are well accredited than others. And some schools, they don't need accreditation, but the curriculum that they deliver is powerful. And what I've observed, that most of the schools that deliver the best curriculum, they are not accredited. And that's it. That's something very, very strange. Imagine, just to give you a clear understanding of what's going on with it. Imagine that an institution like the Brain Biocenter in New Jersey, created by Linus Pauling, Nobel Prize in Chemistry, and Nobel Prize for Peace. When Linus Pauling died, the Brain Biocenter has to shut its doors. They have to close. Why is that? Because as long as Linus Pauling was alive, you see the big pharma and all those mega institutions that fight the truth and the light, they could not overwhelm him because he was well known. But now that institution is gone. That's one of the examples. And you should know what the Brain Biocenter was doing. This is that you had teachers, doctors coming from Switzerland and from Europe to come to study, to take classes at the Brain Biocenter because Linus Pauling emphasized what we call the biochemical individuality. What does that mean? Biochemical individuality That means we are different biochemically. Some of us, we may need, let's say, 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C to function on a daily basis. But other people, just like us, may need 30,000 milligrams of the same vitamin C to function on a daily basis. And that has to do exactly what we call the biochemical individuality. Where in the United States or anywhere in the world are you going to go to find an institution that determines the amount of vitamin C that you need individually so that you can function without side effect? We don't find that. I had the privilege to receive classes from the Brain Bio Center. And that approach of Linus Pauling conflict drastically with conventional medicine. In conventional medicine, the concept is RDA, recommended daily allowance. The recommended daily allowance is the concentration of substance that you're going to take for the day so that you don't experience the symptoms. But Linus Pauling came up with RTA, recommended therapeutic allowance. The recommended therapeutic allowance is what your body needs to function without disease. That's different. To function without symptoms and function without disease, it's a big thing. So how do we address that? I'm trying to share that type of approach with you to help you know who I am and how I define myself. So I'm in search of that truth that takes into consideration your biochemical individuality. In my experience, I realize also that it doesn't make sense to practice medicine. And any doctor would be much more efficient and helpful to the community if they took upon themselves to educate the people. So what I chose to do, I created a company, Keno International, and that exists for the last 25 years in the United States. And I've been practicing also in Belgium, in France, in Paris, for several years. And I have more than 40 years of practice, 45 years in practice in the field. But I don't practice medicine. And I don't provide medical treatment with pharmaceutical drugs. What I do, I promote health through education. And when I do that this way, I empower every person, everyone to be in charge of himself. How many families, how many parents know about their body functions? How many parents know about the name of their body muscles? How many cervical vertebrae do they have? How many pair of cranial nerves do they have in their neck? Do we know those things? And we're living with this body for years and we don't know anything. You're going to get married and you don't know the anatomy of your wife. You don't know the endocrine system of your wife, her hormones. And you don't know which molecule in her brain attach her to you. Do you know when you tell somebody that you love that person, you trigger the secretion of a specific molecule called prolactin. And the prolactin is the molecule of attachment, of love, of loyalty. So as long as you tell that person that you love that person, you stimulate the secretion of the endocrine glands, and we call that the adenohypophysis, or the pituitary gland, if you could call it this way. You have the neurohypophysis and the adenohypophysis. So that gland is going to produce the prolactin, and that prolactin will create the attachment. This is who I am. That's how I define myself. I'm in a constant search of a better understanding of how that life works, and to give to everyone that I can meet, that I can be exposed to give them the power to take control of themselves while acquiring a better understanding of how their body functions. Any real good government should put in place a system to educate every human being, all families, about the functions of their body. If any child growing up acquire a objective understanding of the way his body functions or her body functions, don't you think that this child will develop a greater respect for himself? This body functioning silently, you have trillions of biochemical reactions taking place in the body, taking place silently. And you know that all those chemical reactions have to do with what you eat, with the way you think. Don't you think the whole world needs that information? That's who I am. And that's what I've been doing. So there's no need for me to practice medicine. You will see that there are simple things that you can do to take control of yourself. So I define myself by what I do. So that's the type of information I'm trying to bring to you to answer that question.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Welcome back to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio, 246 Live. This is the morning show, the breakfast edition of the Global Independence Square. We're here with you today until 1 p.m. as that's our cutoff time today. Very shortly, coming into the studio will be my moderator for the morning portion, Dr. Professor Wayne Charles Summerall. Also joining him will be our co-moderator, Dr. Professor Clyde H. Phillips. Also joining us shortly is Her Excellency, the one and only Charlene. Here is Bennett. And we are joined today by two very notable guests, Dr. Anthony Richards, who is in the area of agricultural proficiency. Agricultural, not only in the sense of what we eat, but also how we can use these plants to make ourselves well, make ourselves better from all the garbage that we consume and all the stresses and everything that we go through. So Dr. Anthony Richards will be here within the hour, and I believe he'll be in at 8 o'clock our time, which is about an hour and 7 minutes from now. And we're also joined by Brother Donald Baldacin. I hope I pronounced his last name correctly. And he was with us some 2 weeks ago, and very informative, very, very informative. We brought him back today in concert with Dr. Anthony Richards. And there may be one other guest haven't confirmed. I have not confirmed with my presenters whether or not that person is actually attending, but they've been in communication with the individual. And of course, there's you. You are an important part of this discussion. I'm also hoping that Dr. Kenny Bastian will be joining us a little bit later on, probably around the 8:30, 9 o'clock hour, as he has much to say also on this subject. I have reached out to him. It is not his usual day to present, as he is on Mondays and Wednesdays presenter here on the Global Independence, usually from 8 a.m. until usually 9, 10 o'clock. And of course, you know, he does a wonderful job, and he's been doing so, and he has quite a following that he brings with him. Plus, you, of course, are regular listeners who are always tuned in to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio, 246 Live. And we thank you for your patronage. Who else do we have dropping in on us today? Oh, Errol Griffith. My goodness, how could I be so slack? Brother Errol is due to be with us sometime after 10. Power of choice. Power of choice is significant, generated by His Excellency King Brother Errol Griffith himself. And he is a man of God and a very humble human being. And for that, I am most thankful to be a friend of his, and I value his contributions to the show and to my life for the past 20 plus years. So, with that being said, it is now 6:56 a.m. according to my time, and we should be rolling up within the next 5 or so minutes with our moderators, and we will be happy to start our conversation. While in the meantime, while we're waiting for that, let me make some announcements here. As you have been hearing from me along the way, we are having the UNIA here in January 5th to the 10th. UNIA is coming into town. I will be in communication with them in a couple of hours because I've heard from Yoshua yesterday. I just haven't been able to respond to him yet. I did acknowledge his outreach to me, but I have not responded to the question that he asked me. So I'll respond and also follow up on some other matters that need to be addressed. But they're coming into town on January 5 to January 10. And we are trusting and hoping that we can have some serious and productive representation here with them in their visit from our brethren and sistren who are interested in the history of the United Negro Improvement Association. The United Negro Improvement Association is the Garvey Foundation, which was established some over 100 years now, and it's still going strong despite his passing, transitioning into ancestry. And it is run by the President General, First Vice President General, and Ambassador for the Caribbean, Yoshua Camille, who will be joining us here in Barbados. Joshua and company will be coming in to Raymond Bouquet, and the President General will be coming to visit with me. And we're looking forward to those discussions. We're looking forward to meaningful and productive 5 days of working. And they will be here live with us on those 5 days for some of the time that they're here, because we do have to get some work done as well. And I'm counting on, well, there are a number of you out there locally anyway at this point, and any one of you in watching can follow up and see how you can get involved with UNIA by calling me or WhatsApping me at area code 246-287-5211. I repeat, area code 246. Phone number 287-5211. If that is long distance, add, or if it's international, you may add +1 246-287-5211, and that will come right into this beautiful baby here. And she's always on, so feel free to add me to your WhatsApp. It is a WhatsApp phone. You can add me to your WhatsApp, and you can send me a message. I am on the air till 1, so it's a lot easier to message me. But if you call, join the WhatsApp and call me, and we will be in that service into the afternoon portion of our shows, Monday to Thursday, so that you can call in directly. Yesterday, I had a caller call in and was quite involved in the discussion. And that caller had some very interesting comments to make, and very thoughtful and fruitful. And let me say, that's the kind of exchange that I look forward to with all. And I'm thankful. I had about 5 or 6 persons during the ARA presentation who, in fact, chimed in very, very graciously and very supportively to say good job and what a wonderful job you're doing, and the likes. And I was very happy to have heard from those folks. My good friend Emmanuel Murillia was one of those people, and I reach out to Emmanuel. I say thank you, Emmanuel, for your support of my show. Emmanuel runs his program Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays on YouTube and Facebook as well, Politically Incorrect. And I thank you, Emmanuel, for reaching out to me here live yesterday. And your comments were well received by the audience, as well as the guests and myself. So thank you. Also, chiming in was More Steve, who is also a presenter here at 246. He presents here on the 246 Major Bias Radio Network. And he has a very lively show that he presents in the evenings up there in Birmingham, where he is. And folks, when you have a chance, go on the website, check More Steve's times out, and please listen to his broadcasts, as his broadcasts are often lively and often yours truly, Philly Boy. Yours truly, Philly Boy, will call in and and say my piece. It's sometimes a lot more convenient to do it that way than it is to do it here. Not that I'm shy of it here, but there are different shows, different formats, different types of shows. But nevertheless, more Steve, good job. Thank you. Also, I will from time to time chime in on Sugar's show that, and I'll say my piece, or Sugar will call me if something is hot. He wants to put me on the spot, but I love it. I didn't get to chime in yesterday evening because I had some running around to do. I got some real estate matters that I'm dealing with that pending closings, and I had to go deal with those issues. As you all know, I do a number of different things. I have a real estate company that can find you property if you so choose, or we can build you a house if you so choose, or we can sell you a house and land combination, or anywhere so we can do all of that as well. So yes, I do that on my own for my own private developments, and I'm just finishing off one. Matter of fact, the very last lot in that development is now closing out. The last sale. It's not the last closing because there's others that was ahead of it that haven't closed yet. But the last sale in that development is due to close any day now. And on that basis, I often, when I dart out of here, whether it's 2 o'clock or 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I have to go sign documents or prepare stuff for the attorneys so that they can do their job. But we're also mindful, and as I said, I'm making it. So I want to also remind you of Dr. Bastian's book, which is available here at the Global Independence Square, as well as on the NTech Superstore. And you can find that out. You can just call me, call into the studio, get in touch with Charlene, and she will guide you. We're going to make that very easy for you, which is on together as far as your accessibility. I'm not a IT guy. Thank God I have some good IT people around me. But we have the NTech Superstore, which we are loading up our products on there now. We have on there also the Keltar products, which are worldwide distribution, and that is, I believe, 102 different products in that brand. We have, of course, Zoli Z, which we've featured yesterday for the first time on this program, and we had a lot of good response to Zoli Z. People were right. I promised that on 1,000, the first 1,000 sales, I will donate $5 and 5 backpacks, but I'll increase that. I'll donate 5 of everything that we do to various people across the network. That is for you folks, and I especially want you people that have children. I'm not saying it's but especially you that have little children that we want to give them some comfort. Man, go in here and order those things so that we can send and help those who are in need of help. A lot of that is going to also be directed to communities where you are. Communities where you are. It is not meant to come and fatten up somebody's big bank account and make you big and rich and all of that. I'm a socialist, folks. In case you don't know that. You might think that's funny that this guy who promotes so much business and involved in at least 26 businesses, 26 companies around various parts is a socialist. But I am. I've always been. I've always been. And people will say, look, how? Well, you know what? Because I live in a capitalist world primarily, I recognize that I have to function and I have to still have to put a roof over my head. I got to put gas in the car. First, I got to get the car. Then put gas in the car. When I go, I got to pay the restaurant bill or whatever. I got to buy clothes to wear. So there is an element of capitalism in me. But my primary focus in life is not that. My primary person is a socialist, one who believes in helping everyone within the sound of his voice. And I've done that all my life to my own detriment many times. Many times I have helped people that then I have empty hands. But God always sees fit to put back into Philly's hands. For that, I am grateful. And yesterday was no different. Funny enough, I got some people out there running around that's not very nice. And I'll say this now, I was not meant to rant on this, but they're not very nice because some people come and they borrow from you or whatever, and they think it's okay to not be forthright in that regard. And but I believe in Almighty God, and I'm not going to lift no finger to harm nobody's hair on nobody's head. But I'll put you in the hands of God, and I will leave it at that. That's my little secret safety weapon. Anyway, moving right along from there, we have also, which will be coming up next week, Synergy Worldwide, all the Synergy products for Arginine, chlorophyll, CoQ10. Those are just some of them off the top of my head. Magnesium, apricot, psyllium, zinc, all the products. We also have GNLD. They will be also next week. I'll be launching them on this channel as well. And there are various brand products that we can sell worldwide. And we want to keep you healthy. And while keeping you healthy, we want to be able to generate $2 to help pay for staff that is badly needed in this program, but also to help those out there in the community that needs and requires our help. And we are more than happy to do so. So those are the brands marketing here at the Global Independent School. And of course, the results will show for themselves. So that is January 5 to 10. UNIA is coming into town. We'll be assembling some business people here to meet with them. They are in the business world. They have a number of food outlets, supermarkets, grocery stores. I don't know if there's a difference between a grocery store and a supermarket, folks, but that's how it's grocery stores and supermarkets, gas station, even a hotel. They own flat in Africa as well as the Dutch Caribbean. I don't know why not the English, but that's why they're coming here to see me. And I'll be assembling a group of 20 to 25 people here locally to meet with them when they come in and to discuss how we can harness our resources better and allow for our people to make a better, more meaningful living from the efforts that they put out, especially you small farmers out there. Want to hear from you, want to see you, any co-ops, anything like that, because we will make arrangements to sell you through this channel to the UNIA so they can supply their various outlets their products. That is the whole idea of them having these particular outlets, and also expanding them into the Caribbean. There aren't any in the Caribbean yet, but we will expand those businesses all down here so that when you grow your goods and stuff that you don't have to ship it too far. It'll be right here in our backyard, and we can then grow for ourselves. That is very critical. So, Vice President General Raymond and I have had several dialogue on this over the past few months, and 5 or 6 months, and the three of them will be coming. I don't know if anyone else, but those three I can confirm will be coming because that's what's confirmed to me so far. And we will also look at other opportunities. If there's real estate opportunities available, whether it's hotel or Airbnbs or whatever, we will look at those as well. UNIA is wanting to put their roots back into the Caribbean. As we know, Marcus Garvey was from Jamaica and born, and he basically started his journey there. It didn't end there. Well, I guess maybe it is now, but ended in England, Britain, after all of the harassment and all of the humiliation and turmoil that this man's life was put in this man's life. For what reason? Because of ignorance of some people, because of supremacy of some people, because of governments that think that they have to rape, steal, pillage, and keep certain people down in order for them to have their little space on the global square. But that's a conversation for a whole nother day. In May, we will have the whole month of May will be the celebration of the Caribbean Afro Unity Festival, which will take the entire month, but the highlight of the month will be the period of between the 20th and the 25th to encompass African Liberation Day. We will have a number of events in that week, including Her Excellency arriving and some of the other notable celebrities that will be appearing here. We will have a number of activities during that week, some personal, some social, and some business, including an award ceremony. And we will be honoring some people who've made contributions in our community. I can think of Queen Mother, I can think of young Kimberly, and I'm sure that others will come to mind as I go along, but we are assembling that list of persons who are worthy of recognition, and Her Excellency my team committee will be recommending those persons to be honored by Her Excellency, and they will receive a Dr. Arikana Award of Excellence, just like the one sitting above me here. This is my Award of Excellence, Arikana Award, awarded to me only in September of this year at Howard University in Washington. So we will be conducting such an award ceremony here as well during that week. We want to have a speech by Her Excellency for the general population, those members and non-members, even though she will be having a reception with the membership. which will be more of a private circumstance, but we want to also have an opportunity for the general public to meet and greet Her Excellency. We are arranging those matters as we speak. Already have a couple of the venues booked. And we thank you for your support and any contributions that you can make towards that. It might be in the form of buying one of her books, Africa 101. We will also have that for sale. You can call me. I can sell you it either by ebook or by hard copy. And there'll be a number of them available at her when she arrives that she'll sign once you purchase it. We have Dr. Kenny Bastian will also be available during that time to also. You can buy his book here at 246-287-5211, the Global Independence Square, and the NTEC Superstore. Dr. Kenny will sign a number of those, autograph a number of those books for you, and they will be worth more than you can think for yourself and your body, your wellness, your health as you go along. So please do not underestimate the value of those happenings. And we will have also later in the year the 246 anniversary, which is April. We'll be having a cruise somewhere down in November. 5-hour Caribbean cruise. You're more than welcome to book your ticket. We will arrange with you to get that done. Also, my dear sister up in Atlanta, my chair of ADDI Atlanta chapter, is holding the American Afro Unity Fest in June, and I will make my very best efforts to get there, or at least have one of my people represent by being there, maybe Brother Roy or someone, Charlie. Also, we will have Brother Gabriel at P has a historical trip in July 29th in Ghana to August 11th. And myself and some of the team, Charlie, Roy, Marcy, and some of us will be heading for that 14 days tour. I'm told that I'm going to cry, but I don't know. That's nothing new to me. I cry all the time. But God is good. And as long as I'm crying for a good reason, I don't mind crying, Gabrielle. Yes. So those are some of the activities. I may have missed one or two since I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to, do this off of my head. And I think I do a pretty good job of that. But without further ado, I have in the studio at this time my co-host, Charlene Ayers Bennett, and my moderator, Professor Wayne Severall, and I'll be adding them to the screen momentarily as soon as I can see a picture of either one of them. They're there. I haven't seen Professor Clyde yet, which is, there he is. Oh my goodness, you're way down here, tucked away. How long you been there? We'll bring you in. I usually look for you real early. But you were way down at the bottom today, so I didn't see you off my screen actually. So without further ado, here's Professor Clyde. Greetings, Professor.
Greetings.
I didn't see you, man. You were tucked away so far that I didn't see you. Normally you pop up closer like the others, but today he was way down at the bottom. It's a good thing I scrolled to see you there. Greetings to the show.
Yes. So greetings, Chancellor. I have been within the last 24 hours.
The same problem again.
I have been involved in quite a number of matters, which of course I will want to speak about later on. But it is something that even though we would have spoken about in the past and we would have made a decision, perhaps we may have to rescind the decision we have made and go on another route, another direction. I'm speaking about the friendly neighborhood in which we live is no longer friendly again, but has become hostile. And it has now become my problem. It has become my problem. Why I should say it has become our problem. So up to about 15 minutes ago, I was essentially responding to some issues in nearby Guyana, Venezuela, as it relates to not only the conflict, but the most recent tragedy where a helicopter had vanished, and of course a number of persons were killed, etc. The latest this morning around 6 o'clock. So I was handling and responding to some issues over the last couple hours, hence the reason for my delay in the most important show on radio or on the internet, Bajan Vibes, every Friday from 7 a.m. So my apologies for the latest, but we have some major issues to discuss as we go along. Thank you, Chancellor, for allowing me to speak.
You are most welcome, sir. I myself this morning, this AM, when I woke up about 10 to 1 this morning, and I started work. And one of the things that, well, I had several videos that were in my inbox by that time, and several recommendations. There are very many people who are disturbed about the ongoing. I saw one of the things that caught my attention. I was aware of it yesterday before I went to bed, but when I woke up this morning, the 5 soldiers, Guyanese soldiers, who perished in that helicopter crash or whatever it was. It was a crash. I don't know if it was blown up or what, but that helicopter, I saw 5 individuals. I know 2 have been rescued, so that was 7 altogether, but 5 are confirmed dead in that particular incident. And that is 5 lives lost that I cannot feel comfortable about, because for what reason is this dispute existing? This has nothing to do with the well-being of Guyana, nor Venezuela for that matter of fact, Professor. This is about the same old oil and resources that somebody else wants to take, and they got to find a way to divide and conquer. I hear stories, commentary. I watched Jack Dio, I'm gonna call some names here now. I watched a video with him this morning in the 3 hours, talking points about how Maduro, the communist, undemocratic, and all of this, all the wonderful names that was labeled to Maduro. But he that lives in glass houses should have stones. I am not anti Chadeo, pro-Caribbean, and Venezuela has as much right to claim her sovereignty as does anyone else. And also the Black people in Guyana have the right to claim sovereignty and have the right to be treated better than they have been treated, even with this person who wants to now as somebody else. Now, I've always said I need to keep a certain decorum because of my own political involvements, and I try not to ever call people's names, especially when I'm on a show. But today I was incensed when I saw this video that I watched about 2 o'clock this morning, and I see the hypocrisy. I am a person who spent lots of time in Guyana. I have interest there, and I've been there dozens of times. And I've seen what happens to my people in Guyana. And I can also tell you that Georgetown is full of Venezuelans. And yes, maybe they ran because they didn't like what was going on in their country. But when you walk down Georgetown today, you better know how to speak Spanish, because that you hear that more often than you hear even the English language in Georgetown now. And many Guyanese have been marrying Venezuelans. That I know, because I have several friends and business associates who have married Venezuelan nationals, and they're living in Guyana. So this is not no place for no war and no dispute such as this. It's a little family squabble, a little thing that is created to exacerbate and to cause Maduro to look bad in his own country, not to defend himself, or to make him look like the monster that they're trying to paint, that he's trying to take over. So, but they didn't tell you about all the people lined up on the Guyanese side, the Americans that have been there for more than 4 or 5 years. They were there before COVID. I saw them with my own eyes, long before Maduro started marshaling his troops. And long before up to now, they don't admit that they're taking Venezuelan oil. Now, I probably have said more than I need to say at this point, but I concur with your feelings, and I'm incensed by the fact that this matter carried called a toothless bulldog. I don't even know if it's a bulldog. I don't understand how come you can have an organization that is supposed to represent all the countries in this region, but yet they never do anything except watch us get our asses kicked all over the place by every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Okay, maybe CARICOM needs to reassessed. Maybe just. So on that note, I'm gonna calm myself down here. Dr. Rain, it's good to see you. I realize you're having your little issues as you, but I'm glad to see you there, and I will I'll come back to you. Are you ready to go now?
Yes. Yes, I'm ready.
You got. I got you on two. Okay, that's better. Thank you. All right. So at this point, okay, I'll let you take over. I have Charlene there as well, but I don't know where she's gone. I might be scared her when I was so animated because of professors leading on this little family dispute that we have that seems to want to turn into a third world war. And I don't approve of that, and I don't agree with that. But I'm not sure that today is the day for me to have my say on that matter. So,
all right.
Again,
I know feelings. I know feelings are getting heated, so we gotta keep temper and Remember, today is Fantastic Friday. It may not start off very well, but today is
Friday.
Fantastic
It
Friday.
is TGRU Day. Fantastic Friday.
Correct.
I like that. I'm gonna coin that one.
So let's calm down. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. And yes, so we have some new developments that we have to be aware of. We'll keep it on the radar.
Is somewhat low. If you could talk more into, I'm not sure why, but on my system you're very, very low.
Very low. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but it's still low. But go on, do your best. We'll figure it out as we go along. Maybe I have to turn it up on my end. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So tell me how you hear me.
That's a good spot. You're in the perfect spot right there. Don't move from there. You're in the perfect spot.
I try not to move.
The director as well as the moderator, all at the same time. Okay. So go ahead.
Right. Okay. So essentially then today we've been brought up to date with recent developments, things that are happening around us. We have to be very careful because remember we are saying this is a family and families have little disputes, but families need to stick together, need to work together and solve our problems together. So we keep that in the background. We will probably talk a little bit more about some of these developments a little bit later on. But today, we have a special program where we have Dr. Anthony Richards, who we expect to be with us at 8 a.m. To talk about agricultural education, training, and development. And his supporting cast will be Dr. Donald Balde was saying, who will join us at 9. Right? That's the program for this morning from now until 10:30. And the reason for it is that last week we spoke about food as medicine. We recognize that these skirmishes that we have around the globe are a challenge to food security. And therefore, we need to pay closer attention to what is happening in the world of food. How good are we at food security? This will be critical for us in the next couple of years. That is because of our food import bill, but more importantly, what are we doing with our lands as we pursue what we deem to be development? And so it will be very interesting this morning to hear from our guests what's happening on the ground. Very often we are concerned with things that are happening around us without really recognizing that things are happening on the ground that we need to be taking better note of. And so Professor Clyde will introduce Dr. Richards when he comes in. But perhaps, Professor Clyde, you can sort of set the stage before Dr. Richards comes in so that our guests will have a sense of the kind of discussion we want to have and, you know, what are we thinking about generally speaking, and then our guests can be very specific when they come to what they're doing with their programs, what they're doing with their experiments, and so on and so forth. So, Professor Clyde, over to you.
Thank you.
Check your mic, Professor Clyde. Right.
Thank you, Principal Wayne, for setting the stage for my response. Just to close off on what the Chancellor would have said before you came in. Chancellor, you can add one more to that 5, because about an hour ago, the 6th person has died in Guyana. So it is 6 dead now as such. And also, Principal Wayne, just to add and close off what you have said, it is now beyond a family squabble. And as I would have shared with the principal, with the Chancellor before you came in, I now have a personal interest in adding value to the solution to what is happening in the region as such. So as you correctly say, today may not be the forum for that, but it is now in our backyard, and we have to deal with certain things. So I thought I would just close up on that. And on a related topic, eat what you grow and grow what you eat. One of the phrases that was bandied about 2 or 3 years ago. Eat what you grow and grow what you eat. The other phrase was 25 by 25. 25% reduction of the food bill in the region by the year 2025. The other phrase is that the Caribbean is the sickest society is one of the sickest society in the world. I have used these three phrases because these phrases came from eminent persons in the Caribbean. The first phrase, eat what you grow and grow what you eat, was by the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Right Honorable Mia Mottley. I fondly call her Mama Mia, and but her correct title is the Honorable Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley. The second phrase, 25 by 25, that's 25% reduction in the food bill in the region by the year 2025, was made by the President of Guyana, Dr. Ifal Ali, but I fondly call him Papa Ali. And the third phrase, the Caribbean is one of the sickest societies in the region, in the world, was made by the Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles. All of these phrases are correct, and all of these phrases are interconnected. Because over the years, we have been misdirected, we have been miseducated, that once it came from away, it is good. And away in those days were anything north of the equator. United States, Canada, US, anything north of the equator, it is good. Not knowing that it is poison we have been importing. Not knowing that things that come in tins and plastic and cans are sometimes expired items. But because it is packaged good, because it looks good, because it smells good, because it tastes good, we have essentially assumed that taste. I remember a couple of years ago, I did a lecture in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I was on one of the talk shows in the night, whereby, if you know St. Vincent, because of its volcanic soil, the volcanic nature of the soil, quite rich. If you stand on one of the hilltops in St. Vincent and you look down in the valley, it's just pure green nature you're seeing. Potatoes growing. I remember a request was made to St. Vincent by an American company. Send us your potatoes and we will send you potato chips. We will send you back potato chips. These naturally grown potatoes in the rich soil of St. Vincent, they were asked, the American asked, send us your potatoes and we will send you back potato chip. Of course, as far as the children are concerned, potato chips is nice, it tastes nice, it smells nice, and all of these things. Not knowing it is poison. Bear with me, Principal and Chancellor, because this conversation is going somewhere. This miseducation that we have had, we have to turn it around. The war in Ukraine, Russia, it is affecting the food chain and all of these things. I'm not even speaking now about what is happening in Israel and Hamas. Given that situation, we are well poised in the Caribbean to address the issue of food security, feeding ourselves, being healthy, and all of these things. We are well poised. Why are we well poised? One, we have the landmass to do so. The Caribbean being comprised from Belize in the north, landmass, to Guyana and Suriname in the south, landmass. We do have the area to do so. The second, we have the people. We have skilled people. We have knowledgeable people. We have competent people who knows what to do. like our guest this morning, Dr. Anthony. And I'm sure if you go through all of the islands in the Caribbean, we'll find a Dr. Anthony Richard who knows what to do as such. What is the reason why it is not happening? It is exactly what will be happening in this region as far as that conflict between Venezuela and Guyana if we as a people do not do what we're supposed to do. These three statements I made in my opening remarks, the statement from Mama Mia, the statement from Papa Ali, and the statement from the Vice Chancellor. We all know that these statements are made by them, but they are not in a position for implementation. We are, the people are. We have to understand that the leaders will make statements. But we as the SMEs, we as the subject matter experts, we as the people who understand what's happening, we have a responsibility to hold the leaders responsible and say, hey, leader, you said so and so and so, and we are going to do so and so and so. That is the conversation. And in fact, this is probably one of the tenets and one of the foundation of GGRU, Grassroots University. You know, even 2 days ago, someone mentioned to me, they said, Professor, Grassroots at University, how come you put it in the same sentence? You know? Okay. It may be an oxymoron, but this is what Grassroots University is about, because we are going to change the system from the bottom up. As a matter of fact, I clearly explained something. I clearly give an explanation to the person. I said, it is not the University of Grassroots, no. It is Grassroots University, and there's a difference. It is not the University of Grassroots. No, it's not. It is Grassroots University, because the University of Grassroots is a top-down approach. Grassroots University is a bottom-up approach. You have to understand these things. So, Principal, thank you for allowing me some introductory remarks. I'm excited by our guest. I'm excited by what we will be doing. The objective is to take what our leadership have already stated and implement what they have stated. The leadership, in fact, there is, I would have shared with the Chancellor probably 2 shows ago that change occurred in the Middle East by the Arab Spring, where the people decided what they wanted. The people decided that, look, this is not what we want. We want this. And the Arab Spring movement ensured that at least 4 systems, 4 governments came down. 4 powerful governments came down. We are not involved in toppling any government. That is not what GGRU is about. No. This is a region of peace. We are not involved in toppling government. What we are involved in is ensuring what the government says, it is implemented. That is what it's all about. And in this case here, the governments in the region is speaking about food security, and all of these things, health, and all of these things. And we, the people, are going to ensure that happens. Thank you, Chancellor, and thank you, Principal, for allowing me these comments.
Thank you very much, Professor Clyde. So yes, we putting things in context, and therefore the idea is to visualize this transition or transformation from a system of top-down to a system of development from below, which is essentially what Grassroots University is all about. How do we empower our people that they can seize the opportunities, wherever they may be, to grow some food, to plant. I remember here in Barbados too, former Prime Minister Owen Arthur had urged citizens to plant something anywhere you have land, the side of your house, at the back of your house, and so on, because we had moved away from the kitchen gardens and so on to buying food. And so I know in Trinidad, for example, you had experiments with planting in used tires, cutting drums and planting seedlings and so on and so forth. So in essence, what we are doing is seeking to go back to where we were when we were growing a lot of our own food before it became fanciful to import food wholesale, lock, stock, and barrel. And for us as citizens, that is part of our duty and responsibility, how to ensure that we have food security. Here in Barbados, we also had a famous lady, Kamita Fraser, who most Bajans would know promoted the idea of food and eating what you grow and so on. She made several trips to Trinidad. She was always back and forth and bringing things. She brought things like the pomerac to Barbados and those things planted and so on. And different fruits she would bring and expose so that they can have a good exchange and so on. So there were quite a number of people who were promoting food security in the region. It still happens to this very day. But to your point, Professor Clyde, we need to have a lot more traction and a greater momentum. And we need to hold our governments accountable to follow up on these policy initiatives that have been announced here, there, and everywhere. For example, we've heard recently that Barbados could be a good hub for agricultural redistribution in terms of disasters and so on and so forth. But I would think that we can go further than that. Why only disasters? Why not on a regular basis? President Irfan Ali has asked many Caribbean governments whether they were willing to come to Guyana and pursue some agricultural development in whatever area they so choose. There were very few takers. I think from Barbados, we did have, what's his name? Kiffin Simpson, I think, took up that offer and has been in Guyana for a while now and exporting to Brazil. And so why not other large farming producers or institutions who are so inclined to collaborate? And so we talk about collaboration, we talk about cooperation and so on, which is something that we struggle with in the region. And so we have been so socialized to go it alone that we miss these opportunities. And I think this is what we have to do, we should be doing, to ensure that, there's more food produced, that our youngsters get to know how to produce food, how to make it a lot more exciting, bringing in technology and so on. It's not just strictly a fork and a hoe and those kinds of things. The old idea, the old pictures that people have, mental constructs that people have in their head, is so much more dynamic. What's happening in let's say, the Netherlands, how they've used technology, what's happening in other places that have used technology, right? So there are a number of things to talk about. And whilst we look at those things, we have to look at the other side of things where there's a move afoot for people to buy up all their lands. Big business buying up all the lands and so on, that will put our farmers at risk. And what is the agenda? That agenda seems to suggest that they want to control our food as well. And if they control our food, well then, I don't know what's going to happen. In the United States, we know that those farmers cannot survive without state subsidies. Cannot. Yet we have been exposed and pushed under the bus because we have to do it by ourselves. But we need to look at the big picture. There's one man who's buying up all the lands in the US. Why is that? We can't miss these things that are happening around us because they're going to come back to haunt us. What is the purpose of that? And so what are we doing knowing that these things are happening? Are we getting ourselves prepared? Because it is coming. Just as we look at what is happening next door on our borders, this may sound far away and far-fetched, but it will come. We need to be ready. And so these conversations that we're having now is for public awareness, public education, public sensitization, so that we can be aware of what is going on around us and not be distracted. And I think that is part of the conversation we must have. Professor Clyde, please come in. Come in.
Yes, and Principal Wayne, this is exactly, you have touched on a key point here. This is exactly why I am excited, why I am revved up, why I know that the purpose and the objective of Grassroots University will be successful. Because if the people do not know and the people do not understand what we are speaking about, what you have just explained there, persons buying up land and, probably in the next couple of years, the story may change. If the little people on the ground do not understand these things, it will be the same old, same old. And one of the objectives, one of the things that we must do in Grassroots, with Grassroots University, is to ensure that the persons at the lower end of the economic ladder, they understand these dynamics. The truth is, Principal Wayne, a large percentage, and 2 weeks ago or so, I sort of give the average percentage of the three layers as far as the population is concerned. Back in your days and my days, we used to talk about upper class and middle class and lower class. But now we are speaking about the 5% and the 20% and the 75%. And the 75% are the lower class, what we now call the voting population. Sometimes the voting population, they are called by derogatory terms no-brainers, because they are influenced when election come, all the nice talk and all the pocket change that they get from the politician to vote for them. We have to change that by educating, providing the necessary information to this 75% so that they can make informed choices. And this is exactly the purpose of GGRU, to provide guidance for that 75% to make informed choices. We cannot tell John Public what to do, but we can give him the tools so that he can decide what to do. Right now, that 75%, they are influenced by wrong choices, or the choices that they make is totally wrong. The purpose of GGRU is to provide that 75% with the information that they need so that they can make their choices as such. Thank you, Principal, for allowing me to support that point that you made.
Yes, Professor Clyde. And that is very critical, because without without knowledge, people perish. And so our role is to provide that knowledge, provide that information, provide those insights, to provide the tools that will help people to make more informed decisions. That is our role, that's our function, because remember, we are providing an alternative paradigm, a different way of looking at things. a way in which we empower people so that they can do things. They need to know that they can do things and not be totally dependent and appear to be helpless, waiting on people to do things for them. They are active agents, active change agents, and they have to play their part. That's what citizenship is all about. You know, you said a very interesting thing earlier on, separating grassroots university from the University of Grassroots. And I was smiling to myself when you said it, because I said, oh my goodness, this is very interesting. And it reminds me of the former Prime Minister of Trinidad, the first Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Eric Williams, who had, you remember Woodford Square?
The University of Woodford Square.
yeah. Grassroots as there's no other way. Up to recently, somebody told me that they passed through there, and in those years, you passed through Woodford Square, and you would sure to get some debates and so on. What's going on in the country, and so on. We have lost those kinds of people empowerment. You know, people debating what's going on, what do you think will happen next, what should we do about this, X, Y, Z, and so we don't find those kinds of debates anymore. So we have lost our way in the sense that we have either given up or found it to be totally outside of our league, as you were just saying, upper class and lower class, and we stratify the society without recognizing that we are still all one, right? And therefore, what we do at home, let's say in TNT, or what we do here in Barbados, is going to affect all of us in the region in some form or fashion. And therefore, those kinds of public debates and discussions are important for us to get a better sense of our capability as well as our capacity to do things. And that is what GGRU is promoting. We have the capability. We have the capacity. Sometimes we need a little bit more collaboration so that we can share our resources, share those skills and the knowledge and the experience and expertise. But it's here, we have it. We may not know about it because we're not talking about it. And so this is what we're trying to do, promote it so people say, whoa, okay, I didn't know that I could get this from next door, or I could go there and get it, or there's somebody who can teach me how to do this, or I could do this myself. I never thought about that. And so that's what we're trying to do, promote, to empower. And I'll give you an example. I remember a guy wanted to do something in environmental science, and he was looking at air quality and so on. And I said, ooh, very interesting. And this was what, 1980s? It was new on the horizon. And he said, well, I have one concern. I said, what's that? When I come back, I might not have a job. And I said, is that what you're worried about? I said, look at it this way. You go there and you get that skill, that technology. It's not here right now. Nobody's looking at it right now. But I bet you when you come back, there'll be people who want those skills, who need that service. I said, and there's nothing to be afraid of. If you don't get the job, if your people who you're working with currently don't see the need to take you back up, then you need to move on. You can start your own business. And guess what? He came back. And he found that, those things were happening. And I had said to him, I said, listen, go to TNT. All the industries are there. Industrial cleaning, this cleaning, environmental cleaning, all kind environmental impact assessments and so on. I said, you have jobs galore. Come on. You have work until your work can't done. He came back to see me. He said, well, I'm finished and everything. And it's looking kind of shaky here. And I'm off to Trinidad. I said, excellent. And he's up and down the region right now in high demand. So sometimes, sharing a story, encouraging somebody is part of the empowerment process. Sometimes they've never heard it before. So when you say that to them, it's like, whoa, okay, yeah. So Professor Clyde, come in. I see you want to share some with us.
Yes, and I am really happy by that story, that example, that experience you have just shared. Because on one of our morning shows in Trinidad and Tobago a couple of days ago, a leading authority, as a matter of fact, Dr. Fuad Khan had been our Minister of Health in Trinidad and Tobago, quite competent, quite a competent doctor such. And I was pleasantly surprised to know that he is not only a competent medical professional, but he's also he can also speak about social issues as such. And I will be asking the leadership of GGRU to invite Dr. Fuad Khan, the former Minister of Health of Trinidad and Tobago, to perhaps come on our show at the appropriate time, because what he spoke about has relevance to what we're doing. And he was speaking about the epidemic now in Trinidad and Tobago as far as domestic violence and killings and all of these things, which is also occurring in Guyana, where the men do not know how to handle relationships as far as their counterparts are concerned, because over the years there was a trend that the women were in the leadership light. It was the women who were graduating from school and all of these things, and the men were felt as a lesser human. So the men revert to violence as a means to assert their power and all of these things. Okay, so we know that story. We know that story. But Dr. Khan put a different perspective, and I was well pleased because we are involved in solutions. We know what the problems are. GGRU is involved in solutions. And Dr. Khan stated that what is needed is to give our men folk an opportunity to progress socially also. Because traditionally, one of the reasons for the violence is because our men folk think that they have to compete with their wives or the girlfriend, because their wives or the girlfriend may have a BSc or a PhD and all of these things, but they don't have anything. So they have to now try to use other means to assert their strength. Hence the reason for these things. Much more to be said, but the point I want to focus on is this. We have a responsibility to give our men folk in the Caribbean an opportunity to also excel as their partners, whether their wives, their girlfriend, or whatever it is. Because the traditional route of excellence was through the academia. We are now saying grassroots university will meet you where you are. Whatever you do, grassroots university will meet you where you are and begin to micro-credential you. And within a short time, whether a short time is 1 month, 1 week, 1 year, 10 years, it does not matter. You will be a professional just as your wife. And I think that this was a beautiful suggestion that Dr. Fuad Khan made as far as dealing with the pandemic in Trinidad now, as far as domestic violence and killing and murders, which also I believe may be throughout the region. And I think that GGRU has a part to play whereby we can meet our men folks where they are as far as their academic standing is concerned and begin to hold their hand, give them hope, micro-credential them, and within a short time, they will have that confidence and boost to stand shoulder and shoulder with their wife. Dr. Khan made a patent statement, and he's correct. He said that the truth is, wives or girlfriends or partners, whatever you call them, really do not want to compete with their husbands or their boyfriend. The wives and the girlfriend know what they want is someone to stand with them, someone shoulder to shoulder. But if the wife or if the boyfriend or the husband believe that, look, they are less than their wives as such, that is where the problem lies as such. Thank you, Principal Wayne.
And that is very, very important. So what we are doing here really is trying to ensure that the whole person is addressed, by which I mean psychologically, socially, economically. You know, sometimes we compartmentalize. It's about the money, it's about the job. But the job, as you have said many times, Professor Clyde, you talked about Maslow's hierarchy. You know, we all have different needs and different motivations. So unless somebody can satisfy the basic needs, they can't move on to the next level, because first is food. Or somebody might want shelter. Somebody get, okay, like a real awful example, which is happening around this time, fires. The first thing you're thinking about is, where am I going to stay? Right? Is family going to pick me up? Is social services going to kick in? Am I going to stay by a neighbor? That's the first thing. Okay, so you get that. Then it's like, okay, so if it's you alone and you have children, then where's the food and so on and so forth. You know, so depending on where we are, we have different needs because we're humans. And so that description you just gave there of the so-called competition, that is a false dichotomy in terms of competing with the husbands and the wife and so on. But it comes back to, how do you feel? That confidence is the important thing. If you don't feel empowered, if you don't feel confident, then you feel less than a person, like you said. And so this is what GGR is trying to do, to ensure that at all levels, people are, their confidence levels are improved, encouraged, and we build on that so that they can have now alternative pathways to make good choices in their lives. And that's what it is. That's what it comes down to. So a big part of what we're doing is psychological. How do you feel in your mind? Do you feel you can do it? Our educational system, as you said earlier on, the miseducation has created a big gap in terms of those who are in academia, who are privileged and so on, who are seen as, perceived as privileged, versus those who are less academically inclined, who are now going to do skills, and we say, well, we separate them, or you go and learn a skill. And that is happening from the age of 11 or 12 or 13 or 14 or 15, somewhere in the teenage years. But, and as we said, Professor Clyde, when we had that conversation with our guy from the US in terms of plumbing, remember, was it Randy? And he said, all my family, from my father, my grandfather, great-grandfather, and so on, all of us were plumbers. He said, but the next generation, I'm very concerned because I don't see my son going into this, you know? So wherever we go, there are some gaps, and these gaps can lead to inequalities in terms of perceived social status. On the other hand, that plumber may be earning more money than the academic. You see? But unless you share these things, people might say, well, they may not know that. The plumber, the tiler, the mason, the whatever, maybe earning a lot of money, but we've never talked about those fields to say, well, okay, people can see that as an alternative pathway. They think that you're dunce. So only dunce people go into those fields. No, that's not the case. So it's how we create the narrative, the story that we tell. But if they were to be told, hey, you know, these guys can make a lot of money, these guys can do well, people might be more inclined to say, well, you know something? That is what I want to do. I want to learn that skill from early. I don't want to go through all the rest. Give me my maths and English. Let me get that under my belt. Let me go and do plumbing or masonry or whatever and so on. And create a business. You know, because it's not just working, but also creating a business is entrepreneurship right there too. So we might only see one side, but what we are doing at GGR is trying to give you the whole picture, a more holistic approach. So then you can make decisions as to, okay, is this what I want to do? Do I want to follow my father's footsteps? Do I want to create my own business? Do I want to create my own company, and so on and so forth? And these are the things that we need to talk about. So it is not just, and I like the fact that you brought that, because it shows you what's happening in the home. It's social, it's economic, it's psychological, it's cultural, it's all of those things in the mix. So you described a situation where the guys were using violence and so on. And I gave that story to my students one time. I said, okay, imagine you're in Jamaica and you're wondering why there's all this violence. So you have your girlfriend at home or your wife at home, and she has two picnics, and picnics crying. And you come back from outer road and you come back with nothing in your hand. What do you expect to happen? You must have a quarrel, you must have fights. Because the man is supposed to provide, and you come back with nothing in your hands, and the children screaming and hollering for food. You expect to be happy and say, okay, welcome home, darling. No. It's going to be a battle. It's only logical. We're only human, right? But if you come back with about 2 chickens in your hand, and she can make something. You have to come back home with something in your hand. She could stir the pot, and she could feed the children, she could feed you, and then everybody. Then she could talk about what we doing tomorrow now. You have a little time. But if you come back with nothing, what is a fight time you're coming to? It must be. And if you can't talk properly and negotiate and say, darling, we don't need to do all of this, it's a real fight. So I mean, your skills, your own personal skills are important. And if, as you said, the guy is not confident and she more confident, how you winning that battle? You can't win that battle. You're going to lose, right? So you need to come with skills. So we talk about social skills, not just the technical skills or the competency skills, but social skills as well, because you got to talk. It's not just going and putting on the tiles, or doing the plumbing, You got to talk to the people. What do people want? Can you do it? How can you do it? In what time? They might tell you, look, I could only pay $10. You say, what? All this work I do, you only want to pay me $10? You got to negotiate. No, ma'am. I can't do this for $10. You got to find another $90 to put with that. That's not good enough. If you can't talk now, then what's going to happen? So there's a lot of skills involved. And I think sometimes we have not done that in terms of being holistic, preparing the person for dynamic situations, like you said. It's never static. You might start with one thing and then it changes. How do you adapt? Right? So I think that is all part of the package that GGR is providing. Competencies, skills, but social skills as well. Very, very important for our people, especially the younger ones who have not been exposed to, a variety of situations. So their experiences are limited. But the more we share with them, they say, okay, I never thought about it like that. And so we give them a little bit more hope, a little bit more experience to draw on and so on. And perhaps I think that will help them in their life because, I mean, you're a great storyteller. I'm not as great as you. I'm learning. But that tradition is what we had, storytelling, right? And we have to continue this tradition. How do we do it so that the young ones now, I mean, they don't tell stories at all. They're strictly on a phone whole day. They don't even talk. Sometimes I think they're going to lose the power of speech just now because they don't talk, right? So even that we have to look at. How do we ensure that we can pass on these social graces and these social skills to them? So it's a bigger conversation, Charlene is here with us. So Charlene is smiling. I think Charlene wants to jump in and say something. So Charlene, any comments? I see you want to say something there. So let's hear from you whilst and then we go back to Professor Clyde. Go ahead, Charlene.
Well, so I've been listening to your conversation, so I can validate the female psychology part of piece of it that you're talking about. And really in the conversation, you're talking about how to give men social and economic mobility. And
absolutely.
And the technical education and the technical vocational skills is a way to do that. Because as you said, very early on, especially in the Caribbean, you're tracked in terms of your academic ability and your prowess. And if you perform well academically, there's a path to social and economic mobility through the universities and through the academic path. But if you're not, then you really shut out. Here in the US, I believe that technical education can really serve as an avenue certainly for African Americans or anyone who needs that alternative path. Plumbers here, a plumber would come to my home and would charge $90 an hour. $90 an hour. So as you said, Professor Wayne, a lot of times people in trades who work in trades like electricians, plumbers, they earn a lot of money. In the 2008 elections here, there was a guy called Joe the plumber, owned a small business. He was making over $250,000 US a year, and he represented a class of folks who made a lot of money, but they made a lot of money as small business people. So the point is that with GGRU and with the technical and vocational education that we would be offering, you have an opportunity to get trained as an electrician, as a plumber, in any of the trades, and be able to earn enough money to support yourself and your family in a way that could provide you dignity as a man. And what we're about is creating opportunity, and that is what you and Professor Clyde have described here today.
Excellent. Excellent. So it's providing opportunities, providing dignity, providing humanity, so many pathways. And very often we don't know about these things because we're not sharing the stories. And that's what we are all about here today, to make sure that we share these stories so people can get, little snippets, things that may be just what they're looking for today, to help them on their path to making the right decisions, to empowerment, to building that confidence, to making that step and say, you know what, let me stop feeling sorry for myself. Let me go and do this. Let me get started, and so on and so forth. And I think that has to be the sort of modus operandi for us, that we are empowering our people in many different ways. And I see that our guest is here. Yes. So, Professor Clyde, I don't know if you want to say something after. Oh, hi.
Dr. Samuel, before we introduce our guest, give me the opportunity to do one little thing, because sparked by Professor Clyde's entry into the show today got me all fired up here. I feel it necessary to speak about something dear and near to our hearts. Before we introduce our guest, Dr. Anthony Richards, let me play this little video here. It's a small video. It'll only take a minute or two, but it's timely and it is very, it doesn't do directly with the conversation. Well, it has to do with the conversation, but not what Dr. Richards will be speaking on, but what you gentlemen and myself have been speaking on before he entered the studio. So here we go.
Okay.
Listening to it in the lack again, laughing into the smoke on the track again. That's what's happening.
Hi, my name is A Miracle, and I choose to speak up and speak out against bullying with Zoli. Did you know that 20% of students will experience bullying one time in their life? Well, it's true, and that's why you should never let silence steal your voice. It's your voice and your choice. What will you do? I choose to say no to silence. Speak up and speak out against bullying with Zoli Z. And don't you forget it.
Think back, yo, where would you be? If there was no R.I.P., there be no me. Where would you be?
I'd ask why I introduced that video. I feel that what we were talking about, starting with the Venezuela-Guyana circumstance, and then later on I heard you, Dr. Wayne, speaking about men being inadequate and then having to take matters in a different direction to sort of satisfy their manhood or whatever it is that they're doing. And I thought of our anti-bullying franchise, which is Zoli Z, which we premiered yesterday here at Global Independence Square. And Zoli Z is an anti-bullying campaign that we'll be running. It is a franchise of books and various paraphernalia, but we won't dwell on that at this moment. All across the globe, it is literally already launched in China, the Bahamas, the Netherlands, and Great Britain. and soon to be Barbados and parts of the United States. But the point is that we see bullying at every level of life today, whether it's on the internet, whether it's in politics, whether it is in just about everything, in your homes. I mean, in Barbados, we have a slew of teenage hanging deaths, suicides. People, last week, I think we had two. The youngest was, the last one was a 17-year-old boy. Have no idea what his circumstances were. But one of them touched my life because one of the young ladies who took her life earlier this year was not only someone I knew well, and I felt really badly like I didn't do something or could have done something. And she was the subject of bullying. So when we look at Venezuela and Guyana and all of that, that is also bullying. Because somebody feels that they have the upper hand on somebody because maybe they got bigger guns or whatever. We as a people have been subjected to bullying for more than thousands of years. I would say 2,000, but thousands of years, going back to Egypt and all the way through. At this point, I will yield to you, Doc, and I will let you introduce our guest, Dr. Anthony Richards.
Thank you very much. And I think that video is timely because it speaks about empowerment and giving voice, and in so many different facets, which we will come back to at some point in time. But I think it was a great interjection there to, timely. And so we want to shift focus a little bit now to address our guest, Dr. Anthony Richards, who is here, as we said, to talk about agricultural education and development and training and so on, in all its facets. And I would now call on Professor Clyde to formally introduce our guest so we can have him fully engaged. And he says, I like his little monocle there, the first Obia biochemist. And I think that is fascinating by itself. I love that. And I hope he speaks about those kinds of things, because I remember some time ago I talked about Obia, and we had a great laugh about it, but it's very, very serious. So Professor Clyde, please come in, introduce our guest. Let's jump right into it.
Thank you, Principal Charles, for asking me to introduce our guests. And as most, if all persons will know that I really don't read out any person's bio. I usually say, go on the internet, the person's bio is there. Right? I'm not in this foolishness and reading out bio and thing. That's not my style. Go on the internet, it's there if you are interested. There is a place in Trinidad called the Point Lisas Industrial Estate. It's one of the first, we believe, in the world where there are almost, at the time it was 54 companies in one small space. Trinidad boasts of a petrochemical industry as such. And there was a particular company. There was an incident there that raised a furor with regards to how we, and in a while I'll tell you who is we, how we are going to address issues. You see, it was about 4 o'clock a morning. A mechanical engineer was on shift. He was due to leave at 6 in the morning, and at 4 o'clock there was an electrical problem on the plant, and he did nothing. And of course, he left at 6 o'clock when the electrical engineer was taking up his shift. So between 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock, nothing happened on the plant, and it was millions that lost. And the mechanical engineer and the union was quite clear that his job is mechanical engineering, not electrical engineering. And if you touch that piece of electrical equipment, blah, 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 you know the story. That's why, sometimes I have problem with the union, because the union likes to say, you stay in your area of competencies as such. I disagree. So we begin now to what we put a program in place called cross-crafting. If I am an electrical engineer, I must know something about mechanical engineering. If you are a mechanical engineer, you must know something about electrical. So the plant will be running. You see, I was trained under the great Alwyn Lee Kwai, God rest his soul now. And you ask Alwyn Lee Kwai what area of engineering he is. Alwyn said that he's an engineer. Yes, I know you're an engineer. Is it electrical, chemical, mechanical? Alwyn says he's an engineer. And that is how I began to call myself over the years. I'm an engineer. I am not an expert in anything, but I'm an engineer. Dr. Anthony Richard reminds me of engineering. Because you see, when you live on a small island, like Barbados or St. Vincent or whatever small island means, a biotechnologist must also become the guy who will teach you how to grow the fuel hydrol, how to test the drinking water, how to validate the medicinal herb, how to certify the lobster for export. This is a guy who have to know everything. So, and this is the person who have to network with the best mind as such. So as a biotechnologist, Dr. Anthony Richard, he has satisfied the foundation. But he now have to put all of these bits and pieces together to network as far as success is concerned. That mechanical engineer on the plant, he had the foundation, but he wasn't able to put all the pieces together to get the plant running. And the company lose millions. So my good friend, Dr. Anthony Richard, reminds me of the engineering fraternity. Once you have that foundation in place, so he's a technologist, but he's able to branch off and speak the language of related fraternities to get the system operational. I am pleased to welcome Dr. Anthony Richard on this morning show. Thank you, Principal.
Well, I think Dr. Anthony Richards is well pleased with that introduction. It sets the stage for his grand entry and so on. I saw the applause in the background and so on. He's smiling from ear to ear. So I think you've done a great job. Take about Professor Clyde. And so
that was a heck of an introduction, if I should say so. I was holding my breath the whole time wondering where he's going with this. But thank you, Professor Clyde. That was a very good introduction. And well,
excellent skills. Excellent skills.
Good morning. Good morning, folks.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Richards. So we welcome you to GGRU first time. And we were speaking about this whole context of re-education in the sense that we have been miseducated about a number of things. And Professor Clyde just gave another example where we stay in lanes, we stay in what we call silos and so on and so forth, when in truth and in fact, everything is integrated, everything is interconnected. So to get us started this morning, we would like to hear from where you sit. We've been talking about education and training and the role of agriculture and so on. Here at GGRE, we want to set up CTAM, and Professor Clyde coined that acronym where we talk about science and education and technology and agriculture and medicine and so on. How are they all linked? Given the years of experience that you've been in this field, doing what you do, because one of the things we want to do is to share these stories because, you know, as we were talking previously in another place about icons and what has been done and so on. And we find that you told me you might be one of the last Mohicans standing. And also, how do we make sure that we don't lose all these things that are in that head, that beautiful head of yours? We need to share that. That's where I would like to start. So over to you, Dr. Richards.
Right. Morning, everybody. Professor Philip, thank you very much for the introduction. Long time since we haven't spoken. Right. It's good to see you. Right. And good morning, Wayne. Right. Haven't met Charlene Ayres Bennett before. Right. But I came in on the tail of a very interesting discussion there. I'm sorry I missed it. Okay. I have other responsibilities in the early morning. So good to see you all. So where did you want to kick off? You were talking about the institutional continuity. You know, we were members of something called the Caribbean Council for Science and Technology, and I was in Antigua as one of the chief scientists there, and representing Antigua as the highest scientific authority. So I represented Antiguan Caribbean Council for Science and Technology. And my organization at that time was the National Laboratory, which was situated in the Ministry of Agriculture. And we worked with nodes and focal points in places all over the Caribbean, including Nehurst in Trinidad and Tobago, which was Trinidad and Tobago's focal point. What Wayne alluded to was the fact that I was one of the younger people there at the time. And when we talk about that old network, I really don't know how many of those people, you know, are still around. We got involved in a number of things which were pressing issues at the time. And in education, the Organization of American States and others helped us to fund a project called Caribbean Icons in Science and Technology. So each country was able to identify somebody or some people who had made major contributions to science and who young people should know about. You know, so even though the old heads like me have moved on to retirement and so on, the icons, booklets, and electronic products, right, are still available for teachers everywhere. It remains a problem nonetheless, you know, as people retire and move on. Yes, they do leave materials and books behind, but often those are in hard copy and difficult to access. Sometimes they're sitting on the top shelf of a permanent secretary's office, you know, gathering dust in a ministry. But you know, that's where you wanted to kick off. But I was interested in talking about other networks.
No, please do. I mean, I was just trying to put a little context, and then you know, you tell your story because the story is rich, and that's what we want to know. What's the richness of that story? So please continue.
Right. Well, you welcomed me to Grassroots University, which I think is a fantastic idea, and I think that as a media-based organization, you have tremendous potential to recatalyze and stimulate some of these old projects and bring them back to the fore. Right? You mentioned storytelling earlier on, and I'm a storyteller, but I think Professor Clyde Phillip has some enormous storytelling potential over there with that introduction. I want to tell you one or two stories about things that we've been doing recently in the area of agriculture. Now, as you know, CARICOM hopes to replace its massive $1 billion import bill. And the goal is to replace 25% of our imports by 2025. So 25 by 25. And there are some small projects that I've had the privilege of participating in, right? Partly as a storyteller, which are striving to help to address this goal, right? In a context of climate change. Let me jump straight in. During the COVID, we had the opportunity to reach out to young people online in a project which we called From Slave Food to Superfood. From Slave Food to Superfood. And what we were doing in that project is to get young people talking on Saturday mornings about their food preferences. Why do they eat what they eat? Why do we all eat what we eat? What's the cost to the country and to the world, to the environment of eating what we eat? And what's the future of eating? And that project led on to a more concrete project. Not to say that discussions are not important, conversations are very important. But that project led on to another one where we're now working with schools' gardens in Jamaica. We are working with the 4-H clubs in Jamaica to help to change what is planted in schools' gardens. Facing climate change as we do, we have obtained a little funding to plant gardens that enhance and bring about climate justice. So we've been working with the Maroons of Jamaica, the 4-H clubs of Jamaica, and the schools in St. Catherine to plant in the gardens what we call ancestral food gardens. Okay? These are gardens which look back to the Taino roots of the Caribbean. What did the ancients plant here? And might those crops stand up better against climate change? Those crops which are locally adapted. And we're also looking at the African legacy, the crops, dry land crops that were brought over from Africa, and getting those into the gardens. And these satisfy some of the aims of the 4-H Club, which are to look at so-called forgotten foods. Yeah. So we've touched on several things there, and I'd like to expand on them as we go along. But did anything come to mind? And are there any questions that you have immediately?
No, please continue, because this is exactly what we are talking about, because I framed the context before you came on, both Professor Clyde and I, that we are talking about educational and training and in the context of agricultural development. So it's not limited to anything, So we framed it wide enough that you can paint on any canvas you so desire. And you touch on those,
If I may, though, I have a question.
Yes, Charlene.
What type of plants, foods fall into the category of these ancient foods that you're planting in Jamaica? What are some of these foods that you're planting?
Right. Okay. I'll make a list first and then go into them a little bit. Right. First of all, you have plants that you know very well, like corn, maize, right, beans, and squash. Right. That's pumpkin. And then others that might be less well known, forgotten foods like purslane, sometimes called pusley, right, which is mostly considered a weed, and Spanish needle. And then there are some which are very well known in some countries, but are almost unknown in others, like, uses that are unknown in others. In Jamaica, it's not well known, for example, that the leaves of cocoa yams, right, that's Tanya and Dasheen and so on, that those leaves are edible, that you can make callaloo from them, right? Whereas, Trinidadians can live off of them. So that's some of the cross fertilization that we're doing. Okay. To go back a bit, take corn. That was the main food that was eaten here in the Caribbean in the pre-Columbian era, before the Europeans arrived. All across the Americas, South America, Central America, even North America, corn was the main staple. And even today, there's more corn planted in the United States
Yes.
by acreage than all the other crops put together. Okay, corn is important in this part of the world. You can't really call it a forgotten food. But what we've been looking at is the ancient foodways as well. How did the natives of the Caribbean go about planting corn in a sustainable way? And the system that is called the Three Sisters. The men would prepare the land, and then the women would come along, and they would they would cast the seed. And here's how they did it. Each woman had her long pole, which she would spike into the ground. And then she'd drop in a little piece of fish into the ground as an offering to the gods and the ancestors. Now, today, we'd say that that's nitrogen fertilizer, and that's phosphate from the sea, right? And then into that hole would go three seeds: corn, beans, and pumpkin. Right? Up comes the corn, right? And it forms a scaffolding for the beans to climb.
Yes.
Beans are climbing up. And then the pumpkin spreads out over the ground, shading the ground from the direct rays of the sun, so keeping in the moisture, and also providing some anti-weed suppression.
That's right.
Okay. And then when you chop the plants down and after harvest, the nitrogen from the beans goes back into the soil, because beans are nitrogen fixers. They thrive on poor soil, and they put back nitrogen from the atmosphere, right? They have the power to take raw nitrogen from the atmosphere and put it into the soil, okay? And stories are told about the Three Sisters, right? The creation stories of some of the Native American peoples involve the Three Sisters. We have been trying to reintroduce these into school gardens. And we've encouraged teachers to think about some of these gardens as school-based assessment projects for CXC. How about planting a plot over here of corn by itself, and then plant the Three Sisters over here, and then see how much food you get, right, from both, right? How much weeding do you have to do in both, and so on, you know? A lot of different types of potential there, right? And then on top of that, we're providing, right now, a school's book. We're inspired by the famous Naparima, right? Cookbook, school cookbook in Trinidad, right?
Yes.
Produced by a school, and now is the go-to for every Trinidadian household.
Yes.
Right? And we're producing a climate change cookbook. So not only will it have recipes for corn and beans and pumpkin and others, right? But it will have aspects of climate justice in there, right? Which foods and plants and methods are climate heroes and which are climate villains, right? And so on. Lots of cartoons and points of engagement for children, as well as tested recipes for food and nutrition class, right? And hopefully what happens in the garden will get into the school's kitchens, not only for class, but also in schools' meals.
Absolutely.
Right? This is the dream.
Yes.
Right? And the Ministry of Education is engaged in it, and the Ministry of Agriculture is engaged. Ministry of Agriculture is particularly interested in some of the technologies that the University of the West Indies is bringing bringing to it. University of the West Indies Biotechnology Unit is bringing in plant tissue culture to help us out, right? That is the way you grow hundreds of little plantlets in a jar, right? Sterile and protected against disease, right? So you won't be spreading disease. Yeah. And then those wonderful plantlets are taken to the schools, and children are encouraged to grow those out in little incubators that we provide in the classroom, right? Very simple, cover it over, and then to take them out into the field. So quite an interaction of modern and traditional, right? Ancient technology and modern technology, right? And addressing questions not only of climate adaptation, but climate justice, right? Yeah, climate justice. So that's a long answer to part of your question.
Yes.
I love
anything
that.
else?
I love that. So I'll let Professor Clyde jump in at this time, and then I will come back in and ask one or two questions. But Professor Clyde, in case you want to come in now at this time.
You know, I sat here in awe. I sat here in awe because I am seeing the link between, well, let me say this. I did not know that I had to introduce our guest this morning. I did not prepare anything. But you know, when people are connected, and as the young people say, when we are on the same page, nothing beats that. Because I'm listening here to my good friend, Dr. Anthony, talking about the three sisters. And the three sisters make sense. It makes sense. And I'm relating this now to a term that we use in engineering called PCB. PCB is printed circuit board. And a printed circuit board is a better way to connect circuits rather than individual components. So please bear with me. I don't hope to make you all engineers this morning, no. But accept the fact that when we speak about a PCB board, is where all of the components are in a small space as such. PCB means printed circuit board. But it's the same thing that Anthony has just said here. PCB, pumpkin, corn, and beans. I mean, everything is connected. Everything is connected. Pumpkin, corn, and beans on the same small spot. On the same small thing. And this is the kind of education we have to show our schools and our students. They just don't know. Principal, I'm excited. Let me do this. That is why SETAM, SETAM, has to be moving. Much more to be said, Dr. Anthony. But again, I am relating my introductory remarks to you and your PCB because it just makes sense. PCB, pumpkin, corn, and beans, which is exactly like my printed circuit board in engineering. Over to you, Principal.
I like that analogy, and I too am excited. I mean, we are all in school here now. So, Dr. Anthony, you have a class paying full attention. You've just given a very vivid description of growth and life. You know, the corn, the pumpkin, and you're giving shade and how it's climbing up the vine. And I mean, it's very, very vivid. And I can imagine those young minds in school watching that growth and saying, whoa. So the wow moment is there for sure. you mentioned also ministry and the 4-H clubs and so on. And I know, well, I'm making a broad assumption here that in most countries, I think they have a 4-H club or some kind of version of that. Because I know of that in Trinidad for sure. It's here in Barbados. I think it's all over the Caribbean. So that there is our start with our young minds being exposed and engaged in as far as agriculture is, and the science of agriculture, not just agriculture, but the science. I mean, this is like Star Trek kind of thing, you know. I mean, you've seen these things go before your eyes and so on, and morphing into different shapes and sizes and so on. And so that capture of demand, that innovation to say, okay, guys, here is a whole new way of life. If you are immersed and involved in agriculture, you can become the scientist that does all of this. Because sometimes we don't think about the science in agriculture. We think of the fork and somebody out there digging up and plowing the soil and so on, or a big tractor coming to till the soil and so on. And, you know, but you said it just now too. You drop the 3 seeds and it's to the ancestors. It's very spiritual, very powerful. Because we are what we eat. Where's the connection? And you've made some very powerful connections here. And so that experiment, ongoing as it were, there in Jamaica, to what extent is that being linked to other countries? Let's say maybe, is it something that you're doing like a pilot first and then seeing what is happening? Or is it something that you say, well, listen, guys, we're doing this, but we can do this simultaneously across the region and grow together? I just want to get that sense of what are your thoughts on that?
Well, so thank you for your comments. And thank you so much for that question, Charlene Ayers Bennett. We're being focused on Jamaica at the moment. The whole thing started from a regional conversation. Okay. The people we were listening to were participants and members of the Caribbean Youth Environment Network, CYEN, which goes across the region from Belize right down to Guyana. And these young people were telling us what they knew and what they didn't know and what they wanted to know about food. These are engaged young people who are already interested in climate, but who are not necessarily seeing the connection between their food and climate. As I said, out of it, the Jamaicans stepped forward, and we were able to begin to focus on them, particularly in one parish for a start. At the same time, the University of the West Indies is creating a garden, a similar garden on the campus, which will be a teaching resource. So we'll be able to help in various subjects, including education and agriculture. And we do see potential throughout the region. We've been speaking with the Caribbean Yard campus out of Trinidad. And they have a number of agricultural programs already. And over the last year or so, they've wanted to begin to to work with us on these things. But yes, in a way, in a very real way, we are going slowly and learning lessons in Jamaica as a sort of pilot. Okay. I should tell you who we are. This project got off the ground because of a collaboration between women in Jamaica and their colleagues in Scotland. A couple of them in particular had worked together in different places in the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine and Mona. And so they had links between themselves going back some years between Edinburgh University and these days the Mona campus. Then they finally managed to secure funding for the collaboration and looked around and brought me in as a storyteller. And I was to help tell plant stories. Like in Jamaica, we told the children about Anansi and the sorrel, right? And how the crop came from Africa and how it got its name as a Christmas drink. And um, one of the outcomes of the first project was Caribbean food map. So you can go online, and we presented these results to teachers and to ministries in an online forum. You can go online and find Caribbean Food for Climate, and there we have a number of resources that were produced with the young people. There's some songs about food and climate that the young people produced. There's a Caribbean food map that I alluded to. You click on Antigua and up I come telling stories about okra, right? How it is an Igbo word, right? Okra, how I hated it and blah, blah, blah. And you click on Jamaica and up comes Colonel Sterling, the chief of the Maroons of Moortown. And there he's talking about the food that they call cocoon. Cocoon is a rampant vine which the Maroons used to wrap around themselves as camouflage. They call it ambush. So when the British were coming through the bush in red coats with their guns, the Maroons would just appear out of nowhere and cut off their heads, right? From ambush. The English said they were astonished, right? When the Maroons appeared. And they beat the British to a standstill and got their own territory, which still exists within Jamaica, despite the best aims of some government politicians. So now this mighty vine, right, produces a very large seed called cocoon, which I'll try and show you one of them, right? Somebody in my family may have one over here. And cocoon is more or less inedible, but when you're a guerrilla fighter, you have to eat what you get. And they found ways to prepare it and cook it into a delicious nutty meal, right? Cocoon. So when you click on Jamaica, up comes Colonel Sterling collecting cocoon in the forest and then cooking them there for you to see in a video. So you can click on different islands. We have invited First Nations people throughout the region to tell some of the stories about how, we're actually still waiting on the Santa Rosa community to add one of their stories to the Santa Rosa community in Arima, Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah.
Right. Oh, this is excellent. And this is exactly what I envisaged in terms of Caribbean icons when I talked about it. And I told you what, I spoke to people at Nehurst, and I know they were doing some good work. So this is excellent. The extent to which people make use of it is something that we will certainly try to promote here now, because these are treasures. Sometimes you have lots of secrets that are not told, and I'm glad that they brought you in as a storyteller, because you're excellent. And we keep the tradition alive, because that's what we have to do to pass it on to the young ones, who themselves, as we saw in that video, they can be great storytellers too. Start them early, right? And so I think that is what has been missing. Get them off the phones so that they can make their stories and put them on the phones.
Yes.
And send it viral in terms of the social media. And so, that's what we need to be doing, because as we said earlier on, meet them where they are. They're on this. Let's make use of this. This should not be a toy. It should be a tool.
That's it.
Right?
We were able to take some of their voices and some of their opinions.
This is what we need to be doing.
Dr. Richards, we can actually have an immediate opportunity to make a connection for you. Our next guest is Donald Baldiosing, and he is founder of the Carbon Zero Institute of Trinidad and Tobago. And what he does and what he'll explain is that he goes into schools and he has programs to promote climate mitigation and climate justice. So as you described your programs of, I don't want to call them victory gardens, I think that's a term that's used here in the US, but as you have these gardens and you're looking to promote them throughout the Caribbean, Donald has, he has similar programs on climate mitigation that he promotes through the secondary schools, you know, and as a gardener and as a culinary person myself, I'm really enjoying your presentation. You know, the link between you grow your food and then you cook your food, and going all the way back to, well, what foods did we originally eat? Which ones are best suited for us? And then which ones are also, as you said, climate heroes and climate villains. So it all is connected. And you know, I don't know how much time you have with us this morning, but Professor Wayne, would be great if Dr. Richards and Donald can make a connection here to promote that idea, to promote that strategy of the gardens. You know, what I envisioned was, you know, you have two gardens, like a control garden with just corn growing, and then the another garden with the three sisters. And as you said, doing experiments with the secondary school children to see what were the impacts on soil, on in terms of how much food was produced from, you know, the same amount of effort. There's a lot that could be done there.
Yeah, most definitely, and I think that's a good place to be. And we must not forget that Professor Clyde is an avid gardener himself. You know, I mean, he's been very, very humble by not saying anything and listening very carefully. But when you don't find him, he's in his garden. He's in his garden. So, I mean, he's not making any comments on that, but he is very excited, quietly so. And so I would call on him, Professor Clyde, to introduce Donald so that Donald and Richards can have this conversation that we have just entered into. So, Professor Clyde, please welcome Donald and introduce him, please.
Thank you, Principal Wayne, for asking that I introduce Donald. You know, and with all respect to all other professions, of course, all professions are worthy, all. But it is well known what the greatest scientists ever lived have said, and you know, we always look up to Albert Einstein as one of the greatest minds ever. And Albert Einstein says, quote, "After mathematics and physics, everything else is an opinion." Okay. Now, what does this have to do with this conversation? And again, you know, all professions are important. All, you know, the more than the almost 8 billion persons on earth, all of us are equal in God's sight, all of us. But it's just that, you know, perhaps some of us are doing stuff that perhaps are more recognized. So we hold close electrical engineering, because electrical engineering is about mathematics and physics. And everything else you know, follows afterwards. So my good friend, Donald, like myself, his background is in mathematics and physics, because he is a well-recognized electrical engineer. And having provided guidance to top organizations, top institutions in this country, and having provided guidance to many countries as far as engineering is concerned, I am very pleased to know that Donald now is talking the language that not only I am speaking, but also our past mentor who has gone away now God rest his soul, has been speaking, Alwyn Leakwai, and it comes back to agriculture, food. Yes, everything comes back to the land, the food, agriculture. But it's something more that Donald now, he is focused on what I'll call passing on the legacy. And yes, you know, I don't know how it is for the rest of the islands, but there's a talk here in Trinidad and Tobago. Let the old people kill out themselves. Let us focus on the young. Oh yes, it's kind of scary, yeah? But there's a belief that, look, let the adults kill themselves. Let us focus on the schools so that we can mold, we can develop, we can influence the children in the school, because there is a runaway situation in Trinidad and Tobago now with the adults. So no money is going to spend on the adults. Money is going to spend on the school. And that is where Donald Ballusing and his team comes in, where they're going from school to school. But there's something more. And I'm very happy when Donald mentioned it, that his focus now is on the rural and remote areas of the country. Oh yes, and I congratulate him for this. Where we are going to change minds, we are going to influence, we are going to cause change as far as our tomorrow is concerned. I am pleased to introduce Donald Ballusing, the chairman of CZIT, on our podium again. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Principal Wayne.
Okay, thank you, Professor Clive, for that introduction of Donald. He's no stranger to us. He's been here before. And Donald, I don't know how much of the conversation you would have heard we've been having with with Anthony about schools and planting and the Three Sisters and so on. But despite whether you heard or not, what we wanted to do was to, again, we're sharing stories, we're sharing experiences. And so from where you sit, and if you've heard, you could, can correct me from what you've heard and how we can get a sort of a jumping off point to further stimulate this discussion, because it's all about the youth. It's all about getting them excited about innovations and the technology and so on, and the science involved in all of that, as the people who can take this forward and take it to, dimensions maybe that we haven't even begun to think about. And so it's molding those young minds and shaping their minds and giving them new vistas, alternative pathways, with agriculture as the center of that gravity. And so, Donald, we would like you to comment from that vantage point, given all the things that you are doing, and maybe some things you have done before, to help us to understand this new space that we're trying to create as far as agriculture and science and technology is concerned. Over to you, Donald.
Thank you very much. I almost regret that I have to speak, because I was enjoying hearing the conversation so much. And it was opening up so many new ideas in my mind in terms of dimensions we could add to what we are doing. So thank you for the opportunity first to listen and then to make a contribution. And please jump in if there's any part of what I'm saying that resonates that we would like to explore some more. So thank you very much again, and thank you, Brother Clyde, for your kind introduction. We both were mentored by Mr. Alwyn Leakwai, the Caribbean engineer, but he was also a farmer, and he embarrassed me so many times because I don't get up as early as him. He used to be up at 4:30 and 5 a.m. which I told him is because he studied in England, and when he came back, he didn't change his clock. So I told him, well, I'm on the equivalent time, but in TT. And he used to embarrass me because I might wake up on a Saturday morning and find some avocados in a bag hanging on my door. And when I call Mr. Liqua, because I recognize the avocados, he's in Maraval. And it's because he left Port of Spain, drove down to my, put the avocados on my door, and we went back up there before I woke up. And I wouldn't be surprised if I also wake up and he's planting something in my yard. And man was so incredible and so much of an inspiration. So we live in his memory, and we try to emulate at least some of the things that he did. And we like to pass on the stories as well, because that, we believe, will inspire the next generation. So in fact, yesterday I had a long meeting with two young ladies from our National Energy Corporation. And I'm telling them some of these stories, and I'm wondering, do they want to hear all of this? But I realize they do. So I'm going to hit you one more that's not related to agriculture.
Professor Clyde wants to jump in, though.
I know he wants to jump in. So Donald, hold that story for a second. Let Professor Clyde jump in. Let's keep it live and interesting. Come in, Clyde.
Thank you, Principal. Thank you. And as you know, I normally don't do this. But I need to do this because Donald has hit a nerve. And, we have to recognize our people as such. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to jump in to make this point. What Donald has said is correct, because Donald lives further down the road than I do. So I would have gotten those avocados also at 4:30 in the morning before Donald. Okay? But there's something more that I needed to say. That Dr. Lee Kwai was not only connected to the land, but he was also connected to animals. He was connected to life. Please bear with me because we will see the relevance. And I'm excited. I'm very excited. This, what we are speaking about is all connected. Please. I rear a pit bull at my home. Nobody comes to my home. And one morning, the same morning, one of these morning, I got up and I saw Dr. Liquai in my yard tapping the pit bull head. I mean, I would have shared this with Donald, talking to the pit bull, and I was horrified. Dr. Liquai is in my yard tapping the pit bull head, talking to the such. It is afterwards I understood certain things. It's communication. It is waves. In other words, if the pit bull recognizes that you are a threat, it will attack you. If it realizes that you are not a threat, it will embrace you. Thank you, Principal, for giving me an opportunity to break the conversation. But I needed to celebrate the wisdom and the greatness of our mentor. God rest his soul. Thank you, Principal.
Thank you, and that's a great Caribbean icon right there.
Yes.
And so the stories, we have to keep these stories. So Donald, you were going to tell us about these youngsters. You were going to tell the story, something like that. That's where we had paused for a second.
I was going to give you another Liquai story, which is completely unrelated. But I knew Mr. Liquai very, very well. And I got him one time to write some of these stories. he would bring them on handwritten recycled paper, writing at the back. And I've been compiling them. And one day he told me that when you write the book, you have to say the name of the book is Dog Don't Bite Me. There you go, Clyde. He said Dog Don't Bite Me is the name of the book. So just quickly, right? Mr. Likwa and I went to Guyana one day. So in those days, you could go in the morning and come back late evening. So we went there to get some maps that this a gentleman from Holland was running a project over there mapping Guyana. And we wanted some large maps of high resolution. So we landed in Guyana and we went to the place to collect the maps. And we met the gentleman and he said, "Oh, you're here early. I didn't expect you so early. I'm still printing them, but it's a long process because the size of the maps and the resolution that you want." So we said, well, thank you. We will come back in the afternoon. So we made the rounds. When we go to Guyana, we used to go to several offices and people and so on, meet all of them, all were open doors, ministers and so on. So we came back in the afternoon on the way to the airport. And when we went there, the maps were printed and they were in a tube waiting for us. So I spoke to the receptionist and she said, his name was Ben Terwell, is not here, but he left the maps for you. So I said, thank you very much. We will be in touch. And I took up the map. The tube. But when I turned around, Mr. Likwa is sitting there talking to people and so on. So I said, well, Mr. Likwa, we got the maps. So let's head out. We have a flight to catch. And he said, no. We have to say thanks to Mr. Terwell for printing the maps. And I said, well, if we stay much longer, we will miss our flight. I will call him, not to worry. Mr. Likwa got up very reluctantly, never said a word again about it. And we went to the airport, we caught our flight, and we came back to Trinidad. 2 or 3 days later, I made a call to the office in Guyana, and I got Mr. Ben Terwell, and I said, I called to tell you, thanks very much for printing the maps for us. He said, oh, but your colleague already did that. Not to worry. I said, you mean Mr. Likwa said thanks to you already? He said, yes. I said, how nice. So when did he call you? He said, no, he didn't call me. He came back the next day and he brought a nice bottle of wine for me and he told me thanks very much for printing the maps. And that is the man, Likwa. He came back to Trinidad, took another flight the next morning, went back to Guyana, bought a bottle of wine in the duty free and took it to the gentleman and told him, thank you very much for printing the maps for me. And came back on a plane and came back to Trinidad. Now, who do we know who would do something like that? And the point about it is, taking up on Brother Clyde's point, he was connected to people, Mr. Likwa. And he was not satisfied with a phone call to this gentleman. And he would have waited there till the man came. And if we missed the flight, so be it. We stay over in Guyana and we come back the next day. But I was too too anxious to keep on to the mission. He was concerned about connecting with people. And he taught me a huge lesson during that episode. And the thing is that he never told me he went back, If I didn't get that out of the man over there, I would never have known. And in these days, when we are on the internet and WhatsApp and all of that, we are losing that human connection more and more. And we have to look to people like Mr. Likwa and how they connected to give us that inspiration to reconnect with people. So that is that story. I feel Clyde wants to say something else.
Yeah, Clyde wants to say something. And so Clyde, come in.
and Brother Donald, look at what we are speaking about is extremely important and has connection. When I came in at 7:15 or so, I shared with the Chancellor Philip the concerns that expressed in the region now, and of course, we are aware what's happening in the region now. And what you have just said has relevance. We are not going off topic. No, we need to deal with some issues that exist in the region now that we as little people have to diffuse. That example that you have given there about liquid is a perfect example. And it is incidences and stories like this that must be broadcast. You know, Chancellor Philip would have said that we are a region of peace.
Right.
We are a region of friends and family. And it is stories like this must be broadcast so that the people on the ground will understand, so that change will start with the politicians upstairs. We are not going to tolerate what has happened in Ukraine, Russia. We are not going to tolerate what is happening in Palestine, Israel. This potential flying up in our region now, in our backyard now, must be curtailed. And it is information such as what you have shared there, Brother Donald, that we must propagate. We must rally. We must show that we are a region of love. I am becoming to get emotional, Chairman, but I think that stories like what Donald has shared there, it has relevance, it has appropriateness, and it is some of the things that we have to share on GGRU. Thank you. I will not say anything again.
All right. So I
Can
think.
can I chime in?
Oh yeah, come
just
in, please. Come in, Chancellor. Come in.
I'm most heartened by the comments that I'm hearing. I am here. I'm behind the scenes, just taking care of some technical things to make sure that we're running smoothly. You guys are doing a fabulous job as usual. If it seems like I'm absent, I'm not really. I'm just behind the scene, just doing what's happening. Dr. Rain, you always do a great job, and Professor Clyde, you know that it's like reminding me of Johnny Carson and Ed McMahon. You know, I can't butt in there. There's no way for me to puncture that, so I'm not going to bother. But I want to thank the guests, both of you, Donald, as well as Dr. Anthony. But you guys have, you've come in on a day that is difficult. As Professor said, and I agree with Professor, today is a day where we see our brothers being once again divided for the purposes of conquering. And it is up to us to learn from the past lessons. We have seen this over and over again. We saw Africa cut up into 55 states, 55 countries. We see the Caribbean divided, 30 little rocks, whereas we could be one big rock if we decided to. The water doesn't matter, but they make it so small by keeping you small. And then your mind is limited to the shores, 21 by 40, where the dimension of these islands are. I thank God I grew up in a big country. Probably the city I live in is probably bigger than Barbados. And the point is that God gave me that big mind from birth, from the time I was a child. And I don't see 21 by 14, because if I get pissed off enough, I'll get on a plane and fly somewhere else. And that's everywhere. It's all the same to me. So I'm okay. I never get trapped in my mind. The point is, though, and Dr. Anthony, bear with me a little bit, because I know we brought you on to speak on one issue, but it is relevant. It is all relevant. If Guyana is disadvantaged tomorrow, the food basket of the Caribbean is impacted upon. we talk about food coming in from, we can talk about food coming in from North America and this place and that place. And somebody wrote in here that they're poisoning us. If we can't take care of our own food supply, we are destined for the abyss. We will go down into the bottom of the ocean, because we cannot survive dependent on some ship to come and deliver food to us down here. And on top of that, gentlemen, medicine. And this is where Dr. Anthony, I know you're strong in this area, and I'm not talking pharmaceuticals now. I was actually trying to get Dr. Kenny Bastian to come on here.
Yeah.
He's very big on this as well, and join us, but he's actually in a consultation right now. He might join us in a little bit. But the point is this, gentlemen, this conversation is quite relevant, and it's relevant for a number of reasons. Number one, the reason why both you gentlemen are here today, but also the bigger conversation, which I'm following here on another system parallel to this, the potential, the anxiety that is going on in Guyana right now. A lot of Guyanese leaving their homes because they're afraid that they're going to be invaded and all this stuff. But I really, truthfully, have to wonder about all of that. I'm not saying that Venezuela isn't upset, and for good reason. Yes, they are. We won't ventilate on that on this show. But what I do want to say in conclusion is, I intend to convene. I have had changed emotions on to this week, but I'm going to call a number of the involved parties and try to assemble during this week coming. I won't even wait to next Sunday. This Sunday and next Sunday was supposed to be a discussion about Guyana, Indo-Afro people's concerns. But this week, I'm going to try to assemble a panel by about Wednesday or so that will address this Venezuela-Guyana issue. I know enough people, and I have enough connections, even as far as the embassies of these various countries, and I try to get some of the Pan-Africanists who I'm following in chats that I'm in to agree. I've already got one party that said they would come and speak, and let us try to put that together. And if we can assemble back here sometime during the week to ventilate on those issues, it is very critical, and it is scary because people are panicking, and Caribbean people are not used to this type of violence. Go ahead, Doctor.
Right. So I see Dr. Richards wants to say something. Please come in, Dr. Richards.
No, I'm inspired by what Donald Baldier Singh is saying in the last story about Professor Lee Kwai. The personal touch is so important, and we are a region of love. So we should, I think, play to our strengths, the personal touch, right? We should try and activate all those personal things that we do, right? Go back to roots. How do Caribbean people, how do Venezuelan people relate to each other, right?
Absolutely, roots.
The United
That's
States,
my point I was going to be. Correct.
Yeah, the U.S. in various wars and so on, and post-war situations, sent food parcels and all kind of tennis diplomacy during the Cold War and so on, right? What are our strengths, right? They sent food packages to the enemy in Germany, the defeated enemy, and established personal relationships with family to family. We have masquerade, we have mass diplomacy, right? Instead of dropping bombs, let's drop a container of mass down in Caracas and let people from over here go over there and have a big mass, celebrate with the Venezuelans and different light on the issue. We have all kind of things. I just throw out mass as one of our strengths. We have all kind of things we can do, right? Let's look into that.
I support you there, Dr. Richards, because as you all were speaking, and we started off with this, you talked about climate justice. Donald is right there too, same thing. But what we have just seen in all our stories, the central point in all these stories is humanity. Human beings first and foremost. He just gave the story of Professor Lee Kwai, who didn't say anything. He didn't quarrel. He didn't make no fuss. He didn't make no fight. He said, Donna, nope. He went home. He got up the next morning. He took a plane. He went back down and he said, thank you very much. And he was done. Humanity personified. Right? And that's what we're talking about. So how can we help to reduce the risk of potential explosion in the region? We have diplomacy, shuttle diplomacy, whatever we want to call it. We can use this. I mean, you guys know a lot of people. We have Clyde as the great collaborator. Donald knows people there in Guyana. We know people in Venezuela. Philip knows people in Venezuela. And so, I mean, behind the scenes, nobody has to know what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? But it would be a tragedy if we just sit here and allow it to happen and then say after the fact, well, we could have done this or we could have done that. No, let's do it now. As Professor Clyde would say, the urgency of now, today, right? And so, as great storytellers, as great diplomats, because we have the gift of the gab, we can speak, right? We don't necessarily need to speak in Spanish. We could still speak. We could still have our voices heard, right? They are great traditions. They are great families. We know, for example, Donald will know too. I mean, I had family from Erin. They're crossing the Mang in Venezuela ever so often. To Copita, whatever. I mean, they've lived that life. So we're not trying to create something that's already there. It's just what we're trying to do now is massage those egos and say, guys, we really don't need this, you know. We really don't need this. We have things that we need to be doing as a family. So whether it's the food, whether it's some other tokens that you can provide that diffuse the whole thing and get guys to calm down and maybe have a drink or whatever and talk about things and diffuse this thing, because we don't need it. We have always been a zone of peace, and we cannot afford to let other people now come and impose on us what we are not, which is strange to us, is alien to us. So I totally agree with Richards, and I think this shuttle diplomacy should be happening all now as we speak, because it's there and we can't ignore it, right? Food, we just talked about food. We just talked about the Tainos. We talked about the Maroons. We talked about going back and so on. Is what we've had, is what we've brought to the region. It is who we are, right? And so all our teaching and training and education has brought us to this point, and it must count for something. It must count for something. I mean, we are scientists, we are engineers, we are doctors, we are lawyers, whatever we are, but we're humans first. And so what is that? How can we appeal to the human spirit that will lead us to say, guys, you know, all of this is for us. We're leaving a legacy. It's climate justice, is debt inequity, and all these different things. But we're all in the same boat, really, right? We are all human beings in one space. So that was my thought as I heard you guys speaking, and I think Dr. Anthony Richards just embodied that by saying, you know, we have ways we can try to address this, and so we should, perhaps. Anthony, you could probably, I mean, I like your idea of the mass and these different things and so on. Philip knows a lot of Venezuelans and Cubans and so on. I mean, bring all your skills to bear. Bring all your skills to bear. This is the time that we need it. We shouldn't be keeping them separate and so on, but we should be proactive rather than reactive. Whatever we can do now, let us do it. And I throw the floor open to you guys, you know, for comments, feedback on where we are, because it's all still about food and climate justice, you know. So we're starting there, but it speaks to our humanity. If you don't have food, if you don't have a human heart, then what are we doing, right? So I don't know who wants to jump in from that standpoint. Can take it. Donald, you're going to take that lead? Donald, go ahead.
Well, I'll jump in, but I hope to soon go back to where I was leading to. But I wanted to say that I think that we have to look again at the independence movement. Several decades ago, 50 years plus, the Caribbean was on this pathway of becoming independent. And we felt that that meant that we'll pull down, in most cases, the Union Jack and put up our own very nice, colorful flags. We didn't understand what independence really meant. We felt it was like cutting the ties. And in some cases, the only thing that remains is the appeal to the Privy Council. But I think that we did not, excuse me, and we didn't understand. And the colonial masters, as we still call them, did not take us to the point where they could release our hands and know that we know where we're going. And it's taken a long time for us to understand that we really do not need independence as a region. We need interdependence. Because, as you say, each one of us tries to operate as our own little kingdom. And when we go to the UN and we speak, and other places, we speak as an independent country. But we don't understand that the first world, they are not independent. Why is it that the US must immediately jump up and say, we support Israel no matter what? And why does England and the UK and the US always sing from the same book, the same hymn book? It's because they have a very high level of interdependence that they didn't really pass on to us. So we all operate on our own. But if we more and more start to cooperate, just as we're saying, but don't look for a whole CARICOM meeting where there's consensus and everybody starts to adjust to one common theme. Let's do it bit by bit, bilateral, one at a time, building out into this new future that we're talking about. But if there's cooperation now that we can have with Trinidad and Grenada, let's start. And with Dominica, let's start. And keep building it out with our vision that we will be in a state where, and I've spoken about two things that we really need to be more connected on, and that is energy and food. But there is enough renewable energy in the region to power us completely, and yet we are importing 90% of the fuel that we use and using hydrocarbons, producing carbon emissions, and at a really high cost. And similarly, we have the capacity to feed ourselves completely, and yet we are importing 60 to 70% of our food. So I'm saying that there are two parallel, these two things are parallel. And we could actually have a common approach to both of them. But we have to understand the meaning of this independence. Because we say, I don't want to depend on Guyana for energy or Trinidad for this or what. And you could say the same about human resource capabilities. We could say that, but then we go and we sign agreements with New Zealand or Canada or some other place to come and help us with our geothermal energy. When Trinidad and Tobago has more than 100 years of drilling into the earth and taking out a resource. And geothermal energy means drilling into the earth and taking out a resource. But we're not cooperating like that. So what I think we need to be doing is looking for the ways more and more, and one by one. Don't try to make it all happen in one day. And but the principle must be one of creating a collaboration for the good. That's what I did.
Collaboration. I think Dr. Richards captured that. Sense that. So here we are talking about food. That's what we came to talk about: food, agriculture, technologies, and the synergies. Because we're talking about next generation and getting the younger ones to make that transition. And the bigger picture is, of course, we have to make sure that we are there to carry on the tradition.
Right.
And so this space, this particular matter that this cloud is hanging over us is tinged with everything. The climate justice, the legacy of food, our natural herbs and medicines and so on. Everything hinges on this because, you know, there must be peace for us to develop. And so I don't think we are off base. This is happening now, and we have to address these issues because they have bearing on what we do later today and tomorrow. So that this particular conversation we are having is a springboard. I mean, it has given us the opportunity to listen to the voice of Professor Lee Kwai, who kind of brought us back into a zone of humanity in terms of, you know, we are all human beings. How do we appeal? And previously, Donna, before you came on, we were talking about this in terms of, you know, relationships, man, woman, motivation, the psychology, and all this thing. So everything that we talk about is interconnected. And to your point of independence, is interdependence, because no man is an island. We know that, but we still try to live like that, right? We all need each other. And so in this room here, as we're talking, is a wealth of knowledge and experience and expertise and so on, spanning, I mean, so many years. I mean, when I first met Clyde and Alistair, I said, whoa, 40, 50 years of experience that these guys have. And we are seeking to, you know, build on that. Donald, in your own space, in terms of where you were in your different lives that you lived in certain institutions, and I guess the same for Dr. Richards in terms of, you know, but how do we bring all of that to bear now on the matter at hand? That is human security. And then, you know, of course, with human security will come the food security and the others. Cybersecurity, political security, and all the other things. But first is human security. And we have to pay attention to that because we are one family and we are going to be impacted by this. So I see Professor Clyde wants to say something. Professor Clyde, come in. And then Dr. Richards, I would like to hear your views as we sort of coalesce around this whole thing about that kind of diplomacy to address the issue at hand. Professor Clyde, come in.
Thank you, Principal Wayne. Thank you, Principal Wayne. Yesterday, a story was, well, not a story. It's actually what's happening. And I think that it has relevance and appropriateness. And I would like to get both Donald and Anthony's response and suggestion to this. And whilst this story is given about Port of Spain, perhaps, you know, it may be the same in most of the other areas in the Caribbean, because most of the Caribbean cities, they have what they call hotspots. I can speak about Jamaica. I can speak about the Kingston area. So there's a hotspot in Trinidad, in Port of Spain, called Laventil. And it's as we know, it's sort of densely populated. So the story is told that, look, the average young man gets up in the morning. Of course, you want something to eat. So you look to get $25 because $25 is the average cost or the minimum cost for a box of chicken and chips, because KFC is just down the road. So he does what he has to do, and there's a common phrase in Trinidad called "he put on a walk." He put on a walk to get $25, and he goes to buy a box of chicken and chips. Of course, lunchtime comes now. You are hungry again, so you had to go and put on a next walk to get the next $25. And of course, in the evening you have to eat as such. So during the course of the day, you have to have at least $75 in order to satisfy your hunger. And to get that $75, you go and put down a walk. And of course, meaning that you go and steal or you go and rob, whatever it is, to get that money. But the problem is this: what you are eating is also poison, because we all know that KFC and all of these things is poison. And you end up now not a healthy person. You end up in the hospital, that the state have to see about your health in the hospital. So that is the vicious circle that exists. And I'm just fast tracking the concept, because I think this conversation we have can be a solution to the problem. So we have a situation in the community where there is a vicious circle spiraling downwards. What I am suggesting is this, and that's why I don't know how if Donald heard my PCB story that I got from Anthony, but Donald can comment afterwards. This whole PCB, pumpkin, bean, and corn, that can be grown on a very small location, As a matter of fact, there are many ways now you can do things now to grow your stuff, even on your windowsill, even in plastic bucket, whatever it is. You don't need this large acres again. To what extent can we now re-educate? To what extent can we now bring a different perspective, showing our young people, look, if you acquire this SKA, skill, knowledge, and attitude, to be involved in PCB, I'm just trying to summarize here. Your pumpkin, your beans, and your corn can be grown in very small locations, in the front of your yard, but whatever it is. And in a month time, 2 months time, you begin to reap you see the result of your effort. And you are feeding your body with food, not poison. You are feeding your body with food. And at the same time, you can be expanding, because your neighbor can be seeing what you are doing. And we have to understand something. Just as how bad news spread, good news also spread. Oh yes, good things also spread. If your neighbor see you doing something that makes sense, your neighbor will do it too. Yes. So what eventually will be happening is that this young man would not have to go and steal to get $25 to go downtown to buy a box of chicken and chips, to feed himself with poison. But the young man can be engaged in PCB, growing with pumpkin, with corn, and with beans, and will be feeding myself, my body, with what is required. So I am now a healthy person. I'm involved now in productive activities. This is a kind of transformation and education that I am seeing as one of the added value to address the challenges in the country now. Gentlemen, let's have a conversation.
Okay, so I think we're back on track. I mean, I don't think we were off course. So, so Anthony, do you want to jump in at this point and respond to what that picture that Professor Clyde just painted, that scenario, and then we'll come to Donald.
Very briefly, because I really am looking forward to hearing what Donald is doing over there with schools and so on, as Charlene pointed out. One of the things that comes to mind from this whole broad conversation is that in CARICOM, we're trying to do this reduction 20 by 25% of our food bill cut, our import bill cut by 2025. And one step towards that is smoothing the paths for trade between our countries, as Professor Baldia Singh pointed out. So in sometime during COVID, was it last year or the year before, I was on a small team of consultants that looked at trade standards between the countries, member countries of the Caribbean Development Bank. The private sector organizations in CARICOM had identified something like 15 crops, food crops, and then 5 meats and honey that they wanted to see traded more effectively in the Caribbean. There are too many barriers to the trade of these things, right? And so we did that over a year working with the CARICOM organization in Guyana, right? We came up with unified standards for intra-regional trade, right? Intra-regional trade, the CARICOM member. So the private sector people were interested in ginger and turmeric, right? They're interested in, of course, eggs and meat, and they're interested in honey. For example, many of you are from Trinidad and Tobago, and Trinidad and Tobago will not allow any honey from any country to come into Trinidad and Tobago. Right? And the basis for that has always been sanitary, right? And phytosanitary questions. Are we going to introduce diseases, unnecessary diseases into Trinidad and Tobago? But this is a modern age where you can't just say nothing is coming. You have to have a scientific basis for saying that there's a risk. That if you already have the disease, right, that Grenada has, then what's the risk? Why can't you take Grenada and honey, right? So we looked at the standards of those and made sure that there were stringent standards that every country could agree on for trade on something like honey. So no trade with infected materials, no trade with beekeeping equipment that might have stuff on it, but pasteurized honey can pass the border. Why not? Right? If it's pasteurized or irradiated honey can pass the border. Why not? So we tried to put those into place while other people were looking at improvements in logistics, right? We were lowering the technical barriers to trade and legal barriers to trade. Yeah. This I think replies a bit to what Donald was saying, right? And it is at least one step in the direction of ameliorating the issue of the Kentucky Fried Chicken box, right? One little step. There are other steps that have to be made.
Okay, thank you very much, Anthony. Donald, so perhaps now Anthony wants to hear a little bit more about what you've been doing in those schools in the rural areas and so on, which can probably add value to all these suggestions we're making in terms of the food and agriculture now, you know. So please share with us so that Anthony can really hear those stories.
Well, thanks very much. what I'm going to say is going to have a common theme, which is standing on more than one leg. And I'll show you, based on what we are doing with the Carbon Zero Institute of Trinidad and Tobago, how we try to add more than one dimension to everything that we do, because we believe it makes it much more stable and sustainable. So the Carbon Zero Institute is a non-profit organization we formed in 2016 after the Paris Agreement. And the idea was that I'd been trying for many years to get some serious action on climate change, starting with when I was at the time chair of Petrotrin. And in 2000, we started up the Caribbean Center for Climate Change at the Point-à-Pierre refinery. So you're talking now 23 years ago, we had a research institute set up at the oil refinery, studying climate change and how the operations of our oil company were contributing to it and what we needed to do about it. But after I left, the people who were there felt that this was another crazy balloting idea and they closed it down. So then in 2007, I set up a conference on carbon trading with a view to establishing an international center for trading carbon emissions in Trinidad and Tobago. And I brought people from the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and so on. We had a good conference, everybody understood, but there was no traction to do anything. So my third foray into this was in 2016, when I said, okay, under the cover of the Paris Agreement, we could get something done. And we launched a project at a secondary school in South Trinidad called Presentation College, one of these iconic boys' schools. The reason I did that was there were several reasons. One is that we felt that we had to work with the young people, and secondary school age we felt was a time of their life when they're already much more aware than we were when we were that age. They have lots of sources of information. There's a great amount of energy and passion in these young people. And they will be the leaders in the not too distant future. But even today, they are opinion leaders and they are influencers. And they could nag their parents and their uncles and aunties about throwing that soft drink bottle out the window from the car. So we started working with the young people. And we launched a project there to establish their carbon footprint and to offset it. And in parallel, we started something called the 1,000 Trees Challenge, which is challenging organizations to plant 1,000 moringa trees, which we map and we put it into a GIS, a geographical information system, so they could go there and see where the trees they planted were. And we estimate how much carbon they are sequestering for their project. And we've taken that another step now with our sustainable agricultural carbon sink. So, but jumping back to the schools, we started working more and more with the schools, and I was amazed at how aware and how much energy the students had. So we started all kinds of projects with the schools. But we did it, and then somebody said it earlier, we were data-driven. We took on 18 university students during their holidays, and we went to every single school in the country, and secondary school, 150, and did a survey on how engaged the school is with the environment. Do they have a kitchen garden? Do they teach about agriculture in the curriculum? And all of these areas, do they have an extracurricular activity like a march against plastic bags or anything like that? And we also did a national survey of secondary school students on their knowledge about climate change. And we knew then that only 11% of our secondary school students knew that there was something called the Paris Agreement. And only 9% of them knew that Trinidad and Tobago was a signatory. So we collected all this data, and then we started the initiatives because now we understood the gap that we had to fill with the students. And we ran 2 seasons of the National Secondary Schools Climate Quiz. And in this quiz, we got almost all 150 schools to participate. And it came down to a knockout finals, like a game show, with 16 schools, one against each other, till we had the grand finale. And these children prepared, and they prepared for this quiz, and they learned. And when we put it on television, as we did for the 2 seasons, they are actually teaching the country about climate change, the way they answer the questions and so on. We bring out critical thinking in it. So we put up a picture of a landfill with a cow, cattle grazing in it. And we say, how does this relate to climate change? And they have 20 seconds as a team to talk to each other and come back with an answer to get additional points in the quiz. So we are using this quiz as a way to educate the school population, because we run programs in parallel with it in the school. A competition, for example, we have. I woke up and it's 2050. This is what I see. And they have to make a little video, which they love, of how they see life in 2050. And we judge it with a technical team plus the number of likes on social media, which is the thing they like. So they will they'll do a video and they'll get Dwayne Bravo to endorse it. Or some singer named something like Shakira or some kind of thing like that. I don't know these things. And they're really creative about how they do it. And when we measured what happened to them and looked up afterwards, we saw a number of them got scholarships for environment from schools that never won a scholarship for environment before this. So we know that there's an impact. And we run this survey on their knowledge each time after the quiz. So we ran it twice already, and we're going out to do the next one actually next week. So that we're monitoring how their knowledge is increasing and improving over time, and where there still are gaps in terms of bringing them into more awareness about climate change. And that is flowing into projects and activities with the schools. And the last day I spoke, and I was grateful for the invitation, but I had to run off because I was going down to Point Fortin, where we held a workshop with 5 schools from Cedras to Vesini in the southwest remote area of Trinidad. Somebody spoke about Erin a little while ago there. When we just go to these schools, they're happy already because people don't come. People don't come by them. And the children come around and they want to talk. They want to hear more about what you have to say. And we engage with them directly. And then we have these programs. And this workshop we ran, we invited from each one of the 5 schools 2 teachers, 1 parent/caregiver, and 1 senior student or past student. So we're trying to reach the stakeholders of the school. And we are getting these corporations now to sponsor these workshops. So that in this case, an oil service company called Baker Hughes and a power station called TGU, they were the sponsors. And they allowed us to be able to go there and talk to these school stakeholders and let them understand more about climate change, because we realized we couldn't reach the students properly if we don't reach the teachers. So we've had workshops, we call them CCW and number 4, Climate Change Workshop 4, and we ran it for teachers, for farmers, and for industry. And we have it with a group of no more than maybe 40 persons. We talk about climate change, we talk about how it affects them in their area of operation, and what they could do about it. And with these schools now, what we've been able to do is through these workshops, we're setting up collaboration with the companies, the school under the umbrella of CZIT and our Project Zero, which is what we talked about, we launched at. So we go there and we give them four things to do. One is to have a project that creates awareness in the school. Two is to have a project or activity that creates awareness in the school community. Three is to do a carbon audit at the school. How much power are we using? How much water are we using? How much waste are we generating? What is our transportation cost in terms of carbon emissions? And how much food are we producing or contributing to or wasting? So they do this audit with the students doing the audit, and we have a template that was created by a university student, UE as their special project, one for a master's and one for undergraduate. So we use a template, and we get the students involved in measuring these things. And we're getting now the companies to now engage with the students. So they are appointing 2 of their staff for each school to help the school through this carbon process. And they are sponsoring projects in the schools. So we ran it previously in San Fernando with schools from Marabella area, 5 schools, and Paria Fuel Trading sponsored that workshop. And now we are rolling out projects with each school. One school wants to build a climate smart room. Another school, which is next to a place where they installed some wind turbines that are not in use in Gasparillo. Their project is to get that wind turbine working and producing power and putting it into the system. So by coming up with these project ideas and getting the corporations involved, they get to spend money on their ESG, the environmental, social, and governance budget. They get real projects, and they get staff engagement with the schools. And the schools, of course, they're looking for projects that are interesting for them and that may even directly benefit the operations of the school. And we're rolling these out in conjunction with our climate quiz, so that it's all part of preparing for the climate quiz also. But we are targeting the schools that are normally left out, because they're not what we call the prestige schools in Trinidad and Tobago. They are the government schools that people generally don't take on. And but we're waking up something in these schools with these students, and it's really exciting how it's proceeding. So that's one of the projects that we're working on, and if you want to comment on it, we could do that, or I could go on to another one.
So let me see if Dr. Richard, you want to come in? Anthony, you want to come in on what you've heard so far? Okay. Please.
Well, I'll just say briefly that it's very, very exciting. I have sitting in next to me my mother, who is the quiz queen of Antigua and Barbuda.
Wow.
You know, during her time, she's 84 now, but during her time, she created the competitions between schools, ordinary general knowledge quizzes and the inter-school debate. And for the little ones, there was the spelling bee. And together we created the science quiz, right? And I tried to encourage her to come and show her face. But, you know, this strikes home, and we see potential already. And we don't have oil companies, but we've collaborated before across the Caribbean Council for Science and Technology, working with NIHAS, for example. you guys at Petro Trin sponsored the Science Center in Trinidad and a roving exhibition, right,
Yes.
which came out under the name Yapolo, which was an Amerindian language word for to discover. And the Yapolo was a moving, came through the islands, a container came through the islands, right? We received it in Antigua and Barbuda, and Mrs. Lee Young came up from Nehurst with it. And in a big conference area, we were able to roll out exhibits from the Trinidad and Tobago Science Center for Antigua and Barbuda students to enjoy, right? Explore with their hands and build things, right? So, even though we don't have petrochemical companies here, we've benefited already, and we see ways that it can be done, right? We have hotels. We have the tourism industry, and that's another way to go, right? And in Jamaica,
Right.
we have other industries too. So these are thoughts. Thank you.
Right, fantastic. And I wrote down Yapolo because we have a steering committee for our climate quiz, and it has representatives from the ministries of energy, education, planning, from UE, UTT, COSTAT, NEHUS, the EMA, the SWIMCOL, which manages the landfills. They're all members of our steering committee. So we tap into that rich resource. So I will have to talk to the NEHUS reps about this. And the other thing is that our quiz, when we showed it, first we created 8 one-hour shows, which we showed in Trinidad on national television. And then we rolled it out in 28 Caribbean territories under this Tempo Networks. And it was so well received that they ran it twice in the region. And they ran it on their network cable in some areas in the US East Coast, Miami, Atlanta, Washington, somewhere in New Jersey as well, and in New York. So that this Caribbean flavored climate change information is reaching a wide audience. And it's important because all the stories we hear about climate change have accents that don't sound like us. Presenting them.
Indeed.
So,
indeed. During one of the projects that I described earlier, we were able to record Caribbean voices, what the young people were saying about climate and food. And then we had those presented at the COP22.
Okay. Very good. All right, so I want to jump over into another of our projects, and this is now relating directly with food. So it started when
may I kindly ask through you principal, may I kindly ask before Donald go to the next topic, I will not be satisfied if you see Anthony does something, yeah. Anthony just give you a little bit, and he have you excited, and he leave you as such. And I'm not going to tolerate that, because Anthony has just said that he has next to him there the 80-year-old quiz queen, right? And she has been involved in spelling bee. And I thought that I was the person who introduced spelling bee in Trinidad since in 1999. But I am a junior as far as the quiz queen is concerned. And I am not going to leave here until I have a word with the quiz queen who is next to Anthony there. So Anthony, could you, yes, I am saying the quiz queen. Good morning, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, yes, good morning. I am speaking from Port of Spain, Trinidad. My name is Clyde Phillip, and I was just sharing with the team here that in 1999, I had introduced in Trinidad the spelling bee competition for the secondary school, but only to realize that my bubble has been burst because I realized that there is a quiz queen who was involved in spelling bee long before that. So we'll be happy. I'll be happy to hear some things from you, ma'am, because I understand clearly the reason for the spelling bee, but certainly we would like to know if you can just quickly share some thoughts with us. We'll be happy. Over to you, ma'am. Of course, through you, principal.
Yeah.
Certainly, certainly.
What's it called again? Spellbound.
Well, I mean, I worked in radio and television arts, right? As a teacher, of course. What we did, what we had were some quizzes. Spellbound, that was for spelling, especially for the little ones. Junior science quiz. What's the other one? We had English language, and top of the form.
And debate.
And yes.
Inter-school debate.
Oh laws, yes. And I mean, I found that the teachers were keen, of course, to compete, and the children were happy about it too, and the parents. We were all proud of it, and they did very well.
I want to tell you, you know the impact that these things can have, and I'm really excited about what Prof. Dalbaldia Singh is doing over there. I really excited, believe me, because we have experience here. Together we created junior science quiz, right? When my mom started doing general knowledge quizzes, top of the form, she introduced a section which was called Complete This Caribbean Saying.
Yes.
So each of the schools, had to answer various questions like that. So I don't know. So a Trinidadian one might be something like play dead, and the student would have to answer catch kobo, right? Play dead, catch kobo, right? So the teachers therefore started to drill their classes in the proverbs, of the Caribbean. Of course, this was in a different era, and letters were written to the ministry saying, this is not English. No, we don't want that kind of thing on our television. But
I could imagine. I could imagine.
Times have changed. Times have changed.
Yeah, and it speaks to our rich heritage and our rich history. Here in Barbados we had Professor Richard Alsop and his wife Janet Alsop, and they wrote the Caribbean Dictionary, which is a dictionary of all Caribbean words and slangs and so on. Fantastic book, right? That was followed by 2010 by Dr. Weiner, I think it is, who did something on the Trinidadian Dictionary. But
yes,
that rich history,
I have them right there.
Yeah, beautiful, right? But again, as I was saying to you earlier on, as one of the last standing Mohicans, we have to expose this to our younger ones so they can know it and use it and speak it and carry it on so it lives, and it doesn't just stay on a shelf. Because a lot of them don't know these things. I mean, you're very privileged to have your mother there who's 84 with you. That's brilliant. Celebrate. Good morning to your mom, and may you wish to make 184.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I really wish that you did. I met professors. Clyde's dad, who was 97. We have a lot of Bajans here who live to be 100 and so on. So I hope you make it and make that milestone. I wish you all the best, good health and strength. And this is where we connect in the food and.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, the food and what we eat and how we live and sharing. We come back to humanity again because, here is his mom, who is our senior, and we are sitting at her feet, looking at what she did. I mean, the two Caribbean icon right here, living in living color, in living person. And so this is what we are talking about. How do we celebrate what we have done? It's not as though we have not done anything. We have done a lot of things, but we need to let others know and to build on that and to celebrate it, because this is part of the interdependence, Donald, that we have failed to understand. This is what independence means: creating, doing for ourselves, and then sharing with others to build more. Right? This is the process of nation building. This is what we're talking about. This is what GGR is promoting and pushing. How do we build as a people on the various strengths? I mean, Anthony said it earlier. Let's play to our strengths. We will always have downsides and weaknesses, but let's play to the strengths and minimize those, downsides and so on. So Donald, Anthony wants to come in. Please come in, Anthony.
No, I want to ask Donald really about the programs which were shown through the region. Right, I don't watch much television at all, but I'd love to know where I can see those, and I'm going to ask in Antigua about them as well.
Right. Well, you could go to our YouTube page. Just go to YouTube and look up CZITT for the Carbon Zero Institute of Trinidad and Tobago. The acronym, we pronounce it CZIT, as in grab the opportunity. So CZITT, you can look us up. CZIT.com is the website. Our e-learning platform, which I will mention, is czit-ed.org. And we have the YouTube page where we have all the episodes of the quiz there that you could click on them and follow them. So after that very, very wonderful interlude to hear the quiz queen of Antigua and Barbuda, I am just fascinated and learning so much. I'm making my notes because I hope you all don't mind that we will apply some of these ideas to what we're doing. So in terms of spreading the word across the region, we have, I mentioned this steering committee we have for the quiz, and one of the organizations that is a member of the steering committee is the IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank. We brought them in because they are a key partner in development. They have access to money, but they have a lot of influence. And they being a member of the steering committee, they have followed the work that we're doing. And in fact, now what has happened is the IDB in Belize has contacted us and asked us to come over there to do some of this magic with the schools in Belize. So, of course, we grabbed the opportunity and we're going in January. And we will apply the model that we have in the best way that we could do it in the circumstances there. We're not going to force fit it. But they have identified corporations, and to take up the point, it doesn't have to be big businesses. It could be any business, because everybody needs to do this give back part. And we're looking to set up the model to run a quiz to raise more awareness about, in particular, they want to address dumping of garbage, because they've just done a big infrastructure project to channel rainwater away from flooding homes and so on into a repository where they have pumps pumping it over into the sea. And what they want to address is the tendency for people, and us, to use that channel as their garbage disposal. So we are going to run programs with the schools on waste reduction, waste management, and the importance of everyone, cherishing this infrastructure they have, because it's preventing water now from coming into their yards and maybe even their homes. So we have to tie this all together in this this awareness campaign working through the schools for the IDB. So I was so pleased that somebody recognizes the model that we are using. It's not just the actual quiz, but there's a whole concept of how we're doing it. And they want to see it in another country. So, sorry?
Yeah.
I think Anthony wants to ask a question. Go ahead, Anthony.
Yes. Thank you. Back in the day, when my mom was doing quizzes, one of her great supporters, sponsors, was the West Indies Oil Company, which you will know, you engineer guys will know, right? It was an Antiguan a depot for petroleum and distribution. So we do have a little, experience with dealing with those. And I think that the project that you're doing in Belize is going to be fantastic. Belize is like Guyana. You have the great big ditches, the trenches running everywhere. Places so prone to flooding that one hurricane destroyed Belize City. I think it's 1960s, and they had to build a new capital in Belmopan in the inland. But Belmopan is only about 100 feet higher, than Belize City. It's 100 miles inland and 100 feet higher, right? So this issue that you're talking about is no small thing at all. Right? No small thing at all. You could say climate change change Belize from the 60s because that hurricane forced a huge number of Belizeans to migrate, right? Look for better lives overseas. Leaving behind, of course, children, what we call barrel children, dependent on whatever the parents send home. And, we've all been through all of that, but we know that there are social ills that rise from that, right? And, it all points back to that hurricane.
And so, Donna, before you go, I think the Chancellor wants to say something. Yes, Chancellor, come in, please.
Great. Thank you. First of all, congratulations to your dear mom. I was listening here, and I'm very, very happy to be able to see this young lady. She's not old lady. You look quite young to me, anyway. And I hope your health is bearing up to that. But even as we speak, I'm receiving documents here. For instance, I've just received the Climate Change and Carbon Marketing Initiative Bill 2022 from the Bahamas, 39 pages long, and ATC Investment Fund Act 2000, and that is also sent to me by the same source. And these speak to even the funding and the type of resources that are available. So, Donald, if you don't have any contacts in the Bahamas, I'd be happy to refer this individual. He's one of my chairs for the Bahama chapter of ADDI, and in the Bahamas a few weeks ago, which I was privy to. Also, I would like to extend to you the possibility of providing some sponsors for your school programs. I have some potential sponsors that subject to, of course, you and them making the proper arrangements, but we can do that. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. That's a magic word for us, sponsors.
Excellent. And that's what we're doing. So we're connecting the family, you know what I mean? We're growing the family, we are empowering people to do things differently and so on. And more importantly, we are doing it ourselves with support in the community, in the schools and so on, really building development from below, right? So I think this is fantastic. Anthony and his mother, they're excited and so on. They're ready to roll and so on. So we have people who are willing to roll up their sleeves and to jump into the trenches and do the work that needs to be done. And I think this is great for all of us here now, because when Anthony came on, his primary focus was climate justice. And so here we are now talking about climate justice in the context of making that change with the young ones, understanding what we are talking about, doing the right things, influencing their parents to do the right things so that we can save ourselves down the road from, flooding and all the other things that come with that. And at the same time, get the stakeholders to join in terms of their commitment, the ESGs, and all these different things. So I think we are creating a virtuous circle here that was going to help us to, connect all the moving parts to build up. So Donna, please continue. I think you were going to go to part 2 or something like that. You were trying to tell us about Belize and what you're going to do there.
Well, yeah, I'll leave off on Belize for now, but stay tuned because once we start to pick up, I'll be happy to share that experience and to see, how we could keep building out on these things. Coming back to the theme of standing on more than one leg, and just running back to the point about honey. So in my for-profit life, which is much smaller now than my non-profit. In fact, when I told my wife that I was going to form a non-profit company, she says, "So what's new?" because we find that we are so focused on the social side of everything that we do that it's now a blur. Anyway, so we do a lot of work for the power utility here at TNTech. And in doing some of this line work, I realized that out in the rural areas, the countryside, when TNTech installs these steel poles, they leave holes in the poles that were drilled as part of the construction. And what happens almost invariably is that bees move into the poles. And when the TNTech linesmen go and they put the ladder against the pole and it hits the pole, well, these bees come out in a rage, as we say, and attack the linesmen. So what TNTech does is they have a man who is a contractor. They call him in and he comes, he puts on his bee suit, he climbs to the top of the pole, he takes the cap off the top of the pole, and he dumps chemicals down in the pole and he kills the bees. And they're doing this all over. They're killing these bees, which means they're killing the pollinators and they're killing a source of honey. So we have put together a project which is not yet running, but it's conceptualized and we're looking for that magic word, the sponsors, to run beekeeping courses, which we started setting up on our e-learning platform, and have in parallel a project to rescue the bees from the poles, and then plug the pole up, because that's what they should have done when they built the line. They're supposed to use those holes to put rods through so they could climb the poles, but when they finish, they actually have a plug that they're supposed to plug the pole and they don't. So we're saying rescue the bees, plug the pole up so they don't go back in there, run the courses on our e-learning platform, and the graduates from the course, we give them their hive. So they're ready to go into honey production. And that is how we have a project that stands on more than one leg, because it involves solving a problem for TNTech, the power utility, and at the same time creating an opportunity for beekeepers to get into honey production. So I'm trying to do this kind of thing with almost everything we do. Let it stand on more than one leg, because then it is more likely to be sustainable, because people have more than one reason to make it successful. And we're looking to companies to also sponsor these projects. Sorry.
I think Anthony wants to say something. Come in, Anthony.
Thank you. This is very, very interesting. I love the standing on more than one leg idea. I guess I've thought about it differently, but it's a nice it encapsulates what we want to do quite nicely. I think it was in 2005, a farmer in Antigua told me that he planted his pumpkins, and he managed to harvest one pumpkin per acre, right? Because the pollination was gone. Um, yeah, the a disease which has been in Trinidad and Tobago for a long time, um, out of the United States, gradually island hopped until it got to Antigua in about 2005. And within a year or so, we were having major problems with food production. Yeah. Working with the National Beekeepers Association there, I put together a project to try to rejuvenate beekeeping in Antigua. And on the one hand, we're thinking about the farmers and food production. And on the other hand, we're looking at the beekeepers themselves who had been wiped out financially, right, by the arrival of this mite, the varroa mite or vampire mite, which sucked out the life of the honeybees. The other aspect of it was with the environment people, we're trying to understand our native pollinators, because honeybees, as much as we love them, are from Europe. They're an invasive species, really, and we wanted to get a better grasp on what wild pollinators there are around. I think, you Trinidadians and so on have a lot of wild pollinators. You have something called stingless bees, and the Amerindians knew them and used to use them. If you go to Costa Rica now, I went to a place there. The Amerindians will have a log attached to the house and a beehive living in it, stingless bees. So they have a few of these logs, and one type they harvest the honey for eye drops, right? One type they harvest the honey for colds. One type they harvest the honey for wounds, right? You have these stingless bees in Trinidad and Tobago, and so some effort has been put into understanding those native bees, but not in Antigua and Barbuda. I guess you've seen a big black bee buzzing around Barbados and other places, carpenter bee. It drills holes, Donald. It drills holes in dead trees and has a little nest of eggs in there. It's more of a solitary bee than a nest bee. Doesn't sting anybody. But they are losing ground. So when I came to live in this house in Barbados, I planted my pumpkin in the back. I didn't get any pollination. I had to hand pollinate. I walked the neighborhood and I couldn't see carpenter bees and I couldn't see honeybees, right? So these are important things you're talking about. I'm going to stop. Could say more, but I'm going to stop. Oh, I should say that in Antigua, when we ran the project, we're more successful in some parts than others. And it would be important for me to share that we're really successful in getting beekeepers back into action. We help them with their boxes and we train them on rearing queens to multiply the number of queens available. We were really successful in helping farmers and they wanted beekeepers on their land. We're a lot less successful in understanding our native bees. And so there's work to be done in that area.
Excellent. Fantastic. Great to hear. Are you seeing me? Because I'm not seeing me on my own device.
We're seeing a little bit of you, Donald, as a sort of a frozen picture, but that's okay. We're hearing you, so you can still share with us.
Okay. Great.
you get your thing sorted out. But we're hearing you loud and clear, so please continue.
Excellent. So I want to jump away to one other project that before I go back to the main one I want to finally speak about. So we have these in Trinidad, these police youth clubs sprinkled all over the country. And the youth clubs work with, obviously, youth, particularly at-risk youth in the communities. And one of the things we realized was that they are connected to the ground. They're connected to young people who need support. But what they lack is the technical capabilities. And also we realize it involves even writing up the projects. So we befriended a police youth club in La Brea in South Trinidad near the Pitch Lake, the La Brea Police Youth Club. And we met this lady, a corporal, and saw how passionate she was about working with the young people. And what we did with them is that we wrote up a proposal to Digicel Foundation for a grant for a project we developed with them, which is an agriculture project with youth. And we got Digicel Foundation to give some money, because what they were lacking was the ability to write up something in the language that the foundation would want to hear. And we got the grant and we project managed it, and we set up a little agricultural operation where we have grow boxes planting directly in the ground. We have the traditional hydroponic, which is horizontal PVC pipes. And we have an innovative vertical hydroponic system that is solar powered and has a timer in it to water the plants at different times and so on. And that is invented by a Trinidadian named Ansel Bagondine. And so we put some of that into the project as well. So they get to see the participants, different types of agriculture and what it could produce. And when they were running out of money with the project, we applied to Massey Foundation, again on their behalf, showing what had been done already and where they needed help. And Massey Foundation also put money in. So now they have a running project that is able to attract other sponsors. So now the National Gas Company is actually chasing them up because they are seeing a project that is real and producing results, and they want to put a significant amount of money into the project. So the police youth club went from just begging for little money here and there and trying to do something one-off with whatever funds they get, to now having a sustainable project that is teaching at-risk youth about agriculture and showing them this as a pathway to their financial independence, right down there in La Brea, in the bush, as we say.
Absolutely brilliant.
Donald, could you adjust your camera a little bit, because we've only seen your forehead.
Are you seeing anything? Because I am not seeing anything on my screen. How is it there now?
Are you wave your hand?
It's more like a still picture, just like a shot.
I think you're frozen. Wave your hand. No, you're not.
Yeah,
you're frozen.
It went off sometime there, and it's refusing to come back.
Come back on.
Yeah, he's having bandwidth issues. He's been having it all along. I'm just here trying to manage it as well as possible. But he better not to do too much, because he will lose his connection.
Yeah, Balde, leave it as it is, Balde. But just continue speaking. We're hearing you.
Okay, great. I actually turned off the camera now, so I could save some.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, we're hearing you loud and clear.
So I wanted to tell you about that police youth club project, because again, it conforms to this idea of standing on more than one leg, because the youth club had things they wanted to achieve. They were missing some of the capabilities for it. And what we brought in is our technical capability and our networking to help bring the resources together for them. Right. Now, I know I've been talking a lot, but the final one I want to talk about is our Sustainable Agriculture Project. Now, this started when I was asked by the UN to do a study in a coastal town called Cali Bay in Trinidad to relate crime and security risks to climate change. So they wanted to study whether climate change was affecting crime and security risks, and whether it was compounded because of climate change, or it was just as it always was, or what's happening there. So to do this project, I enjoyed this very much because I went onto the ground. And I ran, excuse me, CZIT actually ran a focus group meeting where we brought stakeholders together. Excuse me, this included residents, fisher folk, farmers, small businesses, bigger businesses, schools, and the police. This Inspector Alexander, who is well known in Trinidad, he attended. And we had a frank and open discussion about how, and we expanded it, we looked at how climate change, COVID, and crime was affecting the livelihoods of people in this community. And I mean, I'm an engineer, as you know, but I learned a lot of things and conducted a sustainable livelihood analysis, which showed that some of these farmers and fisher folk are living on the edge. They almost at the edge of the cliff. And climate change, in particular, continuing to impact on them, will throw them over the cliff. So coming out of that study, what we did, and we analyzed, well, where are these possible solutions? Because all the UN wanted to know, of course, was how is it related? But I wanted to go further to say, where are the solutions? And then we came up with this idea of a sustainable agricultural carbon sink. So it's a combination of food production and climate action. And we partnered with the UE Engineering Institute to estimate how much carbon is sequestered or absorbed in the agricultural plot. And we're working with the farmers on models that could be more sustainable because they're standing on more than one leg. So one of it is that we are getting them to plant moringa trees in association with their crops. And we are mapping the moringa trees and estimating how much carbon they are absorbing. And we're getting the point leases companies, which are the huge producers of carbon emissions, to fund some of these projects and to informally be granted the carbon offset against their own carbon footprint. So under their ESG, environmental, social, and governance programs, they can now boast about supporting food production that is absorbing carbon and get to tell a good story about carbon sequestration. And the farmers, they are getting support and funding to keep the trees alive and to benefit from the shade of the trees. And also we're promoting a moringa industry, which there already is in Jamaica and elsewhere. And we also got the UE as a student project to design a solar-powered moringa dryer. So we can now set up central points where we can dry the moringa and produce a product that is saleable, hopefully something that can be exported. So the project has many dimensions, and it also includes beekeeping because we need to boost the pollination. So we're getting some of the farmers to put in their hives, and actually we got a farmer to plant a lot of sunflowers, and the bees came on their own. We didn't have to do anything else. They just arrived and they set up their hive next door. And the sunflowers, we're experimenting now with sunflower oil as a product. We also create ponds on the site, so we have water there for irrigation and as flood prevention, and we have tilapia fish living in the ponds. So now there's the fish farming aspect out of it as well, and we're experimenting with drip irrigation as opposed to splashing water over the whole land because water is so much scarcer now. So we're pumping water out and applying drip irrigation to the crops. So all of these things are happening and being documented to come up with models that ultimately a farmer with as little as 2 acres of land can have a viable operation. And that's intended to address that when the sugar industry was closed, many farmers received lands, 2 acres portions, more than 90% of which are abandoned at the moment. And even in this catchment area we have in now, has about 2,000 of these 2-acre plots that have nothing happening on them. So what we're looking to do is to create a model with a template and a business plan that a farmer can go to the Agricultural Development Bank or other sources and get financing and set up their project and get the additional support from the energy companies because they are sequestering carbon. So I could pause there because I said a lot. And then there's one final part of this project I want to talk about.
All right, so we pause for any comments. Anthony, I see you in deep thought there. Lots of things are going through your mind. Any comments for Donald at this point? Or you want to hear the final piece?
Well, several comments, but I'm trying to choose one. I love the integration of these various legs or dimensions to stand on. I have a question more than a comment. This place where the pond is it one place that the pond is, or is each farmer producing a pond? Is there a particular center where the moringa trees are being produced? I didn't quite catch that.
Okay, so we have a nursery where we are producing the moringa plants and using it from various projects with schools and so on. And we are planting the moringa for the farmer because we can't convince them to plant that for themselves. They want to plant peppers and cucumbers and so on. The ponds are in the individual plots because we think it will create too much conflict if they try to share the resources of a pond during the dry season. So we are encouraging everybody to have a pond and produce your fish as well as have your water source.
This is marvelous. Flood control in Trinidad is becoming such an issue, especially in the built-up areas where the concrete is producing cascades. What comes to mind is a beautiful project called Trees That Feed in Jamaica, which will come to you anywhere in the Caribbean and give you trees. Right? They love to give breadfruit trees, right? But there are other types of trees, but they have a nice collection of breadfruit varieties. And once you have a nursery, they have found the funding overseas, a lot of goodwill, and they will come and give the nursery trees. And not only that, they will buy back trees if the nursery raises them to be used in projects around the country, right? Trees that feed is an interesting, I think, associate for you.
Well, thanks very much. And if you could give me a connection to them offline, I would very much appreciate. When we launched our project, we planted breadfruit trees as well, because we want to look at breadfruit as similar to the moringa, in the sense that the tree absorbs the carbon and it produces a product that is useful for food. We found that a lot of farmers don't want to plant breadfruit because they think that would attract people to come and steal them. So they don't mind the moringa, but we are trying to get more breadfruit in there. And when we launched the project, our patron, former President Carmona, he and the Jamaican High Commissioner to Trinidad and Tobago planted a couple ackee trees. And the idea was to talk about cooperation in the islands in terms of food production. And Justice Carmona had studied at Mona, so he was really delighted to be connected that way. And we had the Association of Jamaicans living in Trinidad and Tobago were a partner on the project, and they came out and they planted trees and so on with us. So we're looking for all of this collaboration. So now I'm going on to something else that came out of the project. We held one of our, what I mentioned earlier, CCW 4, number 4, climate change workshop for farmers. We put together a 2-day workshop on climate smart agriculture. And we got Republic Bank in Trinidad and ANSA Merchant Bank to sponsor it. And we had 40 farmers who were representatives by and large of farming associations around the country come together, and we went through several talks we had with them, where we had experts on water, on energy, on pest control, on use of technology, and so on. And we discussed with them over 2 days. And President Carmona sat through the whole 2 days because he's also a registered farmer, and gave input through the whole time and encouragement to the farmers. And in the process, we realized how desperately the farmers need help in dealing with climate issues. They practice, by and large, a traditional form of farming that has not changed for a long time, because many times they come from farming families who for generations have been planting and rearing livestock and so on. And they haven't adjusted very much in these more difficult climate conditions. So we started, the whole thing was about climate smart agriculture, and we realized that, no pun intended, but this is fertile ground to talk to them about climate action. And we videotaped all of the presentations at the workshop, and we put them up on our e-learning platform. So they are available for all the farmers to go and look at them. And then we started saying, what else can we do to use technology to support the farmers? And we came up with a project that uses artificial intelligence to advise the farmers on what they should be considering. So in the system, the farmer will put in their own profile, who they are, where they are, how much land they have, what are their aspirations for their farm, what kind of soil they have, how close are they to a water source, all of these things. And the system would be looking online for weather conditions, for market pricing conditions, for demand and supply, and using artificial intelligence, pushing advice to the farmer. Look, we're expecting a very dry season next year. You should think carefully about irrigation. You should think about whether you want to plant watermelon or what else. It will be pushing notifications, also giving them all the planting cycles and so on. And then they could interrogate and say, I'm seeing my leaves of my moringa tree getting yellow. What does that mean? And the system would use artificial intelligence techniques, chat GPT and so on, to advise them. Also, it will be collecting data from all the farmers, so it will know, well, your colleague half a mile away is having the same problem. Without saying who it is, it would be looking for common problems among the farmers, perhaps appearance of new pests with climate change, and so on. So it's using AI, it's using the fact that we have a very high penetration of mobile phones in Trinidad and Tobago, and it's trying to encourage particularly young people who are more technology oriented to get involved with farming. And to that end, we formed a partnership with a program under the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service called the YAP program, the Youth Agricultural Homestead Program, where they have 1,700 participants being trained in agriculture and then being given a lease of 2 acres of land to start up the farm. So we now have a partnership with them where we are going to be delivering some of the training in climate smart agriculture. And they will be one of the test groups for this app that we are developing. And it's being developed with partners out of Massachusetts. And taking me back to some of my roots, because in 1991, my master's thesis was on artificial intelligence. And nobody knew anything about that then, so I have to tell you a quick story. I was going to speak to a Rotary Club, and I told them I'll talk about artificial intelligence. And they, the man who is introducing me, he said, young Mr. Balu Singh has come to speak to us about artificial insemination. Well, they didn't know about artificial intelligence, so he related it to what he knew. So he said he's going to speak to us about artificial insemination. So I went up and I said, well, I'm actually going to speak about artificial intelligence, but I hope it would be equally productive.
And potent.
I love it. I love it.
So this project has allowed me to go back to my roots, literally, and get back into artificial intelligence, which has progressed so much in the 30 years since I completed my master's. Apply that. So this is all the concept of standing on more than one leg, right? With our network, which brought together these people out of Boston, with the farmers, with Point Lisa, with carbon sequestration. Sorry? So I could pause there because that covers most of what I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, you've come full circle. I see Anthony has some question. So Anthony, please come in.
Thank you, Principal. I like the idea of standing on more than one leg. What is the weak point? Is it the central project management? Is there a way to let us say I am the key project manager in CZIT, right? And I get seriously ill or depressed or something, right? What stops the whole thing from falling apart?
Well, I'm trying to build that resilience. We have a team,
Mhm.
and as I say, we have these advisors that are coming from different backgrounds, and CZIT itself has an advisory board made up of players from different parts of the life in Trinidad and Tobago. So, I mean, you identified a very important area there that we have to make sure that this isn't just about me, but that we really have a good, strong team. That we appoint a project manager for the different projects, and I try more and more to make sure that that is not me
Mhm.
who is the project manager.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how far the idea of standing on more than one leg went, because I see a lot of potential in the idea of standing on more than one leg, right? Especially if we can stand on more than one management leg. Yeah. Um, well, in terms of partnerships, the partner that comes to mind for this part of your program is what used to be called the Commonwealth Agricultural Bureau International. It's now called CAB International, and I believe it is more private now than it was. Out of England, so many resources, but one of the things they do is one of their programs sends a broadcast to every cell phone, every farmer's cell phone in India, right? Giving them the types of updates that that you're talking about. But it's an older system than the one you're developing. I'm not so sure how much artificial intelligence is driving it, but a lot of real intelligence is driving it, right? Human intelligence. For instance, there is a network of plant doctors. The CAB International is a strong plant protection emphasis. They have every plant disease journal and article up on their system. They track invasive species, and they got loads of natural enemies. They got a library of natural enemies, fungal natural enemies to fight diseases. But you can, in Barbados, you can go put put a picture online to them and they can diagnose the disease. There are also plant clinics which the Ministry of Agriculture holds under the market or under the tree, where you can take your bush and have somebody there look at it, and that person there can also interact with their counterpart at CAB International. So all of these countries, like Barbados and some of the others, are members, contributing members of CAB International. So they can call on that resource. Yeah. So it's an older, I would say, 20 year older, 30-year older version. CAB International itself goes back over 100 years.
I think that's
Excellent.
very useful because I know one of our advisors who's gone AWOL, Dr. Bibi Ali, I think Clyde knows her, is associated with CAB International. And she's the one who set up the biological treatment of pests at Caroni when she was head of research there. So when I say it's artificial intelligence based, I want to make sure that we bring as much live, knowledgeable intelligence into the system as well. So we will be reaching out to all these possible stakeholders. So now you've identified another one for me that we could talk to about how we could tap into their resource, because it's all one common problem we're trying to address here. Yep.
Excellent, excellent. So, gentlemen and lady, we have come full circle. I think we have shown how integrated and how interdependent we really are as we've traversed from food and agriculture and planting and the PCB and showing the theory and the practice and in between, and how as a family and wherever we are in the Caribbean, we are very much in touch with what is going on in other places, other islands. So we are not as separated as we think. We are more integrated than anything else, and so food is the central glue that holds us together. However, we recognize that in order to be effective individuals at whatever we do, whether it's beekeeping, whether it's farming, whether it's doing some other thing in our communities, we have to get the knowledge and the skills and the expertise and the businesses support and funding. So it's a cycle, it's a circle that really needs everybody to make their contribution, and that's what we've done here this morning. I mean, we've talked on so many things, and so we are still very much in and I'm sure there's a lot more that could be said, but we have, as Dr. Anthony said to me when we first spoke, we just scratched the surface, so to speak, in terms of what is here and what else we can do. We can drill down a whole lot more. I think Donald has given us a lot of legs to stand on. And so tentacles reaching far and wide into the various communities, whether it's farming, it's fishing, we heard about tilapia, so many things. And so for sure, a lot of ideas have been put out there. People can be thinking about, where do I want to go? What space do I want to fill? And at the end of the day, it's all about collaboration. It's all about cooperation. It's all about sharing. It's all about building. And I think we have a fantastic network here upon which we can build, which is what GGR is promoting, so that people can be empowered. I mean, we had the quiz queen here blessing everything that we've been doing and so on. I mean, you couldn't want for a better environment in which to have discussions so that the young ones could join us as the older ones and those who are in between to really get this whole new version going, because we're talking about legacy, we're talking about sustainability, and the whole idea is to get everybody on board so that they can play their part, right? So as I think we are coming to the end of our time in terms of our time slot. I mean, we have gone now about 11:16, so that is great. We have gone beyond the point of 10:30 or so, and I think this is fantastic because of the great interest and passion that we have in these subjects that we've been discussing. So before we bring our things to a close, maybe I should ask whether we have any final comments from our panel. So Professor Clyde, from where you sit, I'll go with Professor Clyde, then I'll come with Dr. Richards, and then Donald, and perhaps even here Charlene and the Chancellor, so we could bring our package together. So Professor Clyde, any comments, final comments?
Thank you, Principal Wayne. The more I participate in our Fridays Bajan Vibes, focusing on the activities and the plans of GGRU, is the more I am very convinced that we are doing something right. So much so that I will want us, probably not at this point, but something that we can sleep on. We have to be in a position that we can be part of the solution of the challenges that exist in our region. Last year, there was a hustled uh, heads of government meeting in Port of Spain, Trinidad, where it was said crime as a health crisis in the region, where the 17 heads of state signed off on a document, took it to Washington, D.C., and tried to argue of guns coming into the Caribbean and all of these things. And colleagues, we know, again, these are just things that perhaps may not produce the kind of results that expects. I remember last year in December, the Prime Minister of Jamaica called a state of emergency. I will not be surprised if the Prime Minister does the same thing in Trinidad and Tobago this month. Let me tell you where this conversation is going. I have listened attentively to these excellent projects and programs that my good friend Donald have been speaking about. And I'm wondering, just wondering, to what extent can all of these things be scaled up? Because they are responses to the challenges in the region. And I want to really have a conversation, not really a conversation, but some implementation, because we have to get the young people and the young at heart to be engaged. We are talking about the next generation workforce. We have these solutions. But I am unsure whether or not the heads of states of all of these little rocks in the Caribbean Sea and Atlantic Ocean understand what we are talking about. Gentlemen, ladies, I'm sorry, because I'm feeling the Queen is still with us there. I want to take these conversations to the next level for implementation. And as you all know, my whole attitude, I'm not expecting solutions in the morning. My attitude is that we fix it and we improve it as we go along. We fix it and we improve it as we go along. These novel, workable projects and programs that Donald is speaking about, I want us to begin to scale up and actionize and take it to the next level. Thank you, Principal, for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts.
And thank you for sharing those insights. We can see that these are opportunities that we should seize, as to use Donald's seize it, and to explore the sort of collaborative tools that we may have at our disposal. So, Anthony, having heard what Professor Clyde spoke about, what are your closing comments on our discussion?
First of all, thank you very much, Chancellor, Principal.
Anthony, are you there, Dr. Richards? Oh,
yes,
good.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much, Principal and Chancellor, for this opportunity and to meet you all, especially for the first time, Charlene Ayers Bennett and for some reason, Donald Baldier Singh, we don't seem to have crossed paths, though the name seems familiar, right? Your general thrust of not expecting the results in the morning, tomorrow morning, yeah, that point is well taken, and I can see that if we're going to work along with Donald and follow this path, we have a long road to walk. Right, a lot going on over there. I mentioned earlier an organization called Caribbean Yard Campus, which I shall mention just now. But I just realized that I haven't mentioned our own organization, which is Wild Caribbean. Yeah, Wild Caribbean is my not for profit, with some other Antiguan actors who live in various countries, in particular Eva Lindsay out of New York, and they are the leading environmental people in the Eastern Caribbean. And so I hope we'll be able to catch up and talk with you guys some more. I mentioned Caribbean Yard Campus earlier on because I think very much that it is a forerunner on the ground of a grassroots university. Um, grass, the aims of Caribbean Yard Campus are so close. Caribbean Yard Campus is addressing those gaps which are created by our colonial past. We have a program or two in agriculture where people construct box gardens and so on. We have a course that I teach on called Sweet Broom and Bitter Bush. Sweet Broom and Bitter Bush is taught by myself, the first Obia biochemist, a Garifuna healer out of Belize, right? The PI or shaman of the Santa Rosa Arima community, right? And a medical scientist um, 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 from St. Augustine campus. And we are addressing the fact that we're addressing the scientific validation of Caribbean medicinal plant use. Caribbean Yard Campus looks at those things that you had to leave outside the school door, right? You cannot take anything about bush medicine into the medical faculty classroom back in the day. You could not take talking Trinidad and Tobago, Trinidad Creole into the classroom back in the day. So Caribbean Yard Campus has put on classes in Creole, St. Lucian Creole, Trinidad Creole, Haitian Creole. It has, we have an accredited masquerade mask making program in Trinidad and Tobago, right? It's, we have a large community that runs this program, but one of the key leaders is Raul Gibbons. Raul Gibbons, the drama and activist that I'm sure you know well in Trinidad and Tobago. He lives up in Tunapuna, right? During the COVID, Caribbean Yard Campus was able to go online, forced to go online. So we now are teaching really throughout the region. Each year we have our dry season campus, dry season semester. We have our wet semester. Fall to show the thinking behind Caribbean Yard Campus, and that you are a media approach grassroots university, and I really would like to see if we can find synergies between these two organizations.
Consider it done. Consider it done, Dr. Richards. We will have some discussions about that for sure. So let me just ask Charlene and then Philip, and I'll give Donald the last word as we sort of wrap up. So Charlene, any comments, any thoughts about what we've done here this morning?
Well, I'll try to keep it brief. but I was not fortunate enough to meet Dr. Alvin Lee Kwai, but I've certainly heard a lot about him from my from another of his proteges, Alistair Bowen, who's my uncle, and from Donald and Professor Clyde, who also is proteges among others. And it's good to know that that ethos is pervading through the university, pervading through the connections here, the connections that we've made here between Dr. Anthony and Donald. Those are key. I can make another connection. I'm sure that Philip can too, to Dr. Kenny Bastian, who is a trained medical doctor, but he believes in food as medicine. So as we talk about, what crops to plant for climate justice and bush medicine, Dr. Bastian would probably have input in terms of what plants, what crops to grow, not only from a historical perspective, but from the foods that provide healing. So there are many more connections to be made, but I'll leave it there and pass the baton on to the next speaker at this point.
All right. So, Anthony, you wanted to say something? Oh, okay, good. Right. So let's call on the Chancellor. Chancellor Philip, your comments, and then we'll give Donald a chance to make his comment.
Thank you, Principal. First of all, I want to thank both guests, well, three guests, because we got to thank the Green Mother as well for her intervention, which was very timely. I didn't expect it, but it was a good flavor to this cast here. Dr. Anthony, thank you very much for finally accepting my invitation to come. You see, it was all worth it because you made my day. I ran this man down for almost 3 months to come on here. I finally captured him. Thank you very much, Dr. Anthony. Of course, Donald, you're back again, and this is very good information. I have a lot of stuff for you. And also, I want Charlene to follow up with you on those sponsorships that I mentioned. I think it is critical. It helps all sides. This Global Independence Square, we will come on as a sponsor as well with you. We need to move this initiatives forward, as the principal has said. Thank you all very much. I'm going to pause here because I got another system running simultaneously. I don't want the feedback to come through. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you very much. And so, Donald, I'll give you the last word, and then it'll just be left for me to thank everyone for their contribution. So, Donald, your last word.
Thank you very much. For me, this has been a great learning experience. I'm seeing some new connections and some new ways to look at things that we're doing. That's one of the other things about Mr. Lee Kwai. He was always learning. And he felt that by teaching, he was learning. And I think that is really, one of his traits we should be thinking about. So thanks. I think I'm seeing some good connections and some ways we can collaborate, because I wanted to lay out what we're doing, but I'm not pretending that we're doing everything perfectly. We are learning all the time and tweaking and improving. So thanks again. I want to take up on my brother Clyde's quoting of Einstein to say one thing, another of his quotes, which is that the significant problems we face can never be solved at the same level of thinking at which we were when we first created them. So what it says to us is that we have to carry our thinking up to another level to solve the problems that we have. And I see a lot of that happening here in this group and in what you're doing. And I think we have to keep looking for new ways, new levels to carry this so that we could solve these problems that we have. So thanks very much.
And that is an excellent note on which to end, because we're learning by doing. I tell my students that I'm learning from you guys just as you're learning from me. It's never ending, and it's continuous professional development, continuous learning. We're in the school of life. It doesn't end. So on that note, I'd like to say that this morning has been very, very informative, very powerful in terms of the knowledge shared, the personalities that we've met. I mean, the Queen came and shared with us. I mean, to see that family connection, mother and son, very powerful dynamic. It says to us, I mean, in a word, humanity is that's what it is. And we are seeking to ensure that what we have done and what we have learned is passed on and shared with the other ones so they can learn and build and continue this legacy. So I think it has all been good. And the centerpiece of all of this is the collaboration, the sharing, working together. And as Donna just said, taking it to another level with new kinds of thinking and understanding, which helps us to recognize that the concepts and the theories and the practices that we used yesteryear will not carry us into the 22nd century. It cannot. And therefore, this is why we're here. Okay, so on that note, I want to thank our audience for listening, for being a part of this. And we will definitely have, some continuation of this discussion because, as Dr. Anthony Richards said, we are just scratching the surface. We've just scratched the surface. We haven't even begun to drill down yet. So join us again at some point in time. We will let you know when we'll have these guests again. So keep tuned in. Until next week, another fantastic Friday. We want to wish you all the best and enjoy your weekend. Until then, continue to enjoy. Bye for now. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Your miracle. And yes, sir, I be fear. I'm back again, rapping and listening to it, and the lack again, laughing into the smoke on the track again. That's what's happening.
Hi, my name is Miracle, and I choose to speak up and speak out against bullying with Zoli. Did you know that 20% of students will experience bullying one time in their life? Well, it's true, and that's why you should never let silence steal your voice. It's your voice and your choice. What will you do? I choose to say no to silence. Speak up and speak out against bullying with Zoli Z. And don't you forget it.
Think back, yo, where would you be? If there was no RIP, there be no me. Where would you be?
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize. Daddy Lance, stop this skylarking. When I'm fighting like dogs that barking. I'm up below the cell phone, stop recording. Then he said they get to start parting. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle, you're on the store. Breathe it out. The same energy that you take to use to fight. same energy, you could talk it out. You could say the wrong reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even. Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with the body. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, I gotta give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you're happy dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand them on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Bayesian Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we're with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BayesianVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BayesianVibesRadio.com. Click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BayesianVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BayesianVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked. We got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BayesianVibesRadio.com.
Lose those keys when you drink. From 246 Bayesian Vibes Radio.
You're listening to 246 Bayesian Vibes Radio.
Tune in in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean, and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious Vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Welcome back to 246 Asian Vibes Radio 246 Live. This is the midday, almost end of the week session of the Global Independence Square. We ran a little bit longer, about an hour and 45 minutes over the time, but it was great. And I have no regrets about that. We'll reschedule our second presentation for next week. These things happen. Some days you just get hot in one subject and it just goes on, and other days you just have to pray that somebody's gonna go on that screen and bail you out of your your situation. But today, oh, you look fabulous, Charlotte. I like that.
Thank you.
Oh, Lord. We ran over a bit, but as I was telling you in the back there, just keep it going, because that's a very timely conversation. It's one that I've been trying to engage for 3 months now, and Dr. Richards to agree to the time. The problem was that he didn't agree. He always agreed to come on. It was all timing now, Pat. And I had, funny enough, you got to go with your senses. You know, I had another guest that I wanted to bring in today as well. Slightly different conversation. I thought we would have been over. Well, because he had originally said 1 hour. That's all I have. It's 1 hour for me. I said, well,
that's right.
You said half an hour if you could give me that. He says, I'll give you an hour. It turned out he ran there for about 3 hours, 3.5 hours. And between him and Donald, oh my goodness, I think, oh Lord, I was here trying to keep up with them because I was getting information sent to me even as we were on the air. And to say, very, very good show. A very, very good show. I want to thank both Dr. Anthony Richards and Dr. Donald Baldacin for their participation on the Global Independence Square today. And I want to thank my usual co-hosts, my moderators, Dr. Wayne Charles Soberall and Phillips, both of the University of the West Indies, who take this segment every Friday from 7 a.m. until whenever. And I'm hoping they'll fill the whole thing right till 1 o'clock. At some point, I'm sure they will. But it's a lot to ask anyone to do initially, considering that it does take a lot of and go on. I think yesterday I did 13 hours. I've already been here in front of this thing for 7 hours and 13 minutes and 18 seconds, and then add 3 hours on top of that I've been awake. So that's 10 plus hours already. And it's Friday, and I'm getting a little stir crazy. I really am. Honestly, my body's starting to say, Billy, you need to just chill for a minute. Just go get some tea or something and just chill out. But we have an hour and 12 minutes to go until I hand over the switch to Lady Max. I'm not sure who Lady Max guests are today, But whoever they are, I'm sure she's going to have a fabulous show. Under the Baobab Tree is the name of her segment. And I'm sure she'll do phenomenal. But in the meantime, Charlene, we have an to go here, you and I. And I really love how you done your hair. Oh, Lord, you look about 30 something or something. Maybe. I don't want to, 30 something. 30 up there enough, but 30 something. Oh, you look great. I love that. It's fabulous. You're a very beautiful woman.
Thank you.
Yes. So saying all of that, thank you, Ara, also in the background there. Ara is such a trooper, you know. Ara send me little comments and stuff. Yes, Ara Sunflower. That's your name, Sunflower. Ara Sunflower. I'm always teasing with Ara. Ara is a wonderful, wonderful human being. But she says she has her moniker is a sunflower that she always puts on all her messages. And she was very ecstatic to hear them talk about the sunflower plants and sunflower seeds. So that is life. Yes, it is. Yes. Saying all of that, we'll move Errol to next week. I had messaged and let him know that we had run a little bit over the time. It doesn't make sense to start that at this point.
Yeah.
You know, you wouldn't get through it. So I'm not starting that. But I am thankful for the fact that we were able to, that the conversation that struck up. What is very evident though, and what is very pressing is that I'm getting a lot of requests for a conversation relative to the Guyana Venezuela thing. And quite frankly, I was really trying to stay a little bit away from that. We had talked about this as a team prior to all this heating up. And but in the last week, you know, I have indicated to all of you on the committee that I was getting a little uncomfortable because I didn't want to be presumptuous and stick my nose in somebody's sovereign affairs, neither countries. I'm on very close relationships with both countries, and I do both countries, and it does not mean that I don't have an opinion. I do have an opinion. I just don't know which one is right and which one isn't, because this is a complicated matter. But I do believe that there's more involved here than just Venezuela trying to extract the Essequibo. I think what Venezuela is trying to do is kick the Americans out of the Essequibo from stealing their oil. And that's a story that you're not going to hear in the regular media, because what it appears quite clear is that Exxon has taken over Guyana without even firing one bullet. They have created a coup in Guyana because of corrupt politicians who like to take bribes, and they went in there and they took bribes and they threw a legitimately elected president out of office, and they turn around now and look what the chickens come home. Look at Exxon now going to take over. There's probably more Exxon employees in Guyana than you know what to do with. I mean, when I left, there was over 4,000 of them, 3,000 and change. It's not. I don't have a problem with Exxon or the employees. I have a problem with the policies that are being conducted here. This is U.S. foreign policy. It continues to be the way it has been from time immemorial. That gas and oil has always been there, even when the Guyanese dollar was $1.25 to the U.S. dollar. I was 12 years old when that was the case. But they deliberately devalued the Guyanese dollar down to where it is now. I think it's like, what is it? Like for every, it's like, I can't remember what the exchange is now, but it's ridiculous. I think $100 is like 7,000 Guyanese dollars or something like that. Ridiculous. You know, and Ghana has more resources than the United States. $10 should be $70 to you. US dollar should be $70 to a Guyanese dollar, $100, as far as I'm concerned. You know, and quite frankly, that's only my opinion. So I'm only issuing my opinion. Just that on this stadium, no state is asked to. I'm talking a bunch of junk on this.
A US
Nor
dollar.
any reflection on my co-host, or is not her. It is not her opinion. This is solely my opinion. I'm making that declaration here now. For anyone who is listening to this broadcast, I do not condone what is going on in Guyana, nor do I condone what is going on in Venezuela. So I have stated my piece. I will leave it at that. I will leave it at that for now. Anyway, 11:54, and out the door. See me, I gotta learn to make up a nice rap song for this. But Charlie, all things being equal, there's some humbug constantly interrupting. I don't know if you realized it, but there was an intentional attempt to disrupt this morning's program several times. I was sitting behind the scenes attempting to keep the flow going. I have very strong signal, and all my equipment is primo. But my system is telling me that somebody was trying to disrupt, somebody trolling the system, and was trying to disrupt that. Only because I believe it was the type of conversation that was going on. We live in a free world, buddy. This is a sovereign world. I'm a sovereign person. Look. I am sovereign. Why you gotta mess? I ain't mess with nobody. I don't understand how a man that don't mess. I don't get involved with nobody's business. I don't meddle with nobody's stuff. I don't understand how come I can be of such interest to somebody that they will wake up so early in the morning to mess with my show. Because it settled down all of a sudden. It settled down. As soon as the show is done, it settled down. And people think that you're paranoid when you say these things, right? No paranoia. No paranoia. There's as much anti-bugging devices on the market out there as there are bugs. And you can see when people try to mess with you. Anyway, it just started to rain here again in bright, sunny Barbados, but it's raining. No, but it just stopped as soon as I said that. I came down there suddenly, but it's still nice and bright and sunny. And I'm thankful.
Well, we had a rich conversation this morning, right?
Yeah, we'll talk about the conversation. I'm gonna follow you, lead. Take the lead here. I'm gonna follow because I'm still a little bit wobbling from my thoughts of certain things. So, but that was a very rich, very encouraging. I like the idea of working with the schools and the police clubs. Yes, schools, police clubs.
The Tech, the apiaries to produce the honey. With Tech, Donald had a lot of rich projects. So did Dr. Richards, and we're looking to get involved in experiences in some of those projects, and then of course the connections to Dr. Bastian. So a lot of rich connections to me.
Yes, they were rich. Before I go any further, though, I want to thank my people. Oh Lord. Yeah. I want to thank my people for the wonderful cakes of fish that they brought. And they were little cakes with fish in it, called fish cakes. I love it. They were good too. And they were big. They weren't so little. They were big. Jumbo. Jumbo. Yeah, man. It was good. And I'm thankful that, I have good people around me that seems to show up faithfully. That do what they do. And today they brought me, as usual, some fish and cakes. And I ate them all, Charlie. 7 was in there. I ate all 7.
Yeah, I saw the greasy bag there. I saw the bag with all the grease stains on it. It seems you devoured that.
Yes, it was. But guess what? I drank a hot cup of tea. Wash all that oil down, buddy. That oil gone. But you got to thank your people, right? She says to me,
Yeah.
She says, "You're my good luck charm." So every time I come here, something good happens. I
Really?
said, "Oh, that's what it is." I said, "You're here fishing me." I said, "I want 10%." Bob, she gave me some fish cakes. I said, "Oh Lord, see you." But God is good, man. If ever they could get good luck, or I don't want to call it luck, but blessings by coming around here, then I say, "Good. Let it be, let it be, let it be, oh Lord, let it be." Speak me words of wisdom, let it be. I'm thankful, I was going to say something, but I'll hold that back. I'll talk to you after. So now tell me, how do you see Zoli Z fitting into this conversation today? Because I kept seeing it the whole time. I kept seeing it, Zoli Z. Played a miracle on his video. And I think, I'm so happy we launched that yesterday. My spirit did launch Zoli Z on the network. Then, not knowing that today was going to happen the way it did. Today was a perfect fit in that whole conversation. I'm going to keep this going for a week or so and just keep that conversation going. Keep the issue of the backpack and all that. I got them, but you have them on your system. Put a few up there, man. Let's talk about. Let's advertise all these. While you're doing that, let me just play this thing.
People call me a miracle, and yes, sir, I be fear. I'm back again, rapping and listening to it, and laughing into the swap on the track again. That's what's happening.
Hi, my name is a miracle, and I choose to speak up and speak out against bullying with Zoli. Did you know that 20% of students will experience bullying one time in their life? Well, it's true, and that's why you should never let silence steal your voice. It's your voice and your choice. What will you do? I choose to say no to silence. Speak up and speak out against bullying with Zoli Z. And don't you forget it.
Yeah. That.
Are you ready or should we?
Look at that. That's the newest version, folks. That is the newest book that is coming out in the series. And now she's graduated to wearing glasses, and she's very proud of the fact that she got new glasses, and her girlfriend there got glasses too. Zoli, you are a queen. You are my Zoli, Queen Zoli Z. Yeah, man. But I don't want none of this discrimination now. Her twin brother has been with her the whole time. And I need to see his face back on that screen. Because he's been the silent one in all of this. If you want equal rights, give equal.
Well, let's see if we get an image with him on.
This one is beautiful. I love her.
So there he is.
She's not a doll. She's a doll.
So there he is.
Yeah,
That's her
there
book.
he is. There he is. But I need a bigger picture than that. There's lots of pictures of him in that fight. Don't do it. You don't have to do it now, but in the future, put together a little slideshow and make sure that he features prominently in there.
Okay.
Very good. Yes. So Zoli Z is growing up a bit, and look at that. It's like, oh Lord, that's such a pretty picture. Go back to that doll for a minute. Oh, there's the live version of Zoli Z. Go back to the doll, the picture with the doll.
If I can, let me. I'll have to cycle through it. Let me cycle through it and get back to it.
That's a nice one there too. That's a beautiful picture for community type event. Wait, you can't find the doll. There it is.
That's it.
There's that's a cool picture. I think I want to put that as a cover.
It's a cuddly, squishy doll, so you can squeeze her, you can get comfort. It's not some hard plastic doll. So, she provides that type of comfort. And, we know Zoli's characters. It's all about good values and good attributes, kindness and empathy and humility and love. And that's what you get when you squeeze.
This is Friday afternoon. It is now past 12 midday on my little. And I want to talk a little bit about Zoli Z and some of the other products that we here at Global Independence Square and Intech Superstore are pushing. We have the Zoli Z. Tell the people what I agreed to with you with regards to Zoli Z.
The promotion that we're running is for every 1,000 dolls that we sell, books,
not just dolls,
books, all of the merchandise,
all of it, yeah,
hair accessories, t-shirts, lunch kits. Zoli has a whole empire, right? So it's the book plus the doll and other merchandise. So for every 1,000 that we sell in the line, we'll give away 10 of those. So if you among the first 1,000 to purchase a doll, you are then eligible to get that doll free. Same thing with the accessories and with the backpacks and with the t-shirts and the entire line, which we will.
And then I'm going to turn around and match that with some needy children in our communities that need it. So we that's a new twist to the whole thing. I didn't say that before because I didn't think of it before, but now I'm sitting here and my spirit just said to me, you know what? Listen, folks, this thing is global. Bullying is global.
Yeah.
The product is global. Yeah. So we are an idea whose time has come. Please order the dolls, the book, the backpacks, the books. We have the coloring books as well as and we have slippers, we have berets, we have all kinds of different Zoli apparatus that you can order next week. Charlene should be able to direct you to the website where they'll all be on display. We do have them now on the system, but they're just not set up properly yet into the store and into the website. Doing that over the course of these next days, and I'm just waiting for Richie to complete a few things, on his end. I spoke to him earlier, and he is working even as we speak on those issues right now. And we want to able to generate dollars, and the dollars would then be able to use for these good causes that we have in mind.
Yes,
and help our community. We want to build communities, build families. This is what it's all about, folks. But we don't want to be begging for handouts. Yes, you can send us a donation always, anytime, please. No question about it. But we want to give you some value for your money. And the best way to do that was to come up with some novel ideas, novel ways of saying thank you for your support and all that we're doing. So Zoli Z and the whole franchise is a part of that. You saw Americo there doing his rap, calls himself Americo. I'm sure you all figure out by now who he is. He is the son of another former famous musician, rapper, whatever, and now actor extraordinaire. I'm sure, with Carlton and the rest of them up there. And it's not Will Smith, even though one of his children is also, his daughter is also an ambassador for Zoli Z, as well as the voice of the Little Mermaid is also one of our ambassadors. And we have a lot. We have a number of them. But they were kind enough to give us, intellectual, and they provided the videos and everything, because that's how impactful this series is. And so I'm very thankful and very proud that these young people in their Hollywood moments still have not lost their touch with you know what it's like to be bullied too. Some of them have told their own stories, which you'll get to see as time goes on, because we have the videos of them speaking to the issue of America. Speak up. And I'm sure his dad would have probably told him somewhere along the line, he probably had a few experiences. Because funny enough, when I was much younger, I remember when Fresh Prince and Jazzy Jeff, DJ Jazzy Jeff, came out. I was a young fella myself in Canada. I'm probably around their same age, because it was around that time when they came out. This is a big ear dude, because Fresh Prince got ears that, to me, this thing out here like really. And he was a skinny little string bean dude, and then you had Jazzy Jeff in the background doing his thing. They were quite a team, and I was caught up with all of that. They were in my era, in my time, and
mine too.
See them go on to become actors and now even producers, in Hollywood and stuff like that. And what is most interesting though is that now their next generation of kids are coming up, and they are trailblazing. Bill Americo there is a celebrity all on his own already at his young age. So we must give thanks and we must continue to build that relationship, build that next generation. And yes, thank you folks for your support. Thank you all of the ambassadors who have signed on with us, and we have quite a few, but not enough yet. We have quite a few, and we want to cover the whole globe, and we don't have that done. So we need others to volunteer to be part of the ambassadors, and so on and so forth. Celebrities in there, young people who are familiar with the entertainment world, and we want to thank them. And as the weeks go by, we'll be showing them on our screen, and because we do have permissions to do so, the releases are executed, and that is a very significant development for Zoli Z. we have also, oh, by the way, you can order anytime now. You can start ordering anytime. Whatever, actually, well, wait till we put up the, we still have to put up the products and so on and so forth, which we'll do. But with Dr. Bastian's book, been getting a lot of calls on that, Charlene.
Yes.
A lot of mess.
As we should. As we should. You know.
That before I could finish the show, the orders were coming in. I'm thankful for that. Dr. Bastian is very pleased with that. I know there are books in transit to Barbados right now. I know there are books in transit to you where you are right now. And we have books in LA and different places like that around the world for easier distribution. We also have the ebook. You can buy it online if you don't. So don't hesitate. And for the first 1,000, we're giving away 10 books to persons who have bought or ordered the book. And so hopefully we will sell 1,000 so fast before the deliveries have to go out that we will say, okay, here's your book, but you're exempt. Thank you very much. But God is in control and all will be well. I am comfortable and confident that things will go smoothly as far as that. We also have Keltor. Keltor, our good friend Greg. Greg is still with us here in the Caribbean, at least till next week sometime. And he's been busy working with us on the Keltor products. He is for all intents and purposes, the glue that put that deal together. And I've worked hard with him, even up to the other night when I was stir crazy at 10:30, after putting in 13 hours and then another 7 hours on top of that. Oh my good God, my poor eyes were bugging.
But you're still lucid enough to complete the contract and negotiate the final points. So
we have to get it done. And we did 2 meetings just to have that done, because the other people say, you gotta wait, man, you gotta wait. But Greg waited too, because remember, he waited for about more than an hour. He was waiting. I could see him on the screen. You and I was dealing with something else. And he waited patiently to get that completed, and we got it done. So, that being said, that's 102 products that can be available, all natural products, just like the team talking ahead of us here this morning. All plant-based material. Dr. Bastian got as well, very good plant-based. Even your medicines. We are going. I have the new company, which is the new company, which will be taking a lot of these green products, is Evergreen Pharmacies Inc. And we have Superior Pharmaceutical, which is the main company, but Evergreen Pharmacies, which will take those green products and market those as a brand. And folks, listen, we're not doing this to show off, to say this. This is stuff I've been working on for. Some of these products are 10 years old. Some of these ideas are 10 years old. Been in the making, working. Superior Pharmaceuticals has been around for probably 15 years. Has major distribution agreements already in place for the last 15 years worldwide. Well, that's not worldwide. That's mostly on the continent and some of the Caribbean, but mostly the continent. And now we're entering into new phases of agreements with that for manufacturing with a company on the continent. That is a phenomenal development. Good to people and good will come to you. I never asked anybody for anything. I never begged anybody for anything. I never took nothing from anybody. I sit and I work hard, and I just ask for good people to be around me. They haven't all been good people. Some people come and try to scam me, try to take things, try to enrich themselves. I have no problem with anybody getting rich with an idea, but don't take something that's not yours.
Right.
And people come and say they want to work for you, and the next thing they're scamming the hell out of you. In more ways than one. I won't get into all of that. But I've had to part company with a few people just because of that. They put you in an awkward position because they want an easy path to something that they didn't earn. I have no problem working with you, folks. I work with almost anyone, and I say almost because there's some people I just ain't gonna work with. But if this opportunity, give me a call. You could be an ambassador you could be an agent, you could be a distributor. It could be any of the above. You want to own a pharmacy? We'll set you up. Evergreen is going to be a chain of pharmacies, not only here, but also in other countries. Those circumstances are being ironed out even as we speak. So, we can't tell you what you should do or don't. This is what we have. And if you're interested, give me a call. 246-287-5211 or message me. Add me to your WhatsApp and message me. It doesn't matter to me where you are in the world, as long as you can get your licenses and so on and so forth. We'll supply you. Right now, we're doing that with other countries. I won't say where at this time on the air, but it is going to that extent where people are reaching out and in so many different ways. Look, people even call me on here because they know I'm into real estate and I have some real estate of my own, but I also started out selling and buying real estate as an agent in Canada, built my own agency, 25 employees. By the time I was 30 years old, actually 27, and then got my mortgage company 3 years after that, and then grow. So, we were one of the first people to be offered an agreement through MasterCard for the debit Visa cards, which I have some of them here, actually. Actually Master, not Visa. We then ended up getting Visa, American Express, Union Pay, and a whole bunch. I think there's 7 different cards now that my company represents out of Toronto. These are the good things about when you work hard, when you work diligently, you work honestly, and we were always ahead of the game. Always, when people sleeping, Philly working. I tried it. I might sound like some sort of real demon or something, but I never slept a lot. I think I developed that habit since I was in high school, and it served me well when I went to higher learning, because I was working sometimes till 2:00 in the morning, just put some dollars in my pocket, and I was a hustler, and I made money. Trust me, and then back up again by 7, 8, get ready, get to school by 9 or whatever you got to do. And hustle and do your work, get it done, get back out the door and go on, hustle some more money. And that's what I was like, even in my teenage 14 years up coming through there. But I started at 12 years old selling subscriptions in newspapers. In the cold, man, walking miles, just knocking doors, talking nice to people that didn't even look like me. None of them didn't look like me. Not one. And I will walk miles, ride my bike, snow, summer, whatever. And people got to know me so that, that's the spring, that's the Billy Boy, whatever they and some other names too, but I won't repeat those out here. I didn't give a crap as long as they gave me the money, and they did. I'm serious, man. They used to call you all kinds of stuff sometimes, but they didn't really, in my opinion, they really didn't mean anything by that. They just didn't know how to address you. They was just not that conscious, to be honest with you. It wasn't no like nigga or nothing like that, but they would call it like popcorn or something like that. You know, like, okay, buddy, yeah, right. Okay, want subscription? Come, give me the dollar line here, give me $10. Yeah, popcorn. Go buy some popcorn when I'm done for the day. And those kinds of names used to float around all the time. Even when I played ice hockey, man, you'd be out there, only black kid in the entire whole place. And you were here, as soon as you go on the ice, you were hear the chants and all kinds of stuff. Didn't have good nerves. I probably would have gone and dig a hole and try to bury myself. But listen, let me tell you something. In that crowd, like Henry Waschuk, and that Henry was a professional football player for the Hamilton Ticats, my hometown team. And Henry didn't hardly even know me at first, but then he got to know me. Henry used to come to all my games. Henry was the star football player for the Hamilton Ticats, my professional football team in my hometown. Invariably, I would hear Henry yelling, and I would look at him. He's in the stands up there with his wife often. Most games when he's in town, unless he's on the road, if they're playing on the road, he came every Tuesday night to the arena to watch me and my buddy Dwayne, whom my best friend, whom I grew up with since we were kids. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy, Dwayne Hornet. Look at it. One day I put a picture. I can bring him on this show too. And we grew up together, and him and I played in the same league. And Henry, I don't even know how we met Henry Waschuk, but he would come and he'd come there, we'd be playing, and boy, let me tell you something. You better don't get too carried away with Philly, because people put you in your place, tell you, that's our boy. Don't mess with him. And even opposing teams, when they come in there and they try to take a cheap shot at me, I hold a ring on his feet, man, and like, hey, you know, fellas, 2 or 3 of them come to beat up somebody. So that's the nature of hockey, though. That's how hockey plays. So anyway, I move on from that. I ain't talking no more about that stuff. That's behind me 1 or 2 days ago. But saying all of that, we want to contribute back to our communities, and these products that we are in for the next couple of weeks are all international products licensed in just about every country now. And so we are basically just looking to spread our goodwill around to the various parts of the globe and get all the various agreements in place and let people earn a living. A lot of this stuff will be distributed through our arms like ADDI, UNIA, and the various other organizations, Global Sovereign People's Movement, all these organizations that I have spent a lot of time and effort in. Nobody pays me for those times. But I'm complaining about it because those opportunities now are coming back to benefit you, and you don't have to make these sacrifices. All you have to do is be determined that you want to make some money, whether it's passive income or whether you looking for some actually live on. In this day and age right now, it's so tough to go get a job somewhere. These are jobs you don't have to go in somebody's office or somebody's factory and do. You can sit on your end of your computer or your phone if you don't even have a computer. Become a distributor for us and work with us, and literally don't even have to stockpile anything because we'll ship direct on any of the products. Once the order goes in, we can ship direct. And then you're basically getting paid for your connecting. It's not multi-level. You don't have to recruit nobody. You don't have to bring nobody. You just got to go and sell, and you will make money based on your sales. So if you got a friend and your friend likes it so much and they want to come, bring them. But that is not built on any multi-level marketing. The products are too diverse anyway because it's not one product. We also have Synergy Worldwide, which we'll be seeing a lot of that coming up in the next couple of weeks as we get all of our materials properly downloaded. There's Intex out of Canada, which is a beauty product line, which is also made honey-based product line. There is GNLD, another healthcare line, that provides your good solid vitamins and other health care products. All of them to you right here on the Global Independence Square, and we will direct you to the NTech Superstore where you can order your products and have them delivered on a timely basis to your door. I sound like I'm advertising. I sound like I'm making up an advertisement as I go along, but I am. Charlene, I'm glad it's like half an hour to go. And I think I've worked probably an average of 15 hours a day for the whole week. That's a lot of hours. That's twice the average person does.
Yes.
And I think I want to sleep for about a couple of hours, eat some food, maybe go for a walk, and come back. Night. Tomorrow's Shabbat, so I gotta deliver the lesson tomorrow on Amos. I gotta do Amos, so I gotta study this afternoon and tonight, so I can be prepared for tomorrow's lesson. I'll be delivering the lesson tomorrow, and I always like doing that. I think I was born a born preacher from the day I was born. I could preach from the time I was old enough to talk. Honest to God, it's just something that used to come out of me, and I had no idea where these things used to come from. I could remember the Bible from the time I was a child, and as I got older, it got better because I really understood. The more I grew, what I was saying before, I was just parodying stuff that I probably heard somewhere, but it was always inside of me, and I used to surprise them because I would be, coming up with these things. People will always be amazed. How do you know that? But it was always there. But I'm thankful. So in saying all of that, Charlene, we have a number of products. By Wednesday, we should be pretty much ready to unleash the website as well as the superstore.
That would be
set up, but we just want to wait till all the pieces are tied so that when we come on here and help people go there and order your thing and click your thing and pay your thing and thing, everything is good. So we're working on it, folks, and it's coming. It is coming. Anything else you got to add? I just half an hour of advertising. Anything you got to say about that? Well, you don't have to say the same thing. Say something.
Well, the thing is, I have to slide to another call. I do. I have to slide. I do. Okay. But I'll be back in like 15 minutes. But I do need to go.
15? I gotta leaving me for 15 minutes.
Can you hold it 15 minutes? Can you hold it 15 minutes?
All righty. Let me go to commercial for a couple minutes, pull myself together, and let's go for it. I'll see you when you come back on. Okay?
Okay. Bye.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Go school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize.
Daddy land, stop this guy larking. When the fighting like dogs that barking. I'm up look yourself, won't stop recording. Then he said they get to start parting.
Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Try and get you on the store. Breathe it out.
The same energy that you take to use the fight, same energy you could talk it out.
You could say the wrong reason.
Talk it out.
Sure that we even.
Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with the body. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I gonna give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we're with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com. Click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked. We got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BajanVibesRadio.com.
To arrive alive, don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Welcome back, folks. Thank you for hanging in there with us. 20 minutes to go to the hour of 1. We should relinquish the mic. Just a little bit of housekeeping. January 5 to 10, 5th to the 10th, UNIA is coming into town to help us to organize our business affairs here in the Caribbean, starting with Barbados on the 5th until the 10th of January. I'm sure they'll be making several trips back and forth over the course of the year. April is 246 Bajan Vibes anniversary, but we're doing a cruise later on in the year, somewhere around November. You're welcome to start saving your dollars up towards that. In May, we will have the ADDI UNIA celebrations here in Barbados, where we'll be putting on different activities starting from May 1st right through to the 31st. And every week there'll be different functions. But the important week is the week of the 20th to the 25th. And that is important for many different reasons. But in that time period, we will have Her Excellency here and a number of other dignitaries and celebrities from around the ADDI world. We will celebrate African Liberation Day here in Barbados. It is going to be the Barbados ADDI Barbados Talaba Caribbean Unity Fest, which will be held right here in the beautiful island of Barbados. And of course, that will be held for the whole month. But as I said, there'll be different activities, a concert or two that are put on. We want to do a green festival as well during that time period. We want to do other health fairs and workshops and different things like that all through that month. And we want to do also the week of the 20th to the 25th. Her Excellency will be here and we will be doing several with her. to promote ADDI. The UNIA people will be here as well to speak on that. We're hoping to have the son of Marcus Garvey, Julius Garvey, here in Barbados with us as well, and some others who will be named probably in January. And we look forward to your participation in that. It's also my birthday month, and it'll be also of my official wedding with Charlene, and she can talk about that when she comes back. But we are going to do a public thing in that month, and so in that very week. So it's going to be quite exciting, all things being equal. We look forward to that. Yeah, and a few birthday celebrations. It's my birthday also in that month. It's also my good friend Richie, who will be coming in to celebrate, and one or two other people who've already, in that same week. So we have a lot of things to be excited about and to be happy about. In June, Sister Nikki is having the American Caribbean Festival in Atlanta. Ought to be exciting. I'm also on that committee with her, and we're working to organize that right now. It's coming along quite nicely. In July, we have the trip to Ghana, the historical trip. As a matter of fact, speaking of that, let me just
Hello, have you been looking for the right travel agency to take you on an educative and entertaining tour in Ghana? Look no further. G&G Travel and Tour presents to you a Black History Festival and Cultural Tour Ghana 2024, which starts on the 29th of July to 11th August 2024. All you need is to pay an affordable amount of $2,950 for single occupancy and $2,650 per person for double occupancy. This amount covers a package of a 4-star hotel for your comfort, transportation to all tourist centers, airport transfer, and domestic air tickets. Book now to have an unforgettable, educative, and entertaining tour with us. For more details, log on to our email info@gngtourbookings.com or contact +233 54 86 31 009 or 057 65 94 091. G&G Travel and Tour, where a great journey begins.
That is the tour to Ghana, July 29th to August 11th. That ought to be exciting. A number of us will be traveling there from here. And I'm encouraging as many of you, wherever you are, wherever you're listening, there's a lot of you locked on here. So wherever you're listening from, wherever you're hailing from, try to see if you can put it together. Let's put it together. Let's work it. Let's work it. Let's get some people in there. And the more that we can get in there, maybe the price can come down a little bit. But we're looking for all of your support. That will be in July. Then in September, and I keep forgetting to announce this one, but in September, we have the ADDI Houston chapter Afro Unity Fest. That will be in September in Houston. And I see the lovely one is back again. But yes, Houston will be hosting us in September. And then, of course, in May of the following year will be Belize. Belize has already been awarded May of 25. So it's Barbados in May of 24, Houston in September of 24, and Belize in May of 25. Running that far ahead, folks. And there'll be others in between there. Just stay tuned as we announce these different occasions and locations, because some of you can't make it to every one. But if there's one coming up in your area, go to that one. You know, it's one family, so it doesn't matter to us which one you go to. It just matters that you get involved. These organizations are not there for personal gain. They're there to community amounts of people, to build that camaraderie, to build business relationships, to come together, to support each other, to FUBU, for us by us, build for us by us. It's very significant. Very significant that you think about what I just said. You know, forever we've been at the mercy of everybody else, and we work hard and they live the nice life and live, you know, and you got to die to go to heaven to enjoy yours. Well, you know what? You can enjoy here because the kingdom of heaven is in you. It's not in some clouds. Ain't nobody gonna jump down out of the sky, no blonde-haired, blue-eyed fella, and save you from whatever. They got you in hell. No, and that's where they want you to be, because they don't want you to know that you can actually heaven place right here, right now, in your own reality. But I'm here to preach the gospel according to Philly Springer. And that gospel says you can enjoy your heaven here and now. Yes, you can.
I like
but
that.
You can also be in hell if you so choose. And that's where they put you, and that's where they want you. But get sovereign like me. See, declare your sovereignty. Sovereign. Wherever you are in the world, you can be a sovereign. This just happens to be Barbados, but everywhere I go, I'm sovereign. Doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter. I respect you the way I want you to respect me. I respect the laws of the country I go into, but they must respect my rights as well. It's as simple as that. And it's not human rights, and it's not civil rights. It's my sovereign rights. It's my rights to be on this earth that God gave me when He made me in their own image. He said, "Let us create man in our own image." Then He gave us dominion over all the birds of the air, the fish of the sea, and the beast that tramples on the ground. He didn't tell us go down there and buy some real estate and put a fence around it and say, "Well, that's mine." God never intended for nobody to do that. He said, walk down the street there and see some fruit, pick a fruit, eat it, lay under the tree for 20 minutes, let the ethnic fatigue wear off, and then get up and go again, bro. You know, but we let these people come with all their bad behaviors, and they put you in these boxes, and now you got to figure out how to get out of the box. You know, I often get into trouble for being militant, a little revolutionary, but there's always a little revolutionary in all of us. There's always a little militance in all of us. You know, just deal with it. I'd rather be free and be able to live my life on my terms than to have to constantly bend down, bow down, whatever. Nice though. What are you trying to do to me here? We got 6 months to go. Don't be starting nothing here. Don't be starting. Don't start nothing here. Yeah.
We gotta start something.
Want to be starting something? No, want to be starting something. Want to be starting something.
It's already started.
You want to get under. You're stuck in with your stuff. So that's it. You're done. Finished now. We done. Anyway, you know, it's good to be able to laugh, Charlene. You know, we kid around and we have our moments, but when we then have to go to work, we go to work. And we work very hard, both you and I, the team, you know, around us. They work very hard, very diligently, because this isn't child's play. This isn't, you know, fun and games. It can be exciting, it can be pleasurable, it can be prosperous, but you have to work, put in the time. And me, I put in enough time that one day I'm gonna take a long holiday, about 2 hours. long enough to eat some lunch.
I need you to take a holiday because then I can take a holiday.
I don't want no holiday. I'm on holidays all now. How many people got a job like mine? I can sit here in front of the tube and talk for 10 hours. and then when I'm done. Go and lay down. I mean, some people got to go there and rush and fight that traffic and up and down and down and up and all kinds of nonsense. I don't know how to do none of that. You think I want to go out there and do that? No. All I need is some food now. It's at that time where I got to eat my meal, but my food's already cooked. All I got to do is heat it up. I ain't telling you what I cook because I cook some good stuff. It's all.
I know what you cook. I know what you cook.
Pumpkin. I tell the people. Eddos, pumpkin, pasta in there, some veggies. Yeah, some potato, white potato, some other things. I don't remember them.
That sounds like a nice. Yeah. Sounds like a nice. Yeah.
He's on the phone with me while I'm cooking last night because I figure, well, today when I'm done, I got to be able to eat because it's one a day kind of thing. Yeah. So when you cook enough for about 2 days, so I'll eat some now and I'll still have some for tomorrow because I'm not allowed to cook on Shabbat anyway. So, oh, and I found my Amos 26-38 is my muftir tomorrow.
So you don't have to prepare the entire book, just 26-38.
26-38 is what I got to do tomorrow. That's my portion. Then you have the Sidra, which is Genesis 37:1-40, 33 part. Genesis 3. What? No, that's 37:1-40, 40:23. Genesis 27:1-40. That's a long one. That's a long Sidra. Oh my God, we can have fun with that one. Oh yeah, I can see that one. Mine's only Amos 26-38. And what does it say here? This is what the Lord says: for 3 sins of Israel, or even 4, I will not turn my back. My wrath, they sell the righteous for silver, and the needy for a pair of sandals. Oh Lord, that sounds rough already. That sounds like something talking about some sort of slavery here. Talking about human trafficking or something. But we'll see when I get into this. I prepare for tomorrow. Yeah, man. So all things being equal, Charlie, talk to the people, not tell the people something good. Got 4 minutes. 3 anyway.
Well, so you're preparing for Amos tomorrow, and so Amos was a prophet who went to Israel to talk to them. God had a word for them because they were prosperous, but they were.
Amos was a prophet.
Yeah,
he was a prophet. He was a shepherd. He was a shepherd. No prophet.
But he was a shepherd.
He wasn't a prophet. God made him go and speak to them, but he was not a prophet. He was a shepherd.
Okay,
God
so
used him.
Right. So he wasn't a prophet by vocation. But he was a shepherd who went to prophesy. Yeah. So maybe I should leave that for you to do, since you have to study it and preach on it tomorrow.
Rabbi Philly.
That's right. Let me step out of that.
Hey, you're fabulous, dog man. I mean, I'm not here to preach anyway. I just said it because at the end of the day, the people, I live my life, folks. I am, everything you see is how I live every day. It doesn't really matter to me. I just live. I have no special, not do this special. No. Even my belief structures are built into my daily life routines. My everything is what it is. And business is part of my life. My spirituality forms part of my life. My relationship, my children's form part of my work. Everything. one. And it all flows together. And I'm thankful for that. We have 2 minutes, Charlie, 1 minute. Because I got to hand over the switch in 2 minutes, but I'm going to cut off 1 minute this time.
So I'm glad that we are offering the products, we're offering opportunities for passive income because we believe in promoting entrepreneurship here. You talked earlier about brands that were already established elsewhere that you're bringing to new markets. And that's another thing we do through Black entrepreneurship, right? We find new markets for good brands, right?
And good ambassadors, good people. We need getting some of them high schools and public schools and stuff, and help the young people, to be better at what they do.
And build
I'm
businesses.
a miracle, and yes, sir, I be fear. I'm back again, rapping and listening to it, and the lack again, laughing into the swap on the track again. That's what's happening.
Hi, my name is a miracle, and I choose to speak up and speak out against bullying with Zoli. Did you know that 20% of students will experience bullying one time in their life? Well, it's true, and that's why you should never let silence steal your voice. It's your voice and your choice. What will you do? I choose to say no to silence. Speak up and speak out against bullying with Zoli Z. And don't you forget it.
Think back, yo, where would you be? If there was no R.I.P., there be no me. Where would you be?
Yeah, so Charlene, that's it. And we're right on the money. It is 12:59. Only a few seconds to go. I got 26, 27, 28. Count it down to the turnover. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us today, family. We now hand over to Her Excellency Lady Max, and it is 1 o'clock on the dot. Lady Max takes over from here. She takes it right through till 6 p.m. today on 246 Vision Vibes Radio 246 Live. See you all later on Monday, 5 a.m. in the morning. Love you all very much. See you later.
That's our week, folks.